Ja, nej. Nej, det finns ju. Mm.
Just det.
Ja. Ja, men jag visste inte om det.
Fan. Hans film.
Ja, vi har en streamdeck-knapp som bara lägger en obel i njuta bussen. Så.
Andrew Dandelius menar du? Är det bara den, vad heter det, den här Cannabis is Medicine? Är det den som blir...
Ja, nej, det är ju copyright och allt.
Han har filmat sig med...
Som det är YouTube i
Ja,
streamar
det är
till.
så
Så
har
det
du
är...
lite
Kan du, har du defineringsprogram? Ja, jag har. Jag ska göra dem.
Ja, men precis. De är inte gjorda så.
Lägg en svart bara runt. Så. Ja, jag tänkte att du...
Alltså till, vad tänker du?
schema utskrivet. Har du fått det? Har vi fått ett schema? Ja, han sa det.
Ja.
Mejlade vi honom. De vill gärna ha ett skrivet.
Vad ska jag med nu då?
Vi väntar tills han...
Hej, hur är läget? Så bra som ett glutenfria alternativ. Ja, om man får meddela
Så det kör i 4.
Jag tänker om man kan fixa någon liten frukost eller någonting istället. De har ju frukost på fredag. Men du har väl frukost som ingår i ditt beslut? Ja. Fanns det ingenting där uppe? Allting är bra. Ja, det fanns inget frukt. Det är jättefina smörgåsar. Okej, men
De var goda också.
jag försöker fixa det. Ja, jag går ut och jag måste fixa biljetterna.
Nej, för Angela, hon är på heltid. Så att jag tror att det är fler än jag som inte äter gluten.
Jag kan äta din också.
Du kan det.
Jag vet inte hur jag ska överföra energin till dig sen. Men vi hittar säkert på något.
Jag försöker lösa det då. Vi ska se. Och jag ska fixa mejla. Vem har mejladressen? Se till att få fram mejladressen.
Jag kan se om jag hittar italienare.
Du kan ju också mejla schemat. Det finns ju på hemsidan, programmet.
Där har vi en man.
Där har vi en man, en Christian.
Schemat som är på hemsidan. Där väntar vi honom på datorn.
Kan du hjälpa Otto? Alltså, de vill skriva programmet. Jätteenkelt. Han behöver, det finns ju på
Men
hemsidan.
du har väl program?
Ja, men jag ska försöka fixa glutenfritt här.
Ja, men älskling, kan jag få program?
Ja, vi kan kopiera det. Nu ska vi se. Snart.
Det där nere. På hotellet finns det.
Men vilken är det?
Hon har det i sin dator. Så om du går till Lasse
Ja, det står nu.
och flörtar lite.
Ja.
Ska du gå fram till dem eller?
Så. Kolla, där får den. Så. Ja, jag ser det. Den går även till streams och sånt också, ser jag. Jag lyssnar ju för att den är mute. Den är inte mutad på det. Så.
Cannabis is medicine.
Good morning.
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 Test. Hallå.
Macka sen, så tar det inte till oss.
Tog du bara macka till dig själv?
Ja, jag vill ha påfyllning också. Påta med kaffe. Ja. Svart. Det är bra för mig, eller?
Nej, det går ingen bra så. Så jag ska skicka... Kolla in den här setupen nu då. Kolla på din telefon, dina sms. Kolla på setupen på smset. På smset. Ja.
Gör ni bara streaming och event och sådana saker, eller gör ni allt med inspelningar?
Vi gör inspelningar och sånt också.
Jag tänkte ni var jävligt bra att jobba med, och jag har många musikerpolare för musikvideor och sådana saker.
Fördomar Sebbe, fördomar.
Har vi inte jättemycket koll på, eller gör
Hej.
jättemycket.
Är det prestationen?
Men
Vilken tid är du?
det är nog inte omöjligt att vi...
Vet du vilken tid du
Jag
kör?
bara vet att man ska rekommendera en
10.
sån fråga, för lite då och då så är det liksom, ja, allt ifrån vanlig och liknande som frågar om jag har någon bra...
PDF och PowerPoint.
Ja, okej. Vänta lite.
Test.
Ja.
Det här är ju gamingutrustning, ska jag väl säga vissa.
doctors and other healthcare staff. I would like to introduce some of the people behind this conference. We have Otto Larsson, editor-in-chief on the online magazine Cannabis in Focus. Here, Otto. Christian Engström, EU parliamentarian for the Pirate Party between 2009 and 2014. Today a columnist at Cannabis in Focus. And our course, our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Andrew D'Angelo. He's a cannabis industry consultant and strategic advisor, co-founder of the American Herbicide and Last Prisoner Project. And now Andrew will talk a little bit before, yeah, it's time for Andrew now.
Hey, here we go. Good job.
Thank you.
Angelica. Okay, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. It is a good morning. It is a good morning for Sweden today, because today the medical cannabis revolution begins here in Sweden. And all of you are pioneers. You have bravery and courage just to be in this room. I've learned the last couple days that I've been in Sweden how much stigma there is about cannabis in your country. In the United States, we also have some stigma, but we've reduced it a lot in the last 25 years. And I promise you, your courage will be rewarded. Your children. It's a little scary, isn't it? It's a little risky. You're risking your reputations to be here. Your neighbors, your employers, perhaps your communities, your churches, all have this stigma about cannabis. They think it's a dangerous drug, a narcotic. If you take it, you'll go crazy, you'll murder and rape people. And we know this is not true. If you were in this room today, you know that this is all lies and misinformation spread by my country, mostly my country, but those of us that are trying to change that, we've made some progress in the United States. We've made some progress. And my personal story, which I'll share with you now, is the story of cannabis prohibition and cannabis reform. So I was born in 1967, summer of love, and my parents worked for the government, and so I was born in India because we were working for the government in India at that time. And I had two brothers, my older brother Steve, and my middle brother Daniel. And when we returned from India, I was 2 years old. Tragedy struck my family, and my brother Daniel died from natural causes. When a child dies, it has a big impact on a family. And my parents split up shortly thereafter. And my brother left home shortly thereafter because the Vietnam War was happening at that time, and my brother was afraid to be drafted. So he joined the revolution. And the way he made a living when he left home was to trade in cannabis. That's how he made a living. Now, in those days, we didn't know anything about medical cannabis. We didn't know anything about the endocannabinoid system, which you're going to learn from Stefan in a moment. But we knew that cannabis, my brother knew, when the first time he took the cannabis, it made him feel better. It made his heart feel better. It made his trauma of growing up with that tragedy feel better. Until he got busted. So when I was 9 years old, a few years after my brother got busted, a few years after my parents split up and my brother left home, he got busted. Few grams of cannabis. He was going through an airport, and they put him in jail for 9 months. And I was 9 years old, and I had to visit my brother in prison. But they had a rule in the jail, and the rule was you had to be 10 years old to visit. And I was only 9 years old. And my parents, as I mentioned, they were divorced, but we went together in the car. My parents did not like each other very much. And it was an awkward drive to the jail. It took about 3 hours. It was a jail in the country. And I was raised just like you raise your children, never to lie. And yet, we had to lie about my age because I wanted to visit my brother, but I was too young. So in the car on the way to the jail, my parents were teaching me how to lie after years of teaching me how to be honest. So this was confusing to me. So we get to the jail, and in America, the jails are, well, I don't know, bad, let's just say. And they separate, you have to go in one at a time to visit. And so my parents go to visit, and I'm alone with the jailer. And the jailer, big man, looks at me and says, "Don't you ever do what your brother did, or you're going to end up here in prison." And I was scared. And so I visited my brother, and there was like a glass, and you had to talk on the phone, and he talks on the phone. And he was positive, and he was smiling, and he made me feel at ease. And he said, "Brother, don't worry. I'm going to get out of this jail, and I'm going to continue to do what I've always done, which is to fight this revolution and to bring cannabis to the world." So the way I dealt with my trauma as a kid was I was an athlete, and I decided I was going to be a professional tennis player. And so I worked and worked and worked and worked, and I was a teenager, and I was in high school, and I was a pretty good tennis player. And then I hurt my back. And my dream of being a professional athlete was over. I was in a lot of physical pain. And all the trauma I had experienced in my life, my divorced parents, my dead brother, all of a sudden, I felt this trauma in my heart and my spirit, throughout my body. I was very depressed, almost suicidal in high school. And so I was having dinner at my mother's house, and my brother was there, and we were in the kitchen, and he saw that I was miserable, and he was smoking a joint. And he passed the joint to me, and he said, "You should take this joint. It will make you feel better." Now, my brother had offered me joints many times before that, but I was an athlete, so I said no joint. But today, when he handed it to me, there was a little voice in my head that said, "You should take that joint. You should take that joint." And so I took the joint, and I smoked the joint with my brother. Of course, he was very happy. Oh, at last, my brother is smoking with me. And about 5 minutes later, I felt the effects. My physical pain, gone. More importantly, my emotional pain, my psychic pain, began to heal. And I saw the cannabis made me see that there was more to life than playing sports, and that I could do other things, and that I could have other dreams, and that it was possible for me to recover from a broken family and a dead brother. And so Immediately, I started taking cannabis every day, and I started to trade cannabis like my older brother did in high school. And then I went to college. I traded cannabis in college. And after school, I moved back home to be with my brother, to be with my family. And by that time, my brother had a very big cannabis business, underground cannabis business. My mother became disabled, and so we had to make a living for her as well as ourselves. And we sold a lot of cannabis, hundreds of kilos a week we sold. Very dangerous in the United States at that time. This was early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, Ronald Reagan, Nancy Reagan. Prohibition was at its height. And we didn't like being criminals. I didn't like hiding from the world. You can tell I like to be with people. And so we set about changing the law. They always said to us, if you don't like the law, change it. And so we did. And the first place we were able to change the law was a little city, not so little, called San Francisco. And in San Francisco at that time, the AIDS crisis, the HIV crisis, was raging. People were dying every single day. And what the gay community learned is that when they took cannabis, their life was extended. And they felt better. It wasn't a cure for AIDS, of course, but it made the end of their lives better. And this motivated us. This motivated us in the reform movement. We got an idea, and that was, it's not about freedom, because that was our argument up to that point, personal freedom. Alcohol's legal, cannabis isn't, this is crazy. We have the right to take cannabis. But that argument didn't work. It was an intellectual argument. And then we learned that we have to hit people in the heart. And we began to tell the stories of the patients. Some of you are patients. And we will hear your stories today, some of your stories today. And when we put the patients in front of the cameras, and we let them tell their stories, the people responded. Finally, the people responded. And they saw that in the heart, empathy and compassion was something that cannabis was igniting in the public. Even if people didn't take cannabis, didn't know anything about cannabis, they saw that these people were dying, they saw that they were sick, and they saw that this plant was helping them. So in 1992, a man named Dennis Perrone and his crew of misfits, I was one of them, we collected signatures. In the city of San Francisco, if you collect enough signatures, you can get something on the ballot in the city and the people can vote on it. And in 1992, we legalized medical cannabis in the city of San Francisco, and we opened the first medical cannabis dispensary or clinic. And we distributed the medicine to really, really sick and dying people. 1992, so yeah. But we weren't satisfied. San Francisco's just one city. There were people with AIDS all over the country, all over the world. And we knew this. So we set about to legalize in California. Same thing in California. If you collect enough signatures, you can get something on the ballot in California. And in 1996, we got medical cannabis on the ballot. And it won. And all of a sudden, now we had one state in the United States that was legal. And cannabis dispensaries began to open all throughout California. Well, my brother and I were very inspired by this. And so we did the same thing in our hometown of Washington, D.C. We collected signatures, and in 1998, we passed the law in Washington, D.C. for medical cannabis. But Washington, D.C. is a strange place because it's controlled by the federal government. And so the federal government vetoed it. They vetoed the law that we worked so hard to pass. And this frustrated us. So we left Washington, D.C. We sold my mother's house. We moved everybody to California. And a few years later, in the city of Oakland, California, which is still my hometown, we opened our own medical cannabis clinic called Harborside. And Harborside was the largest clinic up to that point that had ever been created by anyone. And we were seeing about 1,000 patients a day. And we did that for 15 years. Hundreds of thousands of patients came through and got medical cannabis from us at Harborside. And what we learned was that it wasn't just HIV/AIDS. People with cancer were coming in. People with chronic pain were coming in. People with multiple MS were coming in. People that had all kinds of ailments were coming in. It was not hard to get a recommendation to get medical cannabis in California. We wrote the law in such a way that all you had to do was get a doctor to write a note, and you could come into our clinic and you could get medical cannabis. And we heard the stories. We didn't have any studies. We didn't have any clinical trials. The governments would not allow us to do that. The universities were being funded by the federal government, so they didn't want to touch it. The politicians didn't want to touch it. But we knew, we heard the stories, that people were getting better. And people would come up to me and my brother with tears in their eyes, thanking us for providing this medicine to them, thanking us for helping them heal, thanking us sometimes for saving their lives. Well, we weren't satisfied, and we wanted to legalize everywhere. And so today, after another 20 years of activism, we are legal in 48 states, I think it is. 46 states has some kind of medical law. Sometimes it's just CBD. If it's a very conservative state, it's just CBD. If it's a liberal state, it's medical and adult use. Some people call it recreational. I call it adult use. I think that's a better term. And we are on the verge now of legalizing cannabis at the federal level in the United States. Joe Biden, the president, has promised to release all the prisoners. And he has said no one should be in prison for cannabis. Well, he has not kept that promise. And we have 40,000 prisoners in the United States, some of them serving 20, 30, 40 years, life sentences in some cases. And so when we took Harborside public in Canada and we exited the company, we started a nonprofit organization called the Last Prisoner Project. And our mission is to free cannabis prisoners, which we do. It is not easy work, but we do. And we re-enter them into society. And that journey has brought me here today with all of you. And it's really instructive about what's going to happen here in Sweden. You are where we were maybe 1995, 1996 in California. You have some laws, but not a lot of education, still a lot of stigma. Everybody is in the, what I call the cannabis closet. People are afraid to mention the fact that they may use cannabis or trade in cannabis or grow cannabis. But it's slowly starting to happen. All of you are out of the closet. Doesn't it feel good to be out of the closet? Yes, it feels good. It feels good to be out of the closet. And so the journey begins. I've been doing this almost 40 years now. And I could not have asked for a more rewarding career, even though we've been busted, we've gone to prison, and we had a lot of hardships along the way. But when you help a patient and they come up to you and they say, "Thank you. You helped save my life. You helped heal me." This feeling you have in your heart and your spirit cannot be recreated by anything else that I know of. And in fact, this plant is probably one of the most important plants on earth. These clothes I'm wearing, these shoes I'm wearing, all made from hemp. 100% hemp. Everything you see in this room can be made from hemp. Can be made from hemp. And so you are at the beginning of this revolution. And I promise you, I don't think it's going to take but 5 years here. Right now it seems impossible maybe. But 5 years from now, you will have adult use legalization in Sweden. All through Europe, cannabis will be legal. It'll be a very vibrant industry worth billions of euros or crowns or dollars. Some of you will be in the industry, maybe all of you will be in the industry, and you'll be helping your fellow citizens, your family members, and your children and your grandchildren will thank you. Will thank you for dedicating your lives to something so risky, for something so new as medical cannabis. So all of you are pioneers. Give yourself a hand. Okay, we have other speakers that have to speak now, and I'll be up here a few times asking questions and leading us through a discussion. But before we go any further, we must learn about the endocannabinoid system. Stefan, please come up and give your presentation.
Cannabis is medicine.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, Angelo. Can you hear me, everyone? Do we have a PowerPoint presentation coming up? That would be nice. This is the wrong one. Great. So I'd like to first thank you all for being here today. It's an honor to be here, to be among the first people in Sweden to actually teach about the endocannabinoid system and its importance in health and disease. I am a receptor pharmacologist by trade, but I'm also a pain patient, so I'm hoping I will be able to give you some perspectives from both sides. With that, I'm going to start by reiterating some of what Angelica said in the beginning, actually. It's a little bit of a reality check where we are in Sweden today. I think, let's see, nothing is happening. Sorry about the technology issues. Here we go. Oh, they're all coming at the same time. So doctors in Sweden are generally not aware that there are existing cannabis-based medications available that they can legally prescribe to eligible patients. And doctors in Sweden generally have no idea how these medicines works. And that is the main reasons that they are hesitant to use them in practice. Doctors in Sweden are not seldom fearful of potential work-related repercussions from non-agreeable bosses should they start to prescribe cannabis-based medicines to their patients. This is a fact. And doctors in Sweden generally believe that the use of cannabis-based medicines is inferior in efficacy compared to modern-day synthetic medicines. Also, doctors in Sweden, and maybe the general public by large, also perceive cannabis much more towards that of a harmful drug of abuse than that of a well-tolerated and efficacious ancient multi-purpose medical plant. Obviously, it can be a drug of abuse, but it definitely can be a multi-purpose medical plant. And that I want to challenge here to do today. This needs to change, and this is one of the reasons why I chose to stand up here today to talk to you. So my background, I'm a PhD in molecular pharmacology. My interest became already as a master's thesis student, I became interested in G protein-coupled receptors. And this is a superfamily of receptors with over 800 different genes in the human genome. About half of them are olfactory and gustatory chemosensory sensors, so they are involved in our ability to sense smells and tastes. About 360 of them are endo-GPCRs, which means that they respond to signals from within the body. And of the 360 receptors, 100 of them are still classified as orphan receptors, meaning that we do not know what binds to these receptors. But receptors do not occur by chance. They always have a purpose. We do not have any receptor in a body without a specific purpose. So CB1 stands out from the crowd of these GPCRs in multiple ways, which makes it uniquely attractive and exciting. I think I dare say to any receptor pharmacologist. And it's got to do with CB1 has actually one of the highest expression levels of all G protein-coupled receptors in the brain. So what we're looking at here in the picture is a radio-labeled PET ligand that binds to cannabinoid receptors in human brains. And as you can see on the leftmost part, it lights up almost everywhere, it looks like. So we have a huge abundance of these CB1 receptors in the brain. And we don't have receptors for just them being there. They have a purpose. And if there are so many of them, they must have a big purpose. The other thing about the CB1 receptors is that its discovery sparked the whole hypothesis of the endocannabinoid system. And the man you can see on the right here is Dr. Meshulam, Dr. Raphael Meshulam from Hebrew University, also known as the godfather of cannabis. He was the first to isolate and synthesize THC and CBD in the mid-1960s. And then following 3 decades of hard work, he again returned to the limelight of cannabinoid research and made 2 more super important discoveries, namely the first discoveries of endocannabinoids, anandamide in 1994 and 2-AG in 1995. And just to fill in the little blanks in the endocannabinoid system and how early or how for such a short time we've known about it. So in 1990, the CB1 receptor was first cloned. In 1993, the CB2 receptor was first cloned. Same year, we found the fatty acid amide hydrolase, which is the enzyme that is responsible for degrading anandamide, one of the endogenous endocannabinoids. And then in 2002, the enzyme responsible for degrading 2-AG, MAGL, was discovered. So a point I want to make with this is that the whole discovery of the endocannabinoid system is very, very new. So doctors age 55 over, they probably never even heard about it. They definitely have not been taught about it in medical school. CB1 receptor is interesting to me because it has completely unique pharmacodynamic properties. Pharmacodynamic means what it does to the body. It is directly involved in synaptic health and homeostatic mechanisms, both centrally as well as peripherally. And as I said, this receptor is especially interesting to me because I'm also a pain patient. I suffer from something called post-traumatic trigeminal neuropathy. I got half of my left ear bitten off in a work-related accident 4.5 years ago. This was not during a time I was working in a lab. We're usually not that aggressive. But if you're interested in the details, I'll be happy to talk it over at the water cooler or in the bar later. But it was quite traumatic. But what happened was that the mandibular nerve in this case, which is part of the trigeminal nerve bundle, which innervates a significant portion of the left half side of the face and jaw, was damaged. And I have since gone through several reconstructive surgeries to correct the aesthetics as much as possible. But unfortunately, I do suffer from neuropathy. I have an omnipresent tingling and burning sensation in my left side of the face, originating from the ear. I classify the pain as unmedicated, about 5 to 10, 5 out of 10 on the visual analog scale. I also have allodynia, meaning hypersensitivity at the outermost part of my earlobe. So it's hypersensitive to touch, temperature, wind. And I do get these recurring, spontaneous, electric shock-like debilitating pains, which are more, they hurt a lot more, but they're not constant. They come and go. And they're very dependent on stress levels, mood, a lot of different factors I found playing. So there will be a couple of images. If you're sensitive to tissue damage and blood, look away for a few seconds, but I just want to show you what actually happened to me. So on the 18th October of 2017, this was 2 days after the accident, they had reattached the lower part of the ear, but unfortunately, due to necrosis, they had to remove it again, which is what you see on the right image. A week after or so, they did some graft emplacement on the wound, and 1.5 years later, I had a reconstructive surgery using a rib graft from my own rib. So basically, this is what it looked like after a little less than a week, and this is what it looks like today. So it's quite impressive, the plastic surgeons. I'm very happy that we have such talented plastic surgeons in Sweden. But unfortunately, I do have these pains that seems to be chronic that I have to deal with. Being a molecular pharmacologist and interested in cannabinoid science, I started looking into whether there is any indications that cannabinoids can be helpful in my case. And you can all read the title. It's pretty clear that there is a therapeutic potential of cannabinoids in trigeminal neuralgia. Other papers came out that says that cannabinoids have a therapeutic avenue, and they also describe the downstream targets of these cannabinoids, how they actually work to benefit. Another paper came out that says you get sustained relief of trigeminal neuropathic pain by using a blood-brain barrier penetrable PPAR gamma agonist. And what is that, you might wonder? Well, it turns out that actually CBD, THC, and anandamide and 2-AG, all of those are blood-brain barrier penetrable PPAR gamma agonists. They can't patent it, so you can't make the money. So Big Pharma is not as interested in it, but this makes a lot of sense why such compounds are good to treat neuropathic pain. And then in 2019, there was a small study being made that I managed to find. Turns out that 81% were responders and have symptomatic relief when they could use ad libitum cannabis to treat their symptoms. And half of the patients were able to decrease their opiate use. Then there was a turn of events in my life. My general practitioner, out of nowhere, stopped prescribing me the only medication that I had been using up to this point, pregabalin or Lyrica. It's a medication usually used for epilepsy. And not everyone has a PhD in receptor pharmacology and a thirst for knowledge and an interest in cannabinoid science, and neither should you have, but I do. So I decided to discuss this with my GP. since he didn't want to continue the only medication that had been working for me. And you can all guess the response that I got from him. It was not good. And this was the tipping point for me, and I decided that the public health care is not up to par with science, or nor are they fully interested in promoting my health and well-being when it comes to this disease. So I went to a private neurologist, got to try Sativex for 3 months. Turns out it worked very well for me. Got a license from Läkemedelsverket to use a licensed product called THC CBD12, which is a full-spectrum oil from Emerald or Stenocare. And it was approved for a time. And now I'm using dronabinol and cannabidiol with not quite as good, but almost as good effect as from the full-spectrum oil. So how have these medications affected me and my pains? Well, using the Lyrica at maximum daily dose, it decreased my pains from 5 to 4, not a big impact, and maybe it decreased the shock-like debilitating pain by 1 margin. Didn't do anything to the frequency or the duration. Now, when I'm using about 50 milligrams of THC and 100 milligrams of CBD, I have a significant reduction in the omnipresent neuropathic pain, the burning sensations in my ear and the tingling. Most days, for some days, I forget about it. I don't feel it anymore. The allodynia has been lessened. Being outside in really cold weather has always been very discomfortable, but I have been able to not use a cap this winter for a few times. Also, the spontaneous electric shock are less painful and they are less frequent, and the duration also seems to be a little bit lessened. That was a little tangent on my side story. Now I want to get back into what we want to talk about, the endocannabinoid system. What is it? Well, it is our bodily cannabinoid system, and endo stands for from within. And its existence actually gives us the scientific explanation into how and why cannabis-based drugs function on a molecular level, and how they can have such multifaceted medical properties. And its discovery has actually revolutionized our understanding into how our bodies, against all odds, work to maintain the internal homeostasis against an ever-changing environment. Endocannabinoids are what we call cannabimimetic, which means that they share both mechanisms of actions as well as the physiological effects of the more well-known psychoactive phytocannabinoids, THC and CBD. So the main components in the endocannabinoid system is the CB1 receptors, obviously. They're primarily expressed within the nervous system, both centrally and peripherally. But we do have expression in peripheral organs, especially in metabolically active tissues, such as adipose tissue, liver, and muscles. If we pull up some data from a website called the Human Protein Atlas, everyone can use it. So you can just put in which gene you're interested in, and then you can get some data in what kind of tissues and cells this gene is expressed in. And we can see to the left here, different brain regions. We have high expression levels in the cerebral cortex, which got to do with our rational thinking. We got high expression levels in cerebellum and basal ganglia, which got to do with voluntary movement. Hippocampus, very important for memory formation. The amygdala, known as our fear center, is part of our limbic system, our reptile brain. It's a very ancient part of our brain, high expression of CB1 receptors. Also to notice that we have a high expression in the pituitary gland, which is located just downside of the hypothalamus and is really the link between our nervous system and our endocrine system. We also have high expression levels within adipose tissue, and what you can see here in breast is mostly adipose tissue. You can also look at what types of cells that do express the CB1 receptor, and what stands out is it's neurons. It's inhibitory neurons and it's excitatory neurons. And we'd also have high expression in Sertoli cells, which is a precursor to sperm cells. Sure.
Where do you put, if we do
Bipolarity.
Sorry, I wasn't really ready for that. Hello?
Testing, yeah.
Okay, I just want to ask you if you have some cure for bipolarity.
I wouldn't want to say that we have a cure for bipolarity.
A strain.
A cannabis strain, you mean?
Yes.
I don't think so that there is one specifically developed or efficacious for that. But I will not talk so much about phytocannabinoids. I will talk more about the endocannabinoids. Okay, let's move on to the CB2 receptors. They have high expression levels within the organs, tissues, and cells that are involved in the immune system. We see very high expression in the spleen, lymph nodes, tonsils. And there's also, maybe not high expression levels, but they have a very huge importance in the GI tract. And that's why I have marked it in this color here. And obviously there's an overlap. There's also CB2 receptors in the immune cells in the brain, for instance. So they're not exclusive. We also can look at which cell types do we find the CB2 receptor in. And as I said, it is in the immune cells with the highest expression level by far in B cells, which are the cells that produce our antibodies. So, another component of the endocannabinoid system, at least it hasn't been classified originally as a component, but more and more researchers nowadays want to say that this is actually a component of the endocannabinoid system. And I agree, because the endocannabinoids, anandamide and 2-AG, both interact with these receptors, at least some of them. They are TRPX receptors, or transient receptor potential receptors. The TRPX1 is the most well-known receptor. It's actually called the capsaicin receptor, and it is what is activated by chili peppers on the tongue. It's also activated by CBD and the endocannabinoids. It's primarily expressed in nociceptive neurons, but can be found in cells throughout the entire body. So here we have anandamide and 2-AG. Again, only discovered in 94 and 95. This is what they look like. So endocannabinoids, they have the unique function as the regulators of synaptic nerve transmission, and they act as retrograde modulators of presynaptic neurotransmitter release. And that's a lot of complicated words, and I will show it in a couple of slides later on. Our endocannabinoid system is activated only if it is necessary, when it is necessary, and where it is necessary. And activation happens on demand through acute endocannabinoid synthesis, activating CB1 and CB2 receptors. And these are actually not the only endocannabinoids that we know of. Recent research have shown that there should be at least 3 more compounds that should be classified as endocannabinoids. We call them NADA, virodamine, and 2-AG. But there's so little known about these guys, so I'm not going to even talk about it. It will make it way too complicated. But you can see at the structural level, they all look very, very similar. It's a arachidonic acid coupled to an amide, essentially. So we have our receptors, and we have our endocannabinoids. Anandamide works as a partial agonist, and 2-AG works as a full agonist as the CB1 and CB2 receptors. This means that anandamide activates them to a degree, maybe 40–50%, whereas 2-AG activates them to their maximum extent. 2-AG is present in the human brain in about 100 times more higher concentrations than anandamide. Both of these compounds interact with a TRPV1 receptor. How does THC and CBD and cannabis fit into this? Well, THC acts very, very similar to anandamide on the CB1 and CB2 receptor. It's a partial agonist. It activates them to a degree. CBD, on the other hand, has the other part. It activates TRPV1 receptors, but it doesn't have a direct effect on the cannabinoid 1 or 2 receptor. But it has a very important secondary, or maybe I should say primary effect, because eating CBD actually increases your levels of anandamide by blocking the enzyme that transports it to the degrading enzyme inside the cell. There's a terpene found in the cannabis called beta-caryophyllene. This is actually also a cannabinoid. Can you imagine? It interacts. Sure. Yes. No. Only CBD. Sure. So beta-caryophyllene is actually a CB2 specific agonist, which is something that Big Pharma is looking to develop, because a CB2 specific agonist won't have any effects on the central nervous system located CB1, so it will be void of any psychoactive effects. You won't get high from it, but you will get a lot of benefits, probably preferentially in inflammatory diseases and diseases where we know that the CB2 receptor is of high importance. We also know that one of the most prevalent terpenes, myrcene, is also a TRPV1 activator. So it's silly to try to reduce the complexity of the cannabis plant into one or two single compounds. It is a multifaceted, multi-drug. You have to be aware of that. Moving on, homeostatic mechanisms dictate our physiology. I'm just going to go through this a bit quickly, but we have 11 different systems in our body, and in all of them, we need to keep homeostasis. Means, for instance, in the endocrine systems, we need to keep our hormonal balance. We can't have too much hormones, we can't have too little hormones. It needs to stay in a set-defined area, or it will cause disease. Another good example is in the immune system, where we always constantly need to balance self-tolerance towards self-intolerance and the detection of foreign invaders. We have in the muscular system, we have to have homeostasis in the metabolic rate. The nervous system, homeostasis issues there can cause difficulties in emotion and pain and cognition. We have the pulmonary system, which needs to strictly regulate oxygen and carbon dioxide levels. And the skeletal system needs to regulate bone density, or we will suffer from osteoporosis. Well, actually, all these 11 systems stands under the control under the endocannabinoid system. So we don't have 11 physiological systems. We have 11 plus one master regulatory system, the endocannabinoid system. So a way to look at whether something is important or not is to see whether something is conserved throughout evolution. So what I'm doing here is I'm looking at the cannabinoid 1 receptor, and I'm looking at whether it differs from the orthologs, the gene, the cannabinoid 1 gene found in the different species. So the human actually has 100% identical cannabinoid 1 receptor to the macaque, 97% identical to the rat and the mouse, 91% identical cannabinoid receptors to a finch, and a salamander 82%, a pufferfish 72%. And there's actually a few invertebrates that now have been discovered to also have CNR1 gene. The eagle there, no, not eagle, that's Swedish, leech, has also found to have CNR gene with 58% identity to the human gene. And a DNA sequence or a gene which changes very slightly throughout evolution, that indicates that it's an important gene with important functions because it has been conserved throughout natural selection. So a little recap. CB1 is among the most prevalent receptors in the entire central nervous system. Receptors only exist to fulfill biological functions. CB1 is hence likely to be one of the most important receptors in the nervous system. CB1 signaling works in the opposite way to regular neurotransmission. It's retrograde signaling, mediated through negative feedback loops, which maintains homeostasis, which is a necessity for life. We'll go in a little bit in detail on how this works in the central nervous system. To the right, we can see a pyramidal neuron, which gets signals from several inputs. And whether this neuron will decide to fire and pass the signal on downwards will have to do with the balance of the different neurochemicals. So we have excitatory synapses, which use acetylcholine, glutamate, or noradrenaline. And then we have inhibitory synapses, which utilize GABA, glycine, or serotonin. So the excitatory, they increase the propensity of another action potential being generated. So it stimulates the area of the brain, makes it more excitable, whereas the inhibitory signaling does the opposite. It lessens the chance of additional firing in that part of the brain. So in this case, we have an excess or an overweight of glutamate or noradrenaline compared to GABA, which means that this cell decides to fire. And we zoom in much more closely now. We're looking at the synapse, a synaptic cleft. We have a pre-synaptic neuron and a post-synaptic neuron. The firing, the nerve signal comes here and goes downwards. So what happens is we get a neurotransmitter release. Let's say it's an excitatory neuron, so in this case it's glutamate. Glutamate binds to glutamatergic receptors, and that brings up the local calcium concentration in the postsynaptic neuron. This, in turn, stimulates the production of 2-AG from a phospholipid. And phospholipids are what constitutes our cell membrane. So these are found in every cell in the body. All cells have the capabilities to produce endocannabinoids. So the 2-AG is transported through a purported transporter protein, which has not been located yet. But in the synaptic cleft, it binds to the CB1 receptor, which inhibits calcium from entering in the presynaptic cleft and thus inhibiting further synaptic release. So this is a negative feedback mechanism. The 2-AG can also work on the TRPV1 receptor, as I said earlier, which would have diametrically opposite effect as its effect on the calcium channel. It would increase calcium influx. But different cells express TRPV1 compared to this, and this is just an illustration to get all of the different targets into one synapse. We also have degeneration of anandamide. It occurs also from a phospholipid called NAPE and an enzyme called NAPE phospholipase D. The anandamide gets transported into the synaptic cleft, where it's free to bind to its different targets, being the CB1 receptor, which again inhibits calcium influx into the cell, which inhibits further neurochemical release. It also interacts with the TRPV1 receptor, both on the presynaptic as well as on the postsynaptic terminal. Included in this picture now are also the enzymes responsible for the degradation. So now we actually have all the components of the endocannabinoid system in the picture in the synapse. We have the CB1 receptors, we have our endocannabinoids, and we have the enzymes that produce, and the enzymes that degrade the endocannabinoids. So, where does CBD and THC fit in here? Well, CBD actually inhibits the transportation, as I said, of anandamide into the degrading hydrolase, which is located here in the endoplasmatic reticulum. And that will increase anandamide levels. It also binds to the CB1 receptor at another, not the orthosteric site, but an allosteric site. And that means that it works as a negative allosteric modulator. When CBD binds to the CB1 receptor, any additional binding in the orthosteric ligand binding site will require higher concentrations. So if you have CBD in combination with THC, it attenuates the effects of THC through this mechanism. Okay. Thought we're gonna go through more about the homeostatic mechanisms that are so essential to the endocannabinoid system. I hope you're all with me so far.
Yes, we are.
Thank you, Andrew. So neuroendocrinology, what's that? Well, hypothalamus is a part of our brain, and it's a part where we integrate different signals from different parts of the brain. So we have inputs from the cortex, we have inputs from sensory neurons out in the body. It's a collective integrating center. And together with the pituitary, it makes up the link between the nervous system and our endocrine system. And there are huge amounts of sensory neurons found in control centers that can detect if any one of our hormonal systems are starting to deviate from homeostasis. So inside the hypothalamus, which produces hormones directly, such as vasopressin and oxytocin, they also produce these release and release inhibiting neurohormones that act on the pituitary, which in turn release gonadotropic hormones or prolactin or adrenocorticotropic hormone acting on cortisol levels. It's a whole balance with hypothalamus being on the top of the pyramid acting on all the hormonal regulations. So how does the CV1 and receptor and the endocannabinoid system fit into this? Well, we do get, when we're stressed, we get an increase in the corticotropin releasing hormone from the hippocampus, which acts on the pituitary, which releases adrenocorticotropic hormone, ACTH. And that in turn acts on the adrenal cortex, giving us a rise in cortisol levels. And the cortisol levels actually inhibits through 2AG. It has feedback mechanism through 2AG. Another way to look at this is in a no-stressing situation, we have higher anandamide levels and a blocked stress response. We get an acute stress, or an acute stressor happens. We get an upregulation of this fatty acid amide hydrolase enzyme, which degrades anandamide, which means that we get lower amounts of anandamide, lower amount of CB1 signaling, and an active stress response. Then the homeostatic mechanism is this active stress response actually increases our cortisol levels, which then increase our 2-HE levels, increases our CB1 activity, and diminishes this stress response. We also have an adaptive protective mechanism. If we're subjected to the same stressor multiple times, our response will generally attenuate by time, and this is because it also increases 2-HE levels further on, so we get an attenuated stress response. When we have chronic stress, it's another story, because then we have an epigenetic downregulation of the CB1 receptor, which means that the anandamide and the 2-HE, they don't have any CB1 receptors to act on. So it becomes a negative feedback loop in a bad manner in this way. So the feedback loop from the cannabinoid receptor on the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, which causes the stress, is blocked, and we have increased cortisol levels. I want to talk to you also a bit about PTSD and the brain and endocannabinoid system. Not because there's extremely much clinical evidence, because there hasn't been many clinical studies made, but the scientific rationale is very, very clear, I think, in this case. So the amygdala, it's a small almond-size part of your brain, just below your hypothalamus. It deals with constant situational awareness. And people with PTSD, they have a hyperactive amygdala. So they're constant situational awareness, they're always on guard, never able to fully relax, suffer from intrusive dreams, flashback-like symptoms. And it's because the amygdala tries to answer in real time whether our surroundings are safe. What is the change that's happening? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it safe? Is it scary? And the amygdala response is usually overridden by rational thinking using our cerebral cortex. But in patients with PTSD, our rational thinking is significantly impacted. And their amygdalas are hypervigilant. And this is actually a very nice paper that shows this in detail. So what they're looking at is functional magnetic resonance imaging in PTSD patients compared to control patients. And the yellow is more active than controls, the blue is less active than controls. So PTSD patients, they really do have a hyperactive amygdala and a hypoactive prefrontal medial cortex, which got to do with our rational thinking, which stops us from thinking that this acute stressor, it's not this response that I'm having, it's over-exaggerated, but that feeling is lost.
About lost picture, do you have some strains that work for this kind of problem?
No, sorry. Absolutely. So this is another PET study, and it's very interesting because this does not look at functional magnetic resonance imaging or the activity. It rather, they have a radio ligand. It's actually an inverse agonist that binds to this central CB1 receptor very, very strongly. And because it's radioactive, we can see it in this scanner and can see where it accumulates. And it seems like people with PTSD, they actually have 20% higher or 20% more binding sites within their brains, 20% more CB1 receptors that are available to bind, if so to say. And how can this be? Well, at the same time, the PTSD patients have significantly decreased anandamide levels compared to both healthy controls and trauma controls. Trauma controls are patients that have been suffered trauma, but without being diagnosed with PTSD. This means that probably what we see on the left is a compensatory mechanisms. Because of such low anandamide levels, the brain tries to upregulate the CB1 receptor. This is also very interesting. They looked at circulating endocannabinoid levels in individuals with post-traumatic stress following the exposure of the World Trade Center attacks. And in this case, they didn't see any effect on the anandamide, but they saw a significant reduction in 2-AG content. So, serious stressful events have serious impacts on our endocannabinoid system. This is also very interesting, I think. This is functional MRI study using 16 healthy recreational cannabis users, which have either been pre-dosed with placebo or THC. And then they are shown threatening or non-threatening images to see whether the amygdala lights up. And in the people that have been pre-dosed with THC, there is no hyperactivity in the amygdala, or there is no amygdala response compared to placebo. Another paper when it deals with fear extinction learning and recall, which is also very much in line with PTSD, an over-exaggerated response to a stimuli. If you want to de-learn that, it seems like THC actually increases the activity of the prefrontal medial cortex, as I said earlier. So trying to put this together is that in PTSD we have a hyperactive amygdala and a hypoactive ventromedial prefrontal cortex. With the THC, we can reverse these effects and actually balance out. And that's why I think PTSD has a very, very nice future ahead of it with pharmacotherapy for cannabis. I can see that my time is almost running up, so just quickly go through the last slides. There's a big hypothesis around that supports a clinical endocannabinoid deficiency because there's a huge comorbidity between different symptoms. And for instance, in migraine, it's a very, very small study, but 20 patients in this, they had 0.4 picomole per milliliter. 15 patients with chronic migraine, they had half the amount. And as I said, there's this comorbidity with patients who have migraine, fibromyalgia, and IBS. I think it's about 30% of people diagnosed with fibromyalgia also fulfill the clinical symptoms for IBS. Animals who lack the genes coding for CB1 and or CB2 have the following phenotypes. This is just to give you an example of how important the endocannabinoid system is. And we can't really knock out the receptors in humans, so we have to trust the animal experiments. So cannabinoid receptor 1 and 2 double knockout mice, they develop epilepsy. CB1 receptor knockout in mice leads to leanness, resistance to diet, induced obesity, enhanced leptin sensitivity. Cannabinoid 1 receptor knockout mice displayed cold allodynia, but enhanced recovery, which means they definitely got to do with neuropathic pain. CB2 receptor knockouts have impaired contextual long-term memory, but impaired spatial working memory. So again, very, very important physiological functions. And communication and social interactions seems to be dysfunctional in cannabinoid type receptor null mice, which has implications for autism. I'm going to skip this one. This is very interesting. Rimonabant, I think it was the first developed CB1 blocker because, as everyone here knows, or many of you, I suppose, eating or smoking cannabis gives you the munchies, you get hungry. So they thought, why not block this receptor? That would be a great anti-obesity drug. But what could possibly go wrong, you think, by inhibiting the master regulatory system? Because as we know, CB1 receptors don't only deal with appetite. So findings from the meta-analysis that followed was that the participants in the trial had a significantly increased risk of psychiatric adverse events. And despite that, depressed mood was actually an exclusion criterion from even entering in the clinical trials. And furthermore, there were 2 patients in this trial that were found to have committed suicide. It was only released in the European market in 2006, and I don't think it lasted for more than 6 months or so. It was never released in the US. I'm going to end you with this, because I think it's interesting. Not many of you know that the analgesic effect of paracetamol, or as it's known in the US, acetaminophen, is actually mediated by the endocannabinoid system. So to the left, we have a CB1 knockout mouse, and we give it paracetamol, or rather we injure it, we give it paracetamol, it will have pain. No analgesia. We can also do the same thing. We have an ordinary mouse, we give it a CB1 antagonist, which mimics having no receptors. We injure it, it will feel pain. But if we inject a brain-permeable FAAH inhibitor, remember this is the enzyme that degrades anandamide. So it's brain permeable, we inject it in the tail, so it goes into the brain, we injure it, but it gets anesthesia. If you do the same thing with a brain impermeable FAAH inhibitor, they don't get any anesthesia. So it's centrally located FAAH that deals with the mechanism of action for analgesia. And this can be described in this. So paracetamol is actually a prodrug which gets deacetylated in the liver into para-aminophenol, which by FAAH enzyme combined with arachidonic acid creates this AM404 active metabolite. And this inhibits the free FAAH enzyme again, increasing anandamide levels, giving you increased endocannabinoid tone through CB1 receptors and TRPV1 receptors, and pain relief. And just to give you another hint, I mean, it's not surprising if you take a look at this molecule, which is one of the newer found endocannabinoids, NADA. It's almost identical to this metabolite. It has one more hydroxygen here, but otherwise they are identical. So Paracetamol actually works as a prodrug for the endocannabinoid system when it comes to mediating analgesia. And with that, I want to thank you for listening.
Cannabis is medicine.
Good morning.
Right, and we say thank you very much indeed to Stefan for that very, very technical, I would say, and very, very informative talk. I have the honor of introducing Thomas Skovlund Snegelsberg, who is the CEO of Stenocare, and yeah, I think you'll be able to introduce yourself even better.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so thanks very much for inviting me. It's great to be part of sort of the first conference here in Stockholm and in Sweden, and coming out of the closet, as we heard this morning. So I'm originally from Denmark, even though I have a kind of German speaking name, and we've been on a curve, learning curve for the last 5 years, because 5 years ago Denmark decided to legalize medical cannabis. So today my role, I would imagine, is to share some of the experience that we've had in that journey, but also give you an insight in what goes behind the medical of cannabis, because I would imagine that at least that was how it was in Denmark when we started 5 years ago. No one knew how to produce it, so no one legally could claim I'm an expert, because it has been illegal for so many years. So I think today I'll take you on a journey into how do we actually produce, what's the process behind bringing out a medical product. So that's kind of my focus for today. See if this works. Here we go. No, yeah. So just a quick introduction to Stenocare, just to let you know who we are and who I am. So we were a company that was established in Denmark in 2017, sort of the year before medical cannabis was formally legalized in our country. And we are also a company that is trading on NASDAQ. So we are a fairly regulated company, even though we are a very young company still, considering what's happening in the US. So we have been licensed by the Danish Medicine Agency to produce and import and sell and package and everything that is needed. And we are also on a constant control and audit and inspection by the health authorities to make sure that we are fully compliant with all the regulation that we have. We're also a supplier, so we supply medical cannabis products in Denmark. We supplied here in Sweden, like you heard from the speaker before me. And we're also soon going to supply patients in the UK. So that's also sort of the experience and background that we have as a company. On top of that, we also operating a cultivation facility in Denmark, basically where we grow the plants. And I'll basically take you on a tour in a second, because I think seeing what that looks like probably gives you an idea, what do we mean when we say medical? Because you might know in Copenhagen, we have a free town called Christiania, and there's a street called Pusher Street, and you can go and buy medical cannabis in Pusher Street. The only medical about that product is the label that has the name medical on it. But apart from that, there's no medical relationship at all. And I also want to sort of start with that picture, because when I was thinking about today and sort of this is the day where we officially get started, probably a lot of you and people that you talk to might be thinking about something on the left side on my slide. And I'm a big fan of Bob Marley, and I really enjoy his music. And he's been an icon, I guess, for sort of that culture of cannabis. But then if that's the mentality that we are facing, both as patients, both as professionals, doctors, and so on, that's the challenge. And I hope that after what I've been sharing this morning with you, you sort of understand we are on the right-hand side. That's where we're going. That's what we mean when we say medical cannabis. So it's a pharmaceutical approach. It follows all the protocols, all the standard operating procedures that is required, of course, by the medicine agencies. And some of the key elements that we use is, of course, and these are requirements that are put on a manufacturer like us. So we need to follow something called GACP, which is basically a protocol for how we are allowed to cultivate these plants that eventually goes into a product. So, for example, in Denmark, we have a zero tolerance with pesticides. And you might say, yeah, of course, we don't want to put poison into the plants that eventually will become medicine, but that's what's happening. And if you go into Pusher Street and buy that medical cannabis, there will be a lot of pesticides in that product. So a lot of the things that you buy on the internet that has not been controlled and approved by the medicine agencies, you will really never know the quality of that raw material that is behind that. So for us, it's an absolutely zero tolerance to any types of pesticides. And you might say, of course, but that's not necessarily of course historically. Secondly, we also follow what everyone in the medical industry knows as GMP. So again, it's all about documentation, it's all about the right processes, which is kind of the name of the game. And it's also part of the learning curve, both for the authorities, because they've never tried to regulate cannabis. I mean, again, for them, this is a first. Every single time we have a conversation in a new country with a new medical agency, it's the first day in their life every single time. But when we talk about GMP and acting as a real pharmaceutical company, then they understand what we're talking about. They understand what we're trying to achieve. And the thing that we also do from our approach is that we want to produce it like in a lab. So some people might think, like you saw in the picture with Bob Marley, that it's grown in small pots and it might even be grown outside in the field, which is happening somewhere in the world. But the approach that we have for manufacturing is that we do it in a lab type of setting. So it's an indoor. You can sort of see, I'll show you in a second what that looks like. So now I'll try and take you on a quick tour. I had one of my colleagues follow me with a camera the other day around the manufacturing site that we have in Denmark. And I'll just share you a few pictures that are kind of stops around the site, and then try and share some of the insight, because it might open your mind to when we are saying medical and pharmaceutical, it's probably something different that you might have been thinking about before today. So if we look at this side, you have at the lower hand side, you have sort of a picture of the facility that we operate in Denmark. So it's a fully closed facility. It's not kind of a greenhouse with glass walls and you have the sun beaming down on the plants and so on. No, it's a closed building with no windows. And inside that closed building, we build another building, which is also closed. So you can see me in front of that big building inside the building. So it's layer on layer on layer. And the point is really that these plants, if they get different exposure to sunlight throughout the growth cycle, it will have a different outcome. It will have a different strength. It will have different properties. So cannabis grown at summertime will be different from cannabis grown at wintertime because of sunlight. It's not the same. Actually, we found in some of the research we did initially that the plants need sort of dark hours to kind of evaporate and set the flowers and grow it. And during that dark hour, it's really, really important that no light gets into the room. And we saw, especially with some of the people we met in Canada, that they had equipment inside the rooms with these small standby, like you have on your television or on your mobile phone, sort of small lamps that says, I'm in standby. That small lamp will influence the quality in that dark hour. So just to give you, it's a very, very sensitive plant that has been growing in the open fields for thousands of years. But if you really want to do this medical, you need to remove small examples like small standby lamps inside the rooms. And then before we go into the actual clean area outside it, we located all the different equipment. And the first stop I would like to show you is kind of where we get the water that we use for the plant. You say, "Oh, do you even consider water?" Because the water in Denmark and in Sweden, I would imagine, is probably some of the best groundwater in the world. We drink it right out of the tap. And therefore, couldn't we use it? Well, certainly not. So we'll take the best water in the world and we'll put it through a number of different filters just to be on the safe side. So for example, we put it through a carbon filter. So in the case that potential E. coli might have made it into the piping system in the public pipes, then we'll make sure that is removed. You also see the big metal beam. That is a high pressure ultraviolet system that beams all the water that passes into the facility. So we kill any potential microbes before the water is even allowed to get into the big water tanks that we have. So in that way, removing potential contamination from the water that would eventually be used for feeding the plants is part of the process. So there's a lot of small details that is important when we talk about medical approach. And then once we there's of course a lot of climate systems. There's a lot of water and heating and CO2 levels that you control inside the rooms. Again, we've taken all the equipment out of the rooms. So the room is very bare from equipment. First of all, because of all these standby lamps, but it's also the biggest source of contamination in a production like ours is humans. Because our skin, the way we breathe, everything that we represent is a potential contamination of the plants. So the job is really to limit the number of times the plants actually meet a real person. And therefore, we moved all the equipment outside the rooms. So we have technical corridors where all the engineers can service and maintain and control the equipment. And also inside these air ventilation systems, we have ultraviolet lights. So even the air that we circulate, that's gone through a number of HEPA filters that are pharma grade. We also kill any potential microbes that might be circulating in the air that meets the plants inside the rooms. So it's kind of the devil is in the detail in that sense. And now, so let's go in and have a look inside the actually clean area, the lab type of grow. And again, at that point, you will need to again change to even higher level of cleanliness for your clothing. And as you can see, there's a door called 91, and door 91 is actually an air shower. So each person will have to go into that air shower after they changed, stay in that. It's kind of, you go in, it locks, so you can't continue until you have been totally decontaminated. And once you've been decontaminated, then you can continue into the actual area where we are keeping the plants. And then you see sort of a corridor that's very clean. It looks like a lab. Doesn't look like a place where you would be growing plants, and you have different rooms down the hallway where we are growing different plants in different parts of the cycle. And again, these doors and this room, they are blocked. So typically, no one will be allowed to enter a room without having a particular purpose. And so if they use their access card, it will actually be denied, because if they don't have something to do inside that room, we will not allow them to go in. And typically, there will be one person a day that perhaps spend 5 to 10 minutes in a room, and the rest of the day, we control it from a computer. So we have sensors that are next to the roots that sends information to the operating room, and we can send water through the pipes from the big tanks I showed you right down to the roots without anyone being involved. So it's a fully automated process. The rooms are operated under overpressure, so when we open the doors, the air is pushed out of the room instead of sucking potential contamination into the rooms. So there's a lot of things that goes into that type of manufacturing. So I hope this kind of makes you wonder, okay, so now I understand when you say medical, it survive in Rockwool, apart from the things we wanted to survive, which is the roots of the plants, and we can really control the humidity inside the rock wool, and we can control the pH levels, and therefore make sure that the plants have absolutely the same conditions, growth after growth after growth, because that's really important for coming out with a high quality result. Secondly, so once we've completed it, we'll basically dry it, and again, the way that we dry the plants is to have consistent quality, consistent strength. So every single day we'll do sampling with our lab to see what are the right levels, what is the right time for us to complete the growth cycle and the dry cycle inside the rooms. And at the end of the process, it looks like this. So this is kind of a big bucket of medical cannabis flowers. So they have been dried down to approximately only 10% humidity, which is a requirement that we have in Denmark. This is not a final product in any way, because from this point where you see the product, the flowers like this, it can go two ways. It can go into CO2 oil extraction, or it can go into kind of a flower type product where you use it for vaping or other things. But this is what a product looks like once we've kind of completed a growth cycle. So that's sort of what it looks like when we talk about medical production. And the way that we think about it is not only our production that we have in Denmark, but also some of the suppliers that we use from, for example, Canada and Israel. They do it the same way. So we've been looking at the best of the best around the world that does it in the same way. So for us, this is really a critical path, because what we're all looking at starting today, I guess, is how do we make medical cannabis a credible type of medicine for patients? And how can we feel safe? What's patient safety? Because that needs to be front and center of producing products. And we find that this very medical or pharmaceutical approach, where we do it in a lab, is sort of the way forward for medical cannabis here in Europe. So based on that, I would also like to share some of the experience that we've had, or the feedback we've had over the last 5 years supplying medical cannabis products to patients. In Stenocare, we only do oils. So that's kind of been our focus and mantra from day one. We strongly believe that oil is the best way or delivering mechanism for various reasons, and I'll get into that in a second. But because what we've learned is that the patients that are using medical cannabis, at least in the markets that we have been serving, is that they have very restricted in their fine movements. They find it difficult, what we're hearing, in managing the dosing devices. And I put in a few examples of dosing devices. And you can clearly see that the one using this pipette has no clue how many drops is being delivered with that dosing device. You can also say when you smoke it, I mean, how do you know the exact dosage of a joint? And a lot of doctors, when we talk to them, say, well, if I typically start very low and then I increase slowly, but then I need to know what states did I use, how do I go gradually, and how do we make that really unique? So understanding the administration process is also critical from a lot of the patients. So the requirements that we've had back, and again, I'm looking at it from a supplier point of view. So we need to make it easy for the patients and the doctors. We need to make it consistent. So once you found the right titration level for that patient, you need to be able to repeat that over and over and over again. It shouldn't be like, okay, so you figure it out this time with this product, and then once you get the next product from the pharmacy, you start all over because it's a different strength or it's a different mechanism that delivers, and therefore the patients are not getting the same efficacy every single time. And you might say, oh, this is what we expect from medicine. But that's actually been a challenge with medical cannabis in the way that it has been delivered, and certainly from some of the feedback that we've heard from patients in the time where we have been in the market. So one example that led us to some reflections and the way we are developing is that we found that, for example, an oral syringe was really something everyone understood, both as a patient. We all know this device. Yeah, it's not very difficult to use it, and we found that this is a way because there's a scale. I mean, this is basic. You might be saying, duh, but it is kind of important. And therefore, the type of products that we are bringing to market will use this type because it's easy for the patient to understand, okay, I insert it, I pull it, I know exactly the dosage that I'm giving. My doctor can help me titrate and scale it, and I could easily inject it in my mouth. So it's a very, very simple way of doing it. And that's the type of learnings that we've had. Because we also saw some of the pictures with the pipette and all kinds of different types of dosing devices that really didn't help the patient very well. So that's just to give you an idea how we as a supplier are thinking about medical cannabis and not only producing it in a pharmaceutical way, but also trying to make it available for patients and for users in a way that is enabling them to get the best result from that product. And then talking about products, right now we... Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
So not injecting in the skin?
No, never. It's a pipette, yeah, sorry if that wasn't clear. At least you're not, in most markets, you're not allowed to inject medical cannabis. And for example, in Denmark, the only way that you're allowed to dose it is actually orally. You cannot use it in a cream or any other types of dosage mechanisms. So that's where we are right now. And the thing that we are doing, we are constantly trying to figure out what are the right products, and you heard the excellent explanation of the endocannabinoid system, which cannabinoids are required to help for different indications. And again, we are not the experts on that, so the way we turn it around a little bit and say the doctors are typically in conversation with us, suggesting what type of cannabinoids, what kind of strength is needed, and then we'll go and make that type of product available. The products that we have decided to bring to market, as I said, was oils, because it's a type of dosing and a dosing mechanism that we think is very close to traditional medicine. So it's easy to deliver, and cannabinoids and cannabis binds to the fatty content of an oil. So in that way, there's also a very nice mechanism to deliver the oil to the patient. The way that we use it, you typically, when you create medical cannabis oil, you can either use it in ethanol, so you basically put all the flowers into a big ball of ethanol and then extract it in that way. Some patients might be allergic to ethanol, and if you're a very sick person, you might not really want that. So what we are doing is that we use supercritical CO2 extraction. So under extreme high pressure, we extract sort of the cannabinoids out of the flowers and then mix it with oils. And if you're, I know there's a speaker a little later today. He's an expert on CO2 extraction, so I would imagine he'll give you all the cool insights on how that works. It's really amazing piece of process and technology. So we have products in different countries, and that's really based on the demand from the doctors that we have been talking to. So that's why we do it like that. But over time, there will be more products that we bring out, because we are starting to hear, for example, CBD. Historically, it's been sort of on the same strength level as the THC products, where you kind of do a 20 or 30% strength with the product. But now we want to go as high as 100 milligrams or even 500 milligrams CBD, because, for example, epilepsy, you really need much, much higher. That's what we are hearing from the doctors. But I know there's a doctor that would follow my presentation today, and she's probably the leading and most experienced doctor we have in Denmark. So she can probably give you all the insights on that. Do you have a question?
Do you do any research into like nanoliposomal delivery method?
Yeah, I can get back. So there was a question: what type of research are we doing on the delivery? And I will actually people will think we agreed on that question in a second, because I think my next slide is actually not talking about that, but something similar. And let's go to that right away, because being a supplier and a manufacturer is one thing, but we also need to think ahead and invest in the next generation of medical cannabis oil products. And some of the questions that we have been asking ourselves, and questions that I know a lot of patients or doctors are saying, well, there's two challenges that we have in the market. One is the bioavailability inside my body, because we know from different studies that when only 10 to 15% of the dose that you get actually gets past your first part metabolism, and therefore some patient, especially the one that needs high level of CBD, they would have to take a lot of oil. That will give them other problems with their stomach. So how can we increase that? We are trying to research that so we can perhaps increase the availability from 10-15% to as high as 60 or even 70%. We're also trying to work with the food effect, because medicine will have different effect in fed or non-fed state. And again, if that is really inhibiting the flexibility for the patients, because pain doesn't follow your eating hours, morning, lunch, and dinner. So having that removed, eliminated, is kind of the research that we are doing. And what we've done, we have identified a technology, oil technology, that is being used with other medicine that's on the market today. I know there's a testosterone product on the market around the world that uses this type of oil technology. So we are right now testing that to see, can we actually use that type of technology with cannabis? And if that's possible, then potentially we can actually deliver some of the ambitions that I'm saying. We don't know yet, but we hope that we can increase the bioavailability by a factor 5 to 6. And that makes you think, okay, so I can take less oil, potentially less side effects. But also, if I really want the high availability, for example, with CBD, I can really have that delivered without having to ingest a lot of oil, which will give me other problems in my daily life. And where we are right now, so we've just completed, around Christmas time, we completed the first step where we had a feasibility study to see whether this technology actually works with cannabis, and it does. So that was the good first news. Here in a few weeks, we'll start the next study, which is a pharmacokinetic study, meaning we'll actually test the food effect and the bioavailability on dogs. And therefore, we'll do over a long period of time, we'll test the dogs in fed and unfed state. We'll have them try a reference oil product from the market. So we'll pick a random medical cannabis oil product and compare that to the new technology that we're developing. And hopefully by sort of later this year, we'll have a report that verifies whether that delivery mechanism is superior to the oils that are on the market today. So that's also trying to look ahead and see how can we improve the efficacy for the patients and kind of move medical cannabis into what could you call it, sort of the pharmaceutical area and away from the Bob Marley type of approach that, if you recall that initial slide that I showed. So that's kind of what Stenocare is doing. I'll leave the stage in a second and give the microphone to the next speaker. But if you have any questions throughout the day, I'll be happy to answer them. I'll be around, and please come and ask questions if needed. I also have my colleague. It's a picture so you can recognize him in the audience. He's a big guy, so when he stands up, you'll see him. So he can also answer questions if you have any questions about Stenocare and sort of where we are and where we're going. There was a question.
Yeah. So what oil are product deriving currently?
So right now, the oil that we're using is a MCT oil. So it's a pharma grade MCT oil that we're using. So it's fairly standard, and that's kind of the type of oil that most of the products on the market are using, either olive oil or MCT oil. So that's how it is. Yeah.
And I can tell that it's very effective because a few drops can help. 10 drops is very effective.
Okay. So 10 drops is very effective. Is that your personal experience?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Before it was not allowed to import and sell here. We had a window of opportunity to sell it here in Sweden.
Yeah. Okay. There was a question at the back.
So I just wonder how much research you do on the actual medical front, because like most medical herbs and natural remedies, there are, the synergistic effect of the drug. When in the pharmaceutical, I'm a doctor, so we tend to focus on one substance. So
Yeah.
the opioids we see a difficult problem. If you actually look at the plant, it contains a lot of substances.
Yeah.
And they have, synergistic effects, but
Absolutely.
also sometimes balancing.
Yes.
And we tend to, in the pharmaceutical industry, to focus on one substance alone.
You're right. You want to
So-
isolate it. So you're used to the active substance is isolated,
Yeah, and I think
so you
that's a
know
problem.
that particular substance is inside.
So
But with cannabis and medical cannabis, we actually go in the other direction, meaning that we don't want to isolate it. And I think the speaker coming after me actually have experiences probably with product or medical cannabis that has been created on an isolate and sort of what we would call full spectrum. And without me being an expert in all this, there is a factor that is known in the industry called the entourage effect, meaning that this effect is because of the different cannabinoids and terpenes that's in the product. We don't exactly know why, but together they actually seem to be delivering higher efficacy. And perhaps you should repeat your question with the next speaker, because I think she might have experience in both one product and the other. And perhaps she might have some observation. I don't know, but I think...
No, I was just interested in
Yeah.
how much research you actually put into that, because I think it is in future medicine, we need to be
Absolutely.
more aware of that.
Yeah.
And maybe not look upon the pharmaceutical industry like trying to find that one substance, just realizing that most medical herbs do have synergistic effects.
Yeah.
And it's the combination that does the trick.
Yeah. I know that in Denmark we had a study with MS patients where they tried to use a full spectrum to actually test that. And there was a research paper, I don't know if it's been published yet, where they actually went in and did. I think it was an observational study, but they actually did it for a year. We were part of that initial conversation with that PhD. That was the Rigshospitalet in Denmark that was hosting it. So there's a lot of different research going on, and more is coming. And you saw some of the research that was shared by the previous speaker. So I think there's a website where you can go and see all the different studies that goes around and at hospitals and universities around the world. And I think it's plus 1,000 clinical studies that goes on, double-blinded placebo and everything. So it is coming, but because it's been a stigmatized type of drug, it's been difficult to actually have approval. The dog study that we're going to do in 2 weeks, I spent 12 months now trying to find one lab in Europe that would actually have the rights to complete this type of study. And these are highly recognized labs that does this on a regular basis. And when we contacted them, they say, yeah, no problem. I mean, we have all the licenses to do this, and we have Class A license and everything, so no problem. And then once they actually started diving into, so it was medical cannabis, I wasn't really ready for that question, and they actually gave up. So we tried in France, we even tried out in China, and now we found actually a European company that can do this. But it has been very difficult. But I think the authorities are opening up for that to happen. And we are really we're going to support that as much as we can in studies. I hope that's answering. And then repeat your question in the next session. There was one there, and you need to let me know when it's and there as well. So now it's yeah. So let's start there.
Hello, and thank you for an interesting presentation. I have a question about would it be theoretically possible to create a more personally adequate combination of terpenes artificially, a combination that would work synergistically in these oils, or is this happening anywhere, or are people talking about it?
People are talking about it. It's in some countries it's becoming the holy grail of what we need to do. I know some manufacturers are actually trying to extract it in the process and then tailor it or customize it, but it's not something that you see in a big scale. In markets like Germany, it's a big deal, and patients and doctors will actually choose a product based on the terpene profile. And we've certainly had that question also from doctors in Denmark saying, well, I want more of this mucilin or whatever terpene that we're so it's certainly something that is coming. Production, and perhaps the extraction guy that we'll hear a bit later can give us an insight on what are the capabilities from a technology point of view of actually doing this in a big scale. Everything is possible in a lab, but when we want to bring it out in a consistent manner to patients, we need to look at it from a kind of a production point of view as well. So yeah, but it's coming. So you decide on the time, but there was a lot of people asking questions. So yes, because I think I'm out of time actually.
Slightly, but it's not. It's not.
I don't want to answer your questions, but I mean, I also respect the next speaker.
It's not your fault. You just happen to have a very interesting subject.
But please come and talk to me if I didn't get a chance to answer your question. I'll be happy to if I can. If I can't, I will tell you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, that was very interesting. And now I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Tina Horsted of the Horsted Institute, who's coming right here. Excellent.
Hi.
Please.
Tack. Thank you very much for inviting me to this first conference here in Sweden about medical cannabis. I'm really happy to stand here because I think it's very important that we work together, both as doctors, but also with our suppliers and our producers and our patients' organizations. I have, like probably many of you, an experience that led me to work with cannabis. I know that many of you who sit here has family or friends that have used cannabis for medical reason. And I was a consultant for many years in Rigshospitalet at the Multidisciplinary Pain Center, and I found out that a lot of my patients were self-medicating with cannabis with very good effect. So instead of like abandoning them, I went with them because up front they were feeling ashamed, they were illegal, they were insecure, and I think that for me it was something that started my curiosity. What can I learn from my patients, and how can I make them feel safe with a medication that works for them, instead of going to the illegal market? And as you heard Thomas told you about our free city, Christiania, where there's a lot of pusher that sells cannabis that you don't really can rely on. So being a pioneer and a first mover in 2016, it has been a very bumpy and long road, but we managed to have a very good collaboration with Glostrup Pharmacy, with the politicians, with patient organization, and with colleagues and the Danish Medical Association. We managed to get this pilot program for, it was started for 4 years, and now we have extended it for more 4 years, and hopefully it will be a permanent solution like you have here in Sweden. This was this. So I would go through my presentation, and it is data from my pain clinic in Copenhagen. I have 2 pain clinics, one public where you can get referred from your family doctor, and a private clinic where you can come as a private patient, as I have like more than 6 months of waiting time. And I have a lot of Swedish patients and Norwegian patients, Iceland patients from Faroe Island, and they call themselves medical refugees because they're not able to have their medicine in their country. But now I can see there is a green light over Sweden, and hopefully also in Norway. So this is the group. Caroline Hesthaven, she's a researcher, and we have our professor from the northern region, Peter Leutscher, and they are processing all my data, and we have a lot of data. So here you will have the data on the first 3,200 patients, and we are processing the last 3,000 data, and we will publish that later on. We have submitted one article to Journal of Pain, and we just had it back with a lot of reviews. So we just finished that, and we will submit it again. Non-conflict of interest. So you know, in Denmark we are a small country, 5.8 million, but approximately 20% of the population suffer from chronic pain, and that is 1.3 million. And that's what it is in the world, it's 20%, so it's a lot. But not all of these patients need to go to a specialist in pain management. They can easily be handled in the family doctor's practice. But around 5 to 6% have severe pain and need specialist treatment. And that is a note for all these pop-up online cannabis pain clinics that are showing all around Europe and the world. It's like, it's not for everybody, because these patients are very complicated. They have a huge large of comorbidity and have a lot of pain medication, and you have to really be certain of interaction with all these medications that they are using. But if we go back to the pilot program, there are 4 indications, and it's MS, and it's neuropathic pain despite any etiology, and it's nausea and vomiting with chemotherapy, and it's neuropathic central pain with spinal cord injury. We decided to have these 4 indications because that's what we could find evidence for when we did the research, and also what we listened and heard from our colleagues around the world. We hope that for the future that we will have much more indication like PTSD, like anxiety, insomnia, but many of our pain patients have also depression, PTSD, insomnia, and so on, Parkinson. So we treat also that condition, and we do the observation, and we have data on it. But you know, when it is, we start in these small steps, and we have to have experience. And now I heard there was a doctor who had specific questions about the research that are going on. And in Denmark, we have 36 RCTs with cannabis-based medicine going on, and we have one doctor. He made a PhD in MS with cannabis oil, and he defended that thesis half a year ago. So we are working on it. The challenge is with the flowers that our Danish safety agency has huge demands to us. So we can't do RCT with flower products because we have to be able to describe every chemical compounds in the flower, and it's more than 450. So you can see it's not only THC and CBD, and that makes it in Denmark very complicated. And I don't know how you can handle it in Sweden, but we are very open to cooperate and find a way together. So you can have my details later. They are here on the slides. So let's stay in contact about that, because it's very, very important that we do the research, because all the resistance of cannabis treatment, they are yelling for evidence, evidence, evidence. So let's stick to that. So in Denmark, it's expensive to be a cannabis patient, and the government reimburse around these 1,500 euros a year. But if you are using like 30 grams a month, which is the one that are legal, which are the one that are possible, then you will spend like around 40 to 50,000 kroner a month. And our cannabis patients, they are not rich. They are poor. They come from the lowest, almost the lowest level of the society. If you have cancer and are dying, you will have 100% reimbursed from the government. And of course, if you have a private insurance, also possible. So we have a different kind of products. We have a very good collaboration with Glostrup Pharmacy that make cannabis oils on special prescription in special concentration, both as oils and capsules and tablets. And it's both isolate, but it's also full spectrum oil. And that's a possibility that's unique, and we have in Denmark. The medical cannabis, Thomas told us a little about Stenocare's product. And if you can see here, the THC drops, the CBD drops, and 1-to-1 drops, they were taking out of the market in 2019. And now they just introduced the THC oil, 30 milligram per milliliter, and I think they are working on CBD for the next one. Yeah. And a lot of patients, they ask for CBD because then there's not this driver's license issue, which is important for them if they have spinal cord injuries and MS and are not able to use public transportation. And then we have Dankan Cangrass with the flowers. So we have different kind of flowers. The Bidika, the 40% THC, bediol, half almost THC CBD, and Bedrocan strong one 22%. And Little Green Farmer from Australia just came with a THC 16%. It cost around between 500 and 700 Danish kroner for 5 grams. So we have in the pain clinic for the last 6 years, I have seen approximately 42,000 patients, and that's a lot. And we have more than 60,000 patients we have treated with cannabis. And here you have the data. So I just took the most common side effects that we have reported, because that was the only demand from the Danish Medical Association, and the only one that we had money to do was to collect the side effects. They didn't care about the effect at all, but the side effect was important. And we found out that there has been only few serious adverse events. Most commonly, it was dry mouth, dizziness and drowsiness, and sedation. And it was, by time patient, they developed tolerance to these symptoms. So in that way, I will say it's very easy to work as a doctor with cannabis, and nobody ever died of a cannabis overdose. So here you can see we divided up the group of men and female, and you can see that female are the majority of the pain patient. She's typically between 55 and 75 years old. She suffers from, besides chronic pain, anxiety, she's overweighted, very poor life quality, and often isolated. There are many of also cannabis resistant that thinks that the cannabis patient is a young man that wants to get cannabis on a prescription from the doctor, and you can see they are hardly not very well represented here. So we treated 370 patients with Bidiol. That was a flower with almost half to half. And it's very popular among the patient because for them it's very easy to administrate on the vaporizer, or they make the pot chai. They make the tea and drink small cups of tea during the day. We also have some that make cookie, but it can be a little more complicated dose. But for the ones that think it's complicated to have the tea with them, they bake a cake, and they know that in one cookie they have half a gram or 1 gram, so they divide it up. And again, from that perspective, it's not like having 1 gram of paracetamol. You have a cookie of cannabis, and that is fine, because we do what it works, what's worked for the patient, and we as a doctor has to get used to work in a different way than we used to do. It's not 10 milligrams of opiate. We have to know that the patient have 1 tablet and it contains 10 milligrams of oxy or morphine, because it's dangerous otherwise. And Bedrocan, that was a strong THC, almost 200 patients, and you can see it's mostly the men from 40 to 60 that uses the strong THC. We have in the clinic small courses where we learn them to vaporize, and we have developed guidelines. So if some of you want the guideline, you can also call me or write me. So it's like in the mighty vaporizers that are medical prescribed, there is 0.2 gram in the capsule, and it's 10 inhalations. So they know they can have maximum 5 gram a day, and there's 10 inhalation, and not all of our patients use that much. Because when they come, example, from the illegal market, they sometimes use 3 grams, but that's also because they smoke it, and when you smoke it, it goes up in smoke 80%. But when you vape it, it's like it's steam, kind of steam, and then you have almost 80% of all the cannabinoids in the flower. So they can reduce, like using 0.5 to 1 gram a day, which are the maximum they can have in Denmark. Bidica is an indica plant, and it was the one with the 40% of THC. And we use that mainly for patient that also describes insomnia, because it's a heavy plant, and the patients are very satisfied with that. So we often combine it. We use the Bedrocan or the Bediol in the daytime, and the Bidica in the nighttime. We do that a lot. We combine everything. We use the oil, the capsules, the flowers, whatever works for the patient. Also, when they travel around in the world, it's difficult with many are afraid of traveling with the flowers, even though that it is allowed, so they can have the capsules. And here is all our products from Glostrup Pharmacy. And it's oil, primarily oil products that we use, also because it's so easy to dose. So, and they have a dispenser, so it comes like in drops. It looks like a nose spray, and it's easy for them, even though if they have MS or a spinal cord injured, they can handle that dispenser. And that can be a little difficult with the spray, with the Sativex spray, because they don't have the strength in order to push down the spray. So we start normally using the cannabidiol, and if it's not functioning after 1 to 2 months, then we slowly add the dronabinol, which is the THC. And this one is it's dronabinol cannabidiol. It's 10 plus 25 milligram per milliliter, and this one is 100 milligram per milliliter. And this one you can have both as an isolate, totally of THC free, but also with a full spectrum oil. And this was a Stenocare's product with the THC drops. You can see we had a lot of patients in that. They really cried when all these products were out of the market. So I stood on Jamaica July 2019 with a phone. We are out of the market and had 1,500 patients. That was really challenging. But we managed to Glostrup Pharmacy went in and did all this product for us. And then the CBD drops, very popular too, and it's also full spectrum product with a nice terpene profile. Somebody asked about the terpene because it has high concentration of beta-carotene that are anti-inflammatory. So we used it a lot for fibromyalgia and arthrosis. And that was the 1-to-1 drops, also very popular. That was, I think, the most popular product we had. More than 500 patients. So we did the conclusion. It was safe. Side effects moderate, tolerance. 1 out of 3 had more than 30% pain reduction, which is quite good for a very stigmatized patient group. And 1 out of 2 reported better sleep quality, and 1 out of 2 reported improvement in life quality. And that is very important, that maybe the patient have difficulties in describing, is there really a pain relief? Many of them, they just spontaneously express, I don't want what happened in my body, but I feel very good, much better than before. And I sleep better, I'm in a better mood. I can do more, I can exercise more. And that is very important to focus on also, that you together with your patient define the goals that they are reaching out for. Dropout, 50 to 60%, we are now re-evaluating that data. And for the medical cannabis, it was a little less. But that was also because it was a little cheaper for the patient, and economic is a very important issue. and together with the driver's license, it said it is allowed to drive in Denmark if you have cannabis on prescription and if you don't go over 0.001 milligram of THC per kilo blood. And nobody knows, because you know cannabis is very lipophil and it goes into the fat tissue and you never know when it comes back to the blood. So that is hopeless. So we will really hope for our patients' sake that we can do as a Canadian, that they can drive 6 hours after inhalation and 8 hours after oral consumption. Yeah, and for the future, we just started to do. I will just go to this. We have developed an app, so the patient will be able to have an Apple Watch. And within the Apple Watch, it's born with a lot of data in front, like the sleep cycle, the steps, the ECG, the pulse, the skin texture. And the only thing that the patient has to do once or twice a day is to register symptoms. So they register the VAS. The VAS, here it is, the VAS scale, the nausea and vomiting, and the headache. And that is in order to support all their subjective data, which is very important also for them. They come in the consultation and they say, I hardly sleep. And I'm saying, oh, that's so sad, what can we do? Then I can see the watch, because it's live data, live recorded, so I can see, but you sleep. And also about, I cannot walk, I cannot move anyways, I can see you walk, you have 10,000 steps. So in that way, we can goal direct the consultation and encourage our patient even more. And we do that, and thanks to the DanCan for supporting us in this matter. We are very grateful for that. Education, big issue. We discuss it all the time. There is a tendency that everyone can do this. It's probably not that complicated, but you need a very good start. And there's a lot of online courses from different producers right now. You can go, but watch out for it and pick the course that have high quality and skilled doctors and educated doctors in this. There's no formal education in cannabis medicine, not yet, but we are organized in international association. There's a big one, I will recommend that, in Canada called PMC Network, and there's also a UK organization called UK MMSS. So you can also have their information if you contact me. Yeah, I've written that. And I was thinking about, it was maybe a good idea to start a Scandinavian Cannabis Society and organize us in that also, in order in research matters and everything, and also to do the sparring with another colleague. In Denmark, I only have like 2 colleagues there with me now, and I have trained them, and they have worked for me. It's Dr. Julie Molke and Dr. Bent Damgaard. They will come a little later on the program and gives more hands-on with the patient. But it's very important that you can have your colleagues along with you. The politicians, very complicated in Denmark. Our social facet party, I was almost going to call them, they are very against cannabis, and especially our Minister of Health. But we hope that we, by time, can reach to understanding, and we can make this for a permanent solution. For the thing for the patient is they cannot stand if they suddenly can't have their medicine. It's out of market or it's out of supply. It's taking out of market and so on. So we need stability. Yeah. There you have the details, so you can just write it down and let me hear if you have any further questions. So I'm open to questions. Yeah.
those who are medicating with opiates that transition to cannabis lower their opiate use by a lot.
Yeah.
What is your experience with that? And
The
also,
same.
what is your experience with the adverse effects of opiates relative to medical cannabis?
The adverse effect of opioids are, it can be death. Finally, one American is dying every 15 minutes unintended because of an OxyContin overdose. We also have sudden deaths in Denmark with opioids. We are number 5 in the world to prescribe opioids. And in my clinic, I kind of negotiate with my patient. I say, if you want cannabis, you have to go down in dose with the opioids. And they're very motivated, and they're very scared. Luckily, you can see that all these documentaries that have been going on, like Dope Sick and Crime of the Century with the Purdue family, has really scared them. And we can use that positively to reduce the dose and maybe totally to go out of opiates. And we use cannabis, especially CBD, to withdraw symptoms. So in that, we also have data on that when we have finished, to have an exact picture of how many really reduce or totally stop opioids. Also the other medication that we use, like gabapentin, that's an anti-epileptic, and also the antidepressive medicine. So, and many of the patients, they really want just to have cannabis medication and nothing else. They believe in it, and they have had so many side effects from the other medication, like enormously weight gain, dry mouth, dysfunctional sex life, and everything, and it disappears when you treat with cannabis. Yeah, thank you very much.
Q&A.
Oh yeah, okay, good.
Okay. We're going to do a Q&A. So can all the speakers come up, please? Thomas? And Stefan? We're going to start with your questions. Please sit down. Have a seat. When you answer the question, please pass this mic to the other speakers. And there will be someone in the audience with a mic. And I know there are a lot of questions in the audience, so let's do those first. Who has questions for the speakers? Who's first? All right, perfect.
Hi. Some of you mentioned cooperation with patient organizations. In my experience, patient organizations are very cautious. In my case, Parkinson Association. Could you elaborate a little bit on how you work with them?
Yeah. We contact the patient's organization, and the Parkinson organization in Denmark were not interested. But I have a lot of Parkinson patients, and I know we are all very fascinated about like one case that really had shown that this was something that kind of saved his life. And if you want to see it, you can go in my LinkedIn profile. His name is Jesper, and he's there with small video clips. And he is an ambassador for his patients, his fellow patient that has Parkinson, because he was treated with all kind of anti-Parkinson medicine, and it didn't help, and he had so much side effects. So next step was deep brain stimulation, and he had Parkinson when he was 48. And when he came to me, he was in beginning of the 50s, and he had help 5 times a day. Couldn't eat self, couldn't walk, couldn't do his personal hygiene and so on. And now he doesn't have any help. And he's treated with a combination of THC and CBD in quite high dose, but he's doing very good. But in general, with the organization like MS organization, they're in our pilot program, so it's very important that we work together with them. the other organization that just showed up, it is an organization from cancer patients that have neuropathic pain or weight loss after cancer. So and they have reached out and they need help. And many of these patient organizations reach out because they don't think that they get the help in the healthcare system with their doctors, like the neurologist, the oncologist, and so on. They don't think they are taking seriously. And in the UK, there's a huge patient organization, and they really have a strong voice. And I think my private opinion is that they are our customers. We are there for them, but we also have to take care of them. We have to remember the first vow in our doctor's oath is like, do no harm. So I think they have a place.
Anybody else?
A general question to all the speakers. What do you think about the use of medical cannabis to treat Alzheimer patients? Because today you talk about a different disease, but no one of you mentioned about the potential of cannabis to treat Alzheimer disease. What do you think?
Microphone. Hello?
There you go.
Yeah, I'll try to answer this one. Cannabinoids have shown very high therapeutic promise when it comes to neurodegenerative diseases. There are actually studies that show that THC has beneficial effects in removing amyloid beta plaques. CBD has other effects. As I mentioned earlier, CBD is a PPAR gamma agonist, which also is another mode of mechanism that is believed to be very beneficial in neurodegenerative diseases. There aren't many clinical studies made, obviously, where we are today, but there's great promise, I'd say, for cannabinoid therapeutics in neurodegenerative diseases and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's in particular.
I have many patients in the clinic with Alzheimer, and they're profiting very good from cannabis treatment. It can be a little difficult to make the patient evaluate the treatment, but the family can see that they are more calm, they sleep better, they eat better, and can be more present in their life. And it's harmless, so why not?
We need a mic over here. We're coming that way.
Maybe I start with a question then. I'm just curious about your perspective on the kind of the medicinal effects that cannabis can have, because it's also a bit of a spiritual experience just to use cannabis. And you were talking about like moving away from the Bob Marley experience and moving into a more lab experience. But what is your perspective on that there might be medicinal effects that you're missing by doing that?
What do you exactly mean? About the spiritual effect?
That there might be, I don't know your personal experience of using cannabis, the three of you that are up on stage, but maybe there are people in the audience here that might understand my perspective, but there might be an enhanced sense of connection to the ecosystem maybe, or a connection to a spiritual experience of being human, and these effects can have a very calming effects of safety and being held by universe, or whatever words you want to use, that can also have a very good effect on psychosomatic pain and pain relief. So I'm just curious about your perspective on this.
We know that cannabis are creating homeostasis in the body, and if you are, like you described, very much under stress, the system goes out of function. And we can also see in the clinic that there are some patients where it's not working at all, no effect at all. It can be either they don't take it, they sell it, or they don't react on it. And it's the endocannabinoid system that probably is very individual in the body. And for somebody, they really balance with the cannabis. But again, like you also said, Thomas, we have to distinguish between using cannabis recreational and cannabis as a therapeutical medication. And that is not that I'm not against cannabis at all. For me, it would be much easier if it was legalized. But to all the resistance, we have to be very strong in our definition that this is medical cannabis and is therapeutical. But yes, therapeutical could also be an experience that makes you more cosmic, like a whole person. And if you are a psychiatrist or a psychologist, you might aim that goal. But also for our chronic pain patients that have been broken both physically, mentally, socially, and existentially.
It's interesting because, just to follow up, your production facility, how much did it cost to build?
So the facility we have right now, we probably spend something like 50 million.
Euros?
No.
Dollars?
Krona.
Krona?
Yeah.
Okay. And in dollars, that's what?
Yeah.
5 million?
Yeah. Something
Okay.
like, well, yeah, 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 million.
Yeah.
And that's one facility.
That's one facility.
And
yes.
how many people can be treated with that one facility?
Whoa. I would imagine that we could probably, at full capacity, we could probably treat 100,000 plus a month.
100,000 a month. And how many people are on Earth right now?
Yeah.
So this is why the Bob Marley version might have a place in the world. I know that in Europe, there's stigma, right? And so the stigma's with the Bob Marley version. Your version in Stenocare doesn't have that stigma, right? Because your GMP, you know, it's quite a facility, right? And then I know that many people in Europe smoke tobacco. Is tobacco pesticide-free? No, not pesticide-free. So tobacco's not GMP, and it's not a medicine.
No.
So is this fair and right, in your opinion?
No, but I think that Tina is
Yes.
making a point because, and especially like we are here in Stockholm today at the first conference where we are hopefully starting a journey for patients in the country. And therefore, at this very early stage, it's really, really important. That's what we've learned in Denmark and certainly other countries, that if we're not very careful, the journey might end before it even gets started. And this is why in my presentation and the approach that we've decided from our facility is to be perhaps overly pharmaceutical, overly medical, because that's all because in the minds of the medicine agencies and the health authorities, it's all about patient safety. So the only way you convince the authorities that this is the top of our mind, patient safety, is we need to be perhaps a little black and white in our approach right now. I agree over time it'll move in more directions, but right now we shouldn't jeopardize all the good things that is actually possible with patients' treatment because we want to go too cosmic about the treatment. So I totally understand what you're saying. I totally agree on the premise that you have, but I think we need to be very careful, and I think that's also your learning, because as Tina was saying, you probably haven't read all the Danish newspapers and seen all the press, but if you go and read, this lady really taking a lot of beating as a front leader of treatment in Denmark, and that's because there's a stigma. So that's the reality, and we need to accept that, unfortunately.
We don't want to go back to prohibition, right? We don't want to go back to prohibition. And it was the same thing, it's going to be the same way in the United States when the federal government finally legalizes. It's going to be very strict, it's going to be GMP, it's going to be grown indoors, and it's part of an evolutionary process. But I think it's also important to recognize that we are being strategic politically and also medically, but we also know that there's a lot of people in the world, 7 billion, who aren't going to be able to access the medical form, and they are going to need, for lack of a better term, the Bob Marley formulations for a while. Okay, any other questions from the audience? I think we had some over here. Over here. Oh, all right, well, you're next. You're going to have to run from there over here. Oh, no, you have been overruled. That's a lesson in persistence. You are an activist. I hereby declare you an activist. Good. Stay loud, stay proud.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I wonder, because when you take these products, when we can get them in Sweden, how do we patients know that we can get these products? Because I had to go to Tina Horsted in Denmark to realize that we have this fantastic Bedrocan, this product that I can get when I have chronic pains with cancer, terminal cancer. So I've been using this. I had this 2017. So I've been using this since 2018, 2019. And then I came back to Sweden and I had this and I said, no, hello, this product, where is it? How can I get it? And I could get it in Sweden. But when you go to Sweden with Stenocare's products, do you educate any doctors? Do you tell them what product is coming into Sweden so they can get this information to their patients? Or is it all hidden? Because we don't know, actually, if you don't dig a lot. Thank you.
It's an excellent question, in the sense that you are right. There's very little transparency on which products is available in Sweden. Actually, it's the same in Denmark. So only if you know which website to go to. So the VARA, V-A-R-A system in Sweden, which is where you keep an overview of all medicine, you can go and actually search and find the product. So if you go, for example, on stenocare.se, we have a link to the products in that medical system in Sweden, so that's where you would find it. But then, so what do we do? How come you didn't put up posters in Stockholm, Stenocare, when you had it? And we would have liked to, but it's not legal. Actually, because we are trading on NASDAQ, we, of course, must tell the stock market, the investors, that we had a product into Sweden. So we sent out a release on NASDAQ that we had this product now available. And it took like 2 months, and we had a letter from the Swedish Medicine Agency saying, this is marketing. You are telling about a product that you want to sell. Actually not. We were forced by the law, by the stockbroking law in the world, to actually announce that we had a product approved. So in a way, even though we didn't tell the patients, we told the investors and the shareholders, that became a problem for us. So it tells you that it's when we are talking medical cannabis, there's a different measurement on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So back to, so can we be more activistic in our approach? No, we cannot. We actually need to be extra like a Boy Scout, in lack of a better word, when we go in. So we basically bring the product into the market and hope someone figures out that it's there, because that's kind of what the authorities expect us to do. They expect us to do absolutely nothing. But you are right, and I think the point that Tina was making in her presentation, it's all about education. So it's the small ripples in the water. So you have 1 or 2 doctors that know about it. They would hopefully talk to their peers. And this way, it ripples out the water, as you see the picture for you. over time, more and more will hear about it. But then in the meantime, there's patients and people like yourself that's caught in that lack of information and transparency. And I apologize for that, but we would really like to change it, but we can't right now. We need to be a Boy Scout.
I wonder, though, can patients like you educate without getting in trouble here in Sweden? Or if you start educating, will the government write you a letter and say, you cannot talk about this?
I do educate all the time.
Yeah.
I do educate all the time. I have meetings and stuff like this to talk about this subject and to talk about cannabis, and that I'm rather legally dead, or I'm rather legally healthy than vad fan heter det? How is it in English? Than dead, yes, using cannabis instead of all these opioids that they want to give me and all this stuff, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so we all need to be activists, right?
But I think the question about the patient organization and their roles, it could be a path. I know in Denmark they've been very hesitant to speak on behalf of their members, I mean the patients. I've certainly experienced that. They like to talk with the industry, but only when the microphone is closed. They don't want to get on stage and say, yep, we believe in it, we support it. But there might be patient organizations here in Sweden that could be the one telling at least or informing that this treatment is actually available. And there's several products. You've discovered the products you bought in Denmark is available. There's many products available in Sweden right now. It's just a secret, unfortunately.
You're getting your exercise today. Oh, yes.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Okay, I just wanted to comment because I think there's a very simple answer to that, and that is our healthcare system in itself. We have a system that is very much run on politics and economy, and we are, as doctors, sort of forced into lanes where we are supposed to follow certain protocols. And we have stopped asking the question, why? So hence, you get 10 to 15 minutes with your patients. And I mean, also here, we're focusing on treating symptoms, not why they're there. Not why do I get, not back to the root cause. Why do you have neuropathic pain? Why do you get your problem? And is there anything I, as a doctor, actually could do to help resolve that? So I think that the easy answer to that, it's legislation, but it's also that today as doctors, we are confined to following. And when we break protocol, we are questioned and we are considered controversial and so on. So we are run by economy. And these drugs are now very expensive, hence you would want to avoid it. We have committees saying what drugs to use or not to use. So I think that's the answer as well. It's not just the legislation, but it is the way we practice today.
But many of my Swedish patients, like you, Angelica, if they came from my clinic and they could prove that they really benefit from the cannabis treatment, then the doctor could apply for läkemedelsverket and then had the medicine.
I had this now,
Yeah.
I'm picking up 40 grams.
I know. Yeah.
In a pharmacy where I live in Stockholm.
Mm.
And it's högkostnad.
Yeah.
Yes. So I don't pay also.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah.
But I was the first person who got this on that pharmacy.
Yeah.
And if I ask the doctor, I say, we have this product, Stenocare, that I know that you can help me to get. And they say, no, we can't find it, or it's not in our, and I say, well, Pedro, can't they have, because I get it in the pharmacy, so it's in the system now. Now it's in the system with the pharmacy that can take this product and share it to the patients.
But also now you can have the oils, the capsules, like our pharmacy in Glostrup are producing. It's possible to have that in Sweden.
And we only got this isolated oil now.
But you didn't get the full spectrum oil.
I didn't get the full spectrum oil, and they're trying to tell me that this should be the same as my Bedrocan. And I say, no, it's not the same, and I don't get the same effect at all for me. So this has been working really exceptional for me, and I have not taken anything else, and I've been taking the cancer. It's been not stopping, but it's okay. So it's very, very good. I don't use sleeping pills, no painkillers, no nothing of that really. So this is really the shit.
Yeah, you arranged, I never forget that you arranged the green buses that came from Gothenburg to my clinic in...
16 patients got their medicine that day from you.
I remember.
That was so amazing. Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
So Stefan, is the endocannabinoid system taught in medical schools or pharmacy schools at all?
No, not at all.
Why?
That's a very good question, but I believe it's because it's such a new discovery. So
yes, from the 90s.
Yeah.
It takes time.
it takes a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not taught in only one university up in the northern region of Jutland. It's on the medical students in neurophysiology.
Do you think that will change in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years? What do you think?
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
People.
We are in America too. Yes, certainly at the federal level.
I'd like to make a comment for Angela, because I think it's horrible what has happened to her. She's had a full spectrum medicine that has been working wonders for her. And the thing is, if a doctor prescribed it for breakthrough pain, then the only way to treat or alleviate breakthrough pain is through getting a high concentration in your bloodstream very rapidly. And that you can't do with an oil, especially not an isolate oil or any oil for that matter. You need to get a high concentration in your bloodstream rapidly. And oils are not good for that. So that's something that is lacking for now in Sweden.
But about the education, I think if we could find out to do an organization, Scandinavian organization, and make platforms for education, that certainly Corona has taught us that we can meet on Zoom or Teams, and then the skilled doctor who knows about the clinic and how to work with cannabis, also together with all this other kind of medication, and with you that goes much more into detail in the pharmacology molecule way of the knowledge that you have. I think that is the future. Also to come and train. I have a lot of doctors that come and train in my clinic. A month ago I had a Portuguese doctor too. So it's possible, but you have to spread the rumors.
Yes.
I have quite a few questions. I'll just take one. You mentioned that arachidonic acid, Stefan, was like the precursor to a couple of these endocannabinoids. And my question is, could like a dietary lack of, say, polyunsaturated fats be, could you supplement these treatments with cannabinoid, for example, CBD and THC treatments with dietary supplements of polyunsaturated fatty acids, for example? Is that something that's been worked on, or is that even a relevant avenue?
It is relevant because, all our phospholipids in the cell membranes, components of that is arachidonic acid, and omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids do contain arachidonic acids. So an imbalance in your essential omega fatty acids could possibly lead to an imbalance in endocannabinoid deficiency and disease. Does that?
Worked on? Is it something that has been pursued, to your knowledge? Or?
Not to my knowledge, not by a lot at least. I think there's been a few studies that have shown that especially metabolites from olive oil seem to have some endocannabinoid-like properties.
I think it's true that cannabis hemp seed oil is high in omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids. So you could use cannabis for that. Yeah, well, many things.
There's one.
All right, after this question, we'll go over there.
Yeah. I was wondering if there are any studies on cannabis and for stroke patients.
One more time.
For stroke patients, do you have any studies, or do you know anything about using cannabis?
Yeah, we treat them in the clinic.
Treatment.
Yeah, but I can't recall, especially for stroke, but I think it goes into more or less brain damage, and that we know that that cannabinoids can be neuroprotective, and in that way around. And we see also if when they have strokes from bleedings or from clots, they develop a central neuropathic pain, and cannabis is effective against central neuropathic pain. Yeah, you can use it, no problem. Yeah. Otherwise, you have to be precautious with dosing, because if it's THC, they get dizzy and they can maybe fall and break hips or whatever. So.
CBD may make you overreact and get unsensitive to
Yeah.
dangers.
Yeah. No, it's safe. Yeah.
I can make a comment on that as well. There are some animal studies actually that shows that the endocannabinoid is highly relevant and important in the immediate after effects of a ischemic stroke. There is an immediate release of anandamide and 2-HE to try to minimize the damages. It's a homeostatic mechanism that we can come back to. So it's not been shown in humans, but the endocannabinoids are released in those kind of situations in animal models.
Okay, over here.
Thank you, at last. I have a question regarding the tolerance, both biochemically and in your experience, Tina. Do patients get more and more tolerant and need higher dosages, or how is it?
Yeah, some people, they quickly develop tolerance, and we had to go up high in dose. And we have in this task force group that I have been a part of, and we have published it on the net, on the PubMed. And we discussed very much a limit from 40 milligram to 80 milligram of THC. And if you see the tolerance is quickly developed, then you stop the treatment and you kind of reboot the system for a month, and then you start over again. My colleagues in Canada and the US, they have a lot of different kind of cannabis medication that they can choose between, so they just swap to another chemo. So it's in that way they can handle the tolerance. With opioids, we see it too. So if I'm treating a patient with oxycodone chloride and they quickly develop tolerance, I switch to like methadone. In order to get more stability. So probably there is some mechanisms going on that we're not quite sure of what it is. But it's also the regulation of the cannabinoids receptors. You can maybe go into that.
Yeah.
So
basically all receptors act in this way. When they're activated by a strong agonist, in this case, if you're a heavy consumer of THC-rich cannabis, it will downregulate your CB1 receptors. Not for a long time, it will be for a brief duration. I think in a week or two, you will regain your normal levels of cannabinoid receptor levels. So, yeah, it's a homeostatic mechanism again to protect yourself from overstimulation of the endocannabinoid system.
Many of my patients, they have a cannabis holiday once a year. And the patient that I have treated for longest time, it's 8 years. And he does that every year.
But then on the other hand, it looks like smaller doses of especially CBD-rich cannabis can actually act as a tonic to heighten your basal endogenous tone, your endocannabinoid tone. But it's very different from consuming large amounts of THC-rich cannabis all of the time.
One more over here. And then we'll come back to the middle.
My name is Daniel and I'm a pharmacist. I would just like to add to the discussion that patients can ask their doctors for, and the correct term is licensläkemedel. And all doctors in Sweden can prescribe licensläkemedel. And the process is like this. The doctor writes a licensmotivering, sends it to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy sends the application to Läkemedelsverket. And this is something that all doctors can do. You don't need any competence as a specialist doctor.
How long does it take, that process, until the medicine's in the hand of the patient?
It depends very much on the on how much time Läkemedelsverket needs to assess and investigate the application. So
average?
But
average 2 weeks.
2 weeks? A few days, someone said over here. So somewhere 3 days to 2 weeks, somewhere in there. Okay?
I have a question just about, is there certain diseases or condition where cannabis should not be combined? For example, or strains of cannabis, for example, sativa with heart diseases, where it can increase the pulse, or
yeah, it's if you have a unstable heart disease, it's not recommended to inhalate cannabis because of the very fast concentration in the blood of THC that can get the pulse up. So I wouldn't recommend that, but oils and capsule goes fine. We haven't had any at all incidents with our severe ill heart patient.
Okay, let's move back to the middle. This gentleman.
Thank you. It's just for the pharmacist. What would happen to a doctor in Sweden if he just randomly prescribed cannabis without being specialist to a patient? Because in Denmark, if Tina gave medical cannabis to me, she would be beaten up by the medicines agency.
I have also. Do you have to be a specialist to prescribe cannabis formulation, both medically and the one that are on the special license?
No, actually not. And this can be checked by going into the VARA database. At the VARA database, you can see which medicines that require specialist competence to be prescribed. And to answer your question, I don't think it would be possible, actually, for a doctor to prescribe medical cannabis without having the license motivering and then application approved.
But he would not be put in the jail.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I don't think so. No. The pharmacy wouldn't give the patient the medicine unless there is an approved application by Läkemedelsverket. So there is no risk. And no. Any doctor can apply for a licensläkemedel. Allmänläkare also. And then it's up to, of course, Läkemedelsverket to assess the application. And it might be that if you are not a specialist, you might get tough questions from Läkemedelsverket. And they won't approve the application, but that's another discussion. And it's up to Läkemedelsverket. And that's why, actually, licensläkemedel should always be the priority before extempore. Because when you apply for a licensläkemedel, you give Läkemedelsverket a chance to assess the application. So they have a certain amount of control. That's why licensläkemedel is always number 2 on the list. First you have approved medicines, then you have licensläkemedel, and then you have extempore.
Okay. In the middle, this... Yes, we have this. Middle table has a couple questions. Ladies first. Both ladies.
Hello, my name is Anna, and I've been working with lecturing about the EC system for a couple of years. And you speak a lot about THC. Why?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, all of you.
Okay.
Because, you know, medication, the hemp and the hemp oil as a broad spectrum product is not a medication. It goes like a food supplement.
But it's illegal in Denmark.
But with THC, you speak a lot about THC. I'm one person that never can use any THC because of my epilepsy. I've done this for a long time, and I don't medication anymore. I have no epilepsy symptoms anymore. It was horrible before. I don't have any pain. Before I was lame from the stomach and down and had a lot of pain. I work with a lot of people with a lot of pain, with cancer, with epilepsy, with Parkinson, a lot of things, issues. But no one needs THC. So I just wonder, what do we speak so much THC?
Because it's there where the research are. There are very few CBD randomized clinical trials. It's coming now, but half of my patients are treated with CBD full spectrum oils and don't need THC. But there is a little, there's like 100 milligrams of CBD and 2 milligrams of THC per milliliter, and that's 0.2 THC. And if you consider the entourage effects, we have better effect for pain treatment, and then we go for the dose of the THC because it's a THC that creates the side effects. So we are not afraid of using high doses of CBD, not at all. The only thing that is limited with CBD, that's the price. And for us in Denmark, we can't get a reimbursement for CBD products unless you have CBD for epilepsy and a neurologist apply for the reimbursement. I cannot, as a pain doctor, reply, yes, I can do it, and I do it, but I always get rejected.
Yeah, I understand that one. But
Can I make a comment? Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It's also because of the mechanism of action of THC is a lot more easier to understand, and it's a lot more researched than the mechanism of action of CBD. Since THC acts on the receptor as a conventional agonist, activating them, while CBD has much more of a complicated mode of action, upregulating the endocannabinoid system while also dealing with other pharmaceutical targets outside of the endocannabinoid system.
Dr. Julie Molke will later on give a lecture, and I think, Julie, you will talk about CBD and yeah.
Okay, I think we have to have lunch now. Is that right? No, I think you should continue. You want one more question, maybe over here? No, two more questions over here. And everyone's here all day, so don't be afraid to have an individual conversation.
Hi. I just wanted to say I grew up in Texas and was in a car accident and got addicted to hydrocodone. I moved back to Sweden, and Aurim Healthcare is the first place that has treated me with any respect, so I just want to say thank you, because all the other doctors around here, they didn't want to have anything to do to help me, so thank you.
Was there another question over here?
Yeah, there's a hand over there.
Right there. And maybe that'll be our last question before lunch. maybe 2 more.
Thank you. Thank you for a very nice conference. So, Stefan, you were speaking a little bit about PTSD, and Trine, you were also speaking about that. So I'm wondering if you in Denmark are treating patients with PTSD. And then my next question is also for the Danish. What's the youngest patient you're treating? Are you treating children as well? Because in Sweden, at least via Aureum, there's not yet. So I'm curious to hear about both PTSD and children.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, we do treat patients with PTSD. It seems like the incidence of PTSD is rising, and as I told you, I have a lot of Swedish patients, and a lot of them come with a PTSD diagnosis. We treat them with high doses of THC in order to take down the flashbacks episodes they can have, especially during the night. So I have some patients, they have 40 milligrams of THC before they go to sleep, and it really reduces the flashbacks with up to 75%. And it gives them a whole other kind of life quality. But as I told you, it's not in our program, so they often come, I treat the pain, but I observe that the PTSD is reduced. Regarding the children, I treated them in the beginning when I was very naive and had a lot of courage. But I must say, I was reported by a lot of my colleagues to the Danish Patients Safety Agency, and that was not a very nice experience. It was quite traumatic because they really threatened me and wanted to take my license. And these patients were from 4 to 16 years old, and I gave them CBD isolate totally without THC. But I had good support from Glostrup Pharmacy, so we could, and phytoreceptors, so we could prove that this was without THC, because the doctors that reported me, they didn't know the difference between cannabis-based medicine and medical cannabis. So they accused me of treating children with medical cannabis. At that time, we didn't even have the flowers that was medical cannabis in the Danish definition. So in that way around, and with paying a lot of 100,000 to private lawyers, I managed to get out. But it is very sad that children can't have the same good treatment as adult patients. They are patients after all, and many of the pediatric patients that have juvenile arthritis, like youth arthritis, they are very poor help. They cannot maybe stand the biological treatment or the chemotherapy that they are having. So the parents go to the illegal market or to the website. They take the full responsibility and dose the kids, and it's unworthy. But I don't know how we can come. Also with the cancer patient, we know that the parents medicate them when they are admitted to hospital and they are dying, and that we cannot take the responsibility away from the parents, so we can give them medication that we precisely know what contains, that are made on laboratories and in pharmacies. So it's very sad.
Okay. Is there one more? Yes, one more and then lunch.
How to spread the information that you can't spread. We are activists. My name is Ida. This is Dana. I'm sure there are more activists in this room that are doing and have been doing the work of going out there and just putting the word out. But we need funds. We need knowledge. That's why we're here. We are the funders behind something that we call Cannabis, or the Cannabis. So we just go out and we meet people and we talk about weed. And this is what is like the conversations that needs to be held. We can have them, but we need the help so that we can help you. So that's a way to just help each other.
Yeah,
Good.
Thank you for that.
What a great morning we had. Thank you to our speakers. And does anyone know where lunch is? Straight out or upstairs? Just right outside the door, you'll see a big dining room, and we will have lunch now. Thank you all.
no longer be reimbursed. I'll come to that later. Currently in the Netherlands, there are about 6,700 patients, and the number of dispenses in the year of 2021 was 42,000. And it has been decreasing since 2017. Obviously, because it is no longer reimbursed, but another interesting data point that we got from the research that we did there is that the number of dispenses has been decreasing due to the lack of reimbursement, but also because patients got a larger quantity of product with each dispense. So whereas one patient used to count for 12 dispenses in a year, if the patient would get like 1 dispense every month, now this patient gets like 6 dispenses each year because he can use the product for a longer period. Our data shows that a patient uses about 0.7 grams per day, and the price in the Netherlands is 5.5 euros per gram. If you compare it to the price that a patient could get in the coffee shop, is 11.80 euros. So now I want to talk to you briefly about the way we see medicinal cannabis. And for us, the key word is standardization. What does that mean? Well, first of all, standardization means that our genetics are 100% genetically identical to each other. So that means every single plant is genetically identical. But that's not everything, because I can give 5 plants to 5 individuals here in the room and ask you to grow these plants, and in 5 weeks or 6 weeks we come back here, and I can guarantee you we have all different results. So even if the genetics are identical, you will not have identical specifications in terms of cannabinoids. Because you also need controlled growing conditions. Temperature, you need to be able to control the temperature of the plant. Light, as Thomas was already telling in his presentation earlier. Nutrition. Water. The duration of your production cycle. And the rooms in which you grow the plants in. This is the standardization that we see at BetterCan as crucial for getting the quality of the plants that we promised to not only the OMC, but also to the patient. And this means that from one seed, one single seed that we started growing in 2003, we've grown millions of plants. For each batch that we cultivate, each single batch, we use just the same plant that we started using in 2003. We don't use seeds anymore. We only use clones of plants for additional production cycles. And that's when you get this. Identical plants. Millions and millions of identical plants. But not only in the looks and the appearance of the plant, which I'll explain later when I have some very interesting graphs to show to you. But the same conditions also apply to the drying, to the trimming, and to our hygiene standards. This is the level of professionalism we take in our product, in our company, not only because we oblige ourselves in the contract with the OMC, but because we believe that if you have this approach, that's what a pharmaceutical company needs to do. That is when you get the best quality for the product. That's when you get a standardized product. That's when you get the cannabis floss that we produce. We also produce granulate nowadays, which is a more, it's a smaller version of the plant. We don't produce oil, not yet, I would say. There is medicinal cannabis oil available in the Netherlands that is based on our raw material, but we don't produce it ourselves. So what does quality control mean? Because once we have completed a production batch, and we have gone through the process of drying and trimming and whatsoever, then at some point the Office of Medicinal Cannabis comes in, they do their expedition, and they want to see if we produce what we were set to produce. And they do this via it's called a quartering procedure. And you see that procedure displayed here. Basically, they take a couple of grams of the cannabis that we produced, they put it on a table, which is sterilized, of course, and they divide it into 4 quarters. And those 4 quarters are being controlled individually for heavy metals, the absence thereof, of course, for cannabinoids, for the cannabinoid content in the plant, the absence of pesticides, and the absence of microbiology. And I want you to picture this, this procedure really good, because this is actually the way how we defined our logo. Our logo displays the importance that we put into quality of our production process. So our products. Currently we have 5 varieties or 5 cannabis strains. Probably the most familiar one is the Bettercan strain that we've been using since 2003. We have the Bedrobenol strain, we have the Bediol, the Bedica, and the Bedrolite. And what's interesting in this table is that you see that Bedrobenol and Bedica have the same amount of THC and CBD. Then you would say, are those plants identical? No, they're not. First of all, because the Bedrobenol is a sativa variety and the Bedica is an indica. We were asked by the OMC to grow an indica variety. Okay, we said we can do that. But the real difference of these products is not in the THC and CBD content, it's in the terpenes. And this is an interesting picture that I want to show to you. This is, if you zoom in on a cannabis plant, this is what you see. But actually what is remarkable about this picture is that if you zoom in even further, you can see these kind of things, these kind of particles, these mushrooms. They're called trichomes. And these trichomes contain the most cannabinoid substances in, or basically outside the cannabis plant. This is where you find your amounts of THC and CBD and your terpenes. So what does standardization mean if you have your quality control? It means that your THC and CBD content is stable. And we've demonstrated that over, well, hundreds of batches already. But I just want to show you how we have done that over 10 batches of Bediol. You can see the bars on the top and the bottom, the maximum and the minimum. Those are the maximum and minimum amounts of THC and CBD that each batch of Bediol need to have. As you can see, all of our plants and all of our yields, basically, all of our batches are well within those lines. But if you compare the bars individually, you can see that they're also relatively stable from one batch to another. And that is what you can achieve with standardization. The black bars are the specifications or the requirements that are given by the OMC and by the monography, the European monography. But what is more important is that your batches are consistent after each other. Because in the end, a patient needs to be able to rely on the product that he or she is using. And I can guarantee that based on the data that we have, the batches that we started growing in 2003 are genetically identical to the batches that we're growing today and the batches that we will grow next year. And not only because the stability of the THC and CBD content, also because we have a stable terpene content. And here you just see 5 batches, again, of Bediol, and you see like a graph. Internally, we like to refer to this as a fingerprint. But the fingerprint of these 5 batches is identical. And I can ask for more data, and you will see the same graph over and over and over and over again. That is what standardization means for us. That is when you get a product that is reliable to use because you know what you're getting each and every time. In fact, if we produce a batch and it's outside of the specifications, we do not get paid by our government. We have to destroy the batch. That's how the government and how we put value to quality and to standardization. If you look at the jars that you can get in the pharmacy, you don't see our name anywhere. Well, you see the name of the variety, of course, but you don't see the name or the logo of the company. That's because we do not sell the product ourselves. We cultivate for the Office of Medicinal Cannabis. And I was talking about the oil. We have the oil available as well. You can see on the bottle, it's a Transvaal Pharmacy in The Hague. As I was discussing with Ada and Clara over lunch, there are a lot of patients outside of the Netherlands that fly to the Netherlands just to get this cannabis oil from the Transvaal Pharmacy. This is a part of my presentation that I want to pay specific attention to. Clinical research and clinical studies. The first study that we completed was with the Leiden University Medical Center, and it was on fibromyalgia. And the results from that study were very promising. It showed the effectiveness of the Bettercan variety for patients that are suffering from fibromyalgia. Currently, we are in a study with the University Medical Center in Groningen on patients that have liver cancer and patients that have I don't know how to pronounce it, epidermolysis bullosa pain relief. Another study that we are involved in at this moment, is it here? Yes. It's with the Imperial College in London on the pain of children with severe epilepsy. But also, the Rambam Healthcare Campus in Israel, we do cannabis treatment in hospitalized patients using the Psyche inhaler. Psyche is a pharmaceutical company in Israel with whom we work together. They use our product in their inhaler. It's a meter dose device, so we can effectively show you how much cannabis you need per day based on your weight, based on your conditions, and the doctor can monitor it real time. And the final slide, again, on clinical research and studies. What I want to demonstrate here is the importance that we at Bettercan see in doing clinical research and doing clinical studies. Because that's in the end where we do it all for. We do it for the patient. Every decision that we make in the company is all about making sure that the patient will not be harmed by it, will benefit from it. If the answer to a question is if the patient will benefit from it, the answer is no, we will not make that decision. That's not how the family wants it. That's not how the company wants it. That's not how the government wants it. So that's how we operate as Bettercan. And this is just a brief overview of the clinical research and studies that we are actively involved in or still contributing to. For the full overview, I'd like to refer you to our website. I can guarantee you that there's a lot of interesting material to read there. And before I finish my presentation, I want to mention some legal challenges that we think at Bettercan the industry is facing right now. And the first challenge is the different regulations within the European Union. Right now, you can say that due to the absence of a single legislation, it's an unequal environment that you have in the EU. Some patients have access to a quality cannabis supply chain, others don't. This is a legal challenge because in the end, how can you explain to a patient if he travels to another country or lives or moves to another country, sorry, you had your medicine in that country, you benefited from it, but now guess what? We do not have a cannabis program, so I can't help you, I'm sorry. Quality and standardization. Different regulations within the EU mean different quality standards, or the absence thereof. You can see in the various regulations of the countries that have adopted some kind of a cannabis program that there's a huge difference in the way that they see quality and standardization. And this is a legal challenge that needs to be overcome by educating doctors, by educating governments, by actually explaining to governments how this works, by showing examples of countries that have successfully adopted some kind of a cannabis program. Thirdly, a clear separation between medicinal and recreational use. What you see nowadays is that there are a lot of countries that have not made a clear separation between medicinal and recreational use. Some want to or already have fully legalized cannabis. And we fear that this might lead to a lose of focus, basically, or basically a shortage of good pharmaceutical quality cannabis, because recreational cannabis is so much easier to access, because there's no quality requirements there as it is for the pharmaceutical industry. Will the patient benefit from that in the end? We don't think so. So we think that there should be a clear separation between medicinal and recreational use. We don't say that there should not be a recreational use at all, but there should be a clear separation. And finally, the approved medicine status. And this is why I wanted to highlight the importance of the clinical research that we do and that we are continuing to do. Because in the end, if you have cannabis as an approved medicine, you need more data, you need more evidence on safety and efficacy of the product. And that is what is still lacking right now. So I can only hope that everybody who's doing something with medicinal cannabis in the industry pays equal importance and equal attention to making this an approved medicine by paying attention to research. Because research in the end is the data that you need as a patient to get your prescription from your doctor. This was my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Any questions, or can we continue with the... I have a question. You have a question, sure.
In California, we have both adult use and medical, and very strict lab testing for both products. In fact, the pesticides, heavy metals, and mold requirements for adult use cannabis are more than any food product, any tobacco product, any air, water, anything. So literally, the cannabis you buy in an adult use dispensary, like my dispensary, Harborside, is safer to put in your body than the air you breathe in California. So there are some standardizations. Now, would you envision something similar to that for adult use legalization in Europe?
Definitely. I think that if adult use will be legalized at some point, you need strict quality control. And it all comes down to being sure or being aware of what's inside the product. That is what it all comes down to. So I don't say that adult use should be illegal at some point. I think that there should be a clear separation, and also for recreational use, it should be known what is inside of the plant. If you go to a coffee shop now, you go in now, I go in 5 minutes, and everybody else goes in 5 minutes after each other. I can guarantee you that we will find, even though we bought the same product, allegedly, it will have different specifications because no one knows what's inside of it. So even if we're talking about adult use, and the Netherlands is doing a pilot program with that right now, and they are trying to see if they can apply the same quality standards and the same hygiene standards as they do for the medical industry. So yeah, I think it's definitely possible.
And is it scalable? So for instance, oranges. If you had to test every orange that everybody in the world eats, is it possible to do? Or do you only test the ones when somebody gets sick?
I think that you need to test every batch that you've completed before you release it.
And is that scalable once 7 billion people are smoking weed every day?
I don't think that 7 billion people are going to smoke weed every day. If you look at the patients...
Maybe 2 billion.
Is it scalable? I don't know. Maybe in the future, someone will find a solution for that. Right now, for the medicinal cannabis industry, it's definitely scalable. Yes?
Okay, so I have a question, a little follow-up on that. Oh, hello. It's me again. I have a few great questions from Steve, right?
Angelo.
D'Angelo. And thank you for your presentation. So I was wondering about the quality control. Are there any legal hindrances to having independent labs test quality of cannabis that's been acquired by whichever means? for example, in the Netherlands, say for example you have a batch, you want to test it, you want to see, for example, to run all the tests that you do at Bedrocan. And I don't know how it is in Sweden. Either a quick kit, which you could do on your own, like a TLC, maybe something like that, or a full-blown lab that could do it for you. Is that? Do you understand what I'm getting at? Someone who can like check the quality of. Maybe you know also. But anyway.
It's in California, it's the opposite. So we have independent labs that are run by entrepreneurs, but we don't have any standards for them. So you could take the same cannabis to 5 different labs and get 5 different results. So we sort of have the opposite problem, where unless they're well-run labs, okay.
It feels like there's this.
We hand it over a microphone.
It feels as there maybe, I don't know how it is in Sweden, but I sort of get the feeling that in some places there could be legal hindrances to testing drugs on your own. You know what I mean? I mean, like, check if this is, because that's what they're classified as right now, at least in Sweden. Did I insult anyone? I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't insult me. I don't see the day. Regulators will not like that, right? Regulators will not want you to test your own anything at home.
No.
Right?
In fact, in the Netherlands, to answer your question, every procedure, every aspect of the supply chain that I showed you is being selected via public tender every other 4 or 5 years. And the company that is doing it right now is a different company that has been doing it up until, from the top of my head, 2018. And that is because the requirements to operate a lab that can do these quality controls is so extremely difficult that there are not many labs that can do it. So that means that the labs that can do it, and in the Netherlands there are only 2 or 3 at this moment, have not only the right papers, but have one operating procedure that everybody has to follow. And that is in the cannabis monography. That is where it said how you do your stability studies, how you do your quality control, how you test for the absence of pesticides, for the absence of heavy metals, how you test the cannabinoid content.
So the coffee shops are not doing any quality control?
Not at all.
And my comment here is that I think that the Californian experience there, that there are some control and they have a scientific analysis of the impurities and the contents of the substances. So that is there a cooperation is my question. Do we cooperate enough with California?
No. We don't cooperate within California. See, unlike the coffee shops in the Netherlands, in order to sell an adult or even a patient cannabis in California, it has to go through very stringent lab testing every batch. And a batch can be no more than 50 pounds of flour and smaller for oils and other things. So if that batch fails the test, it must be destroyed. And it's not destroyed by the producer, it's destroyed by the producer with a regulator watching them, and it gets destroyed. We also have a seed to sale tracking system so that every gram that is sold has a batch number and can be recalled if necessary. So we do have pretty strict, like I mentioned, the lab tests for cannabis are more than food, more than air, more than water. So it's very clean once it passes the lab test. The coffee shops, for some reason, maybe you know why, are not subject to any lab testing. Is that because it's a gray area of the law?
Yeah, definitely. Yes. In the Netherlands currently,
And they purity. So if there is a cooperation, that is my wish at least.
Hmm.
But, yeah.
Now, in the Netherlands, currently, coffee shops are kind of a politically sensitive subject. Not only because of the pilot program that we have, but in fact, you're right. Nobody knows how coffee shops are being supplied. Everybody just knows that at some point there's cannabis inside the coffee shop, but nobody knows where it's from. So nobody knows what the quality of it and what the content of the cannabis that comes inside the coffee shop is. You can go to a coffee shop. You can go to a coffee shop and you can buy your cannabis there and you can use it, and you will not be criminalized because it's called a gedoogbeleid. It means a toleration policy, meaning you can use it. You will not be criminalized only if you have a small amount of cannabis with you. If you have larger amounts, you'll be suspected of being a dealer. And that is currently how it is in the Netherlands, and that's what they want to change. That's why they enacted the pilot program. Does this answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
But also I stress this cooperation issue because in California there is a quality control, and there we can have they analyze different components that are known to be interacting with the nervous system and the body, and we could win much from this, I think, to cooperate with California as well, of course, and whoever we wish to cooperate with it.
Well, good luck. I will help as much as I can. I think we are ready for our next speaker. Is that right? Okay. So, do we have Vulcan Medical? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert. I'm sure there's many more questions for Robert, so grab him at the coffee break. And now we will hear from Peter.
Check, check. Okay, so thank you, Angelica, for the invitation. It's a really important day today, and I've been to a number of these conferences across the world, actually, and this is the first time I see such an engaged audience, so that's quite amazing to see. Also, I want to thank the patients that are here today, coming forward with their stories. That's quite inspirational to hear, so thanks for that. And when the last panel was up here, Thomas from Stenocare said something quite interesting. And as it appears, my presentation will build a little bit upon that. Because he said that in order to sort of gain the trust of the regulators and the politicians for medical cannabis, we have to comply with what we have. And we also have to see things as what they are and the reality that we are in order to move something forward. And we are now building upon a lot of work that has been done by companies like Bedrocan, by doctors like Dr. Tina Horsted. And we have to respect that, and now we have to take it even further. So today I will introduce Vulcan Medical, and then I will be talking a lot about medical cannabis legislation. I'll be talking about Vulcan Medical's manufacturing, the industry, the business, and what the next steps are for Vulcan Medical. So Vulcan Medical is a European contract manufacturing organization, and we are specialized in the manufacturing of medical cannabis extracts. So the picture you see up there is of our extraction equipment. We are located in Denmark, in the greater Copenhagen area, and we were established in December 2018. To date, we have raised total capital of 12.7 million euro, and We are GMP certified by the Danish Medicine Agency. And Valcon Medical offers contract processing for cultivation companies in Denmark. And we also offer white label products of both THC, CBD, and mixed products globally. And then we also offer the bulk extracts as a raw material. Our products are manufactured according to the German monograph and the European pharmacopoeia. And I'll get a little bit more into that. Here with Bedrocan, there was a discussion in the end of what are the testing requirements and how is it done. And I'll actually going to be explaining a bit about that. And our promise at Valcon Medical in this industry is to deliver the highest quality of products while assuring consistent and scalable supply. And the last sentence is quite important because consistent and scalable supply is something that we need. Simply because, as you could also hear from the doctors here today, if they start a patient up on a treatment and it works, we have to make sure that they don't run out of supply. So all of a sudden, this patient, it's going well, it's been 4 months, and now there's no more left in the pharmacy, and they can't get their hands on it. So that's one of the problems that we at Valcon Medical would like to solve. So, in Denmark, we have the Danish law on the pilot program for medical cannabis. Then we have the amendment that was made in the beginning of this year, where the pilot program was split into 2, and it became permanent for cultivation and manufacturing companies to produce medical cannabis, and the pilot program for Danish patients or patients coming to Denmark was extended for an additional 4 years. Then we have all these executive orders, and they cover basically different parts of the activities you do in production. And this is specific law that applies to medical cannabis in Denmark. Because it's a euphoriant substance, we are also pointing to the Danish law on handling of euphoriant substances and the executive order where it schedules cannabis as a class, as a list B substance. So in Denmark, did we invent a whole framework for how to manufacture and cultivate cannabis? Actually, we did not, because all this law that we have in Denmark points directly up to the rules governing medical products in the European Union, which in this case is the Eudralex Volume 4 of Good Manufacturing Practices. So the reason why this is an important point is that while medical cannabis sounds very new and innovative, and it is also in some ways, it also has a lot of that stigma. But the truth is that being in manufacturing and cultivation, you actually have a quite like a set of rules and guidance that you can follow that already exists for other medications too. And that's an important point to make in a country like Sweden that are just starting to take this seriously, is us here from Denmark coming here today and showing you that this is treated in Denmark as another medical product. And we have not invented a whole new law. It has not been that complicated. It's not perfect, but it's getting better and better. So how do we apply this legal framework in practice? Well, I can tell you something about Valcon Medical's road to license. And basically, we knew that, okay, we have to make something that can be qualified and validated according to the Eudralex Volume 4, Annex 15. So here's our set of rules and laws we have to comply with. Then, of course, we had a project phase. We had to build a facility. We had to install equipment. We had to do commissioning, all of these things while we did some testing. And ultimately, we had a factory where we could now see, okay, we know the product we want to make. We have a physical factory. Now we are going to test this and make some confirmatory batches to see, are we hitting the target? Are we doing it the right way? So we did that. We did some trial and error. And when we were ready, we went into routine production. So we did batch after batch. And then we started our verifications and ultimately our validation that we are able to make a product that complies with all the rules, and we're able to do it the same time each time. Basically the same thing for flower that Bedrocan was just telling about. And then you are ready to invite the Danish Medicines Agency on 2 very pleasant days where they inspect your facility, your documents, and according to the rules and regulations that you're working in. And if everything is okay, we will get, or you will get your license. And that worked well for us. So there's a lot of notion about that they are trying to prevent us from manufacturing or producing cannabis, but in fact the inspectors are just looking at the same rules as for anyone else. I'll skip over this really fast, but it's just to show you, like, this is from the European Commission website, and you can just look up in the Utalex Volume 4, and you'll basically be able to find everything you need to know, not how to do it, but at least what to comply with. And then there is the part 1, the part 2, and they all point to different activities. Then there is the part 3 that has a lot of specific or detailed guidances on a number of things. And for Valcon Medical, we also had some of them that we had to look at, like computerized systems or manufacturing of herbal medical products. And entering this whole medical cannabis space as an entrepreneur was quite scary. I have a background in business. Because, you know, what do I do now? I've incorporated the company. I'm sitting in my apartment in Copenhagen. What's next? And I was so amazed when I started recruiting my first employees because they all had many years of experience in the established pharmaceutical industry. And they didn't have any particular interest for cannabis. They just like to manufacture good products under the right quality. So they knew exactly what to do. And everyone we was bringing on was right into the loop. They've tried it before, they've made other medicine, and now it was just another one. It was the same rules. So that was really my point of going through this, is saying that it's not that different. Of course, on the patient side, it's a whole nother story, but now I'm only talking about the manufacturing. So when you have your license, when you have validated your facility, your processes, everything, then you also have to make a product and you have to bring that to market. And the way that we do it at Valcon Medical is that we start out and we make a technical batch. So really what controls our products is the strain that we put in. So we would work with a number of companies that are cultivating different strains, and each strain will act different in our processes. So whether it's a White Widow or an AK-47 or whatever they're called, we always have to sort of make a recipe, and that's the technical batch. So we take the strain through our processes, and we see how does it react to our standardized processes, and how do we need to tweak time, temperature, pressure, whatever it is that we're working with. When we have made the recipe, we would usually do 1 to 2 development batches. And that is where we test again, okay, we have the recipe, is it acting the same? Is our processes good? And when we are confident that this is the product we want to make, and we have fixed all our process parameters, we go into validation. Then we make 3 validation batches, and then we document that they are exactly the same. Then we place them into stability, or samples of the batches into stability under the ICH guidelines. And then you start collecting all the master batch records, all the information you have made, all the testing that has been done. And then you will gather a product dossier, so to speak. And then you sit on your hands for a couple of months and wait for the stability results to come back. And now you actually have a product that's validated, you have the documentation, and now you are ready to bring that into the market. So what is it that we test for? There's been some talks about laboratories and testing, and again, there is already some things that exist. So for flour, as an example, in Denmark there is something called the DLS. That's a monograph for flour. So it will point to the European Pharmacopoeia and say a medicine of this type needs to comply with these levels of microbiology, pesticides, heavy metals, and whatever that is. For oil, we would typically look at the German monograph and also look at the European Pharmacopoeia. So we have the information available to us that we need. And here you can see what it looks like when the results come back from the lab. It would be a certificate of analysis, and you would have to get this one on every batch you produce. And then you will have your parameters here, what you're testing for, and then you would have the method here. And it does often refer to somewhere where everyone who's specialized in this know exactly what it is. And then you would have your results out here. So if you have the specification for your product, and that is guided by the monograph and the European Pharmacopoeia, you know, okay, all these boxes have to check off. Then you get your test, all the boxes are checked off, and there is your product and compliance. Thank you for listening to the legal stuff. Now the fun part, which is the manufacturing. So we are an extraction company and a formulation company. That means we do not cultivate any flower. We let the experts do that, like Stenocare. And Bedrocan, of course. And then we take it into our facility and we make it into an oil. So this is what we would start with. This is the input material. The first thing we do in our production is that we grind it. And we grind it down to a uniform particle size so that we know, okay, we can control this throughout the next processes. Then we decarboxylate it. And the decarboxylation is actually baking the cannabis in an oven. It sounds very simple, but really it's not that simple, because the reason why you have to heat cannabis up is because when the plant is just a plant, the THC and the CBD has not been activated yet. So if you started eating this plant, which regardless wouldn't be a very pleasant experience, you probably wouldn't feel much of an effect, because you need to heat it up first. And that's because THC and CBD comes in its acid form from the start. So it would be THCA and CBDA. But when you heat it up under the right parameters, you transform CBDA and THCA into THC and CBD. But if you heat too much, it will degrade and turn into CBN. So you have to find that perfect curve where you get the full yield and the full potential of the flower. Some of you asked a bit about terpenes earlier, and I'll save you the question now and say, yes, you do burn off some terpenes in this process. But there are ways to prevent that. For an example, you could do a vacuum on the dry flower, and you could take out as many terpenes before, and you can add them in later. You can also take your decarboxylation oven and install a cold trap, and then everything that, all the volatile terpenes that escapes when they get heated, they would be collected and added in later. Under GMP, it is though quite complex to implement such things, so we have not done that yet. And now we're ready for extraction with the decarboxylated dry cannabis. We do the extraction with supercritical CO2. I'll show you some more pictures of the machine, but it's a process where you have your CO2 in its gas form, and then you put it under very high pressure and high temperature, and then it turns liquid before it turns supercritical. And it can only be supercritical in a closed loop system, so in a vacuum. And when it's supercritical, it actually becomes a solvent. So it will penetrate the plant matrix and it will pull everything that's moist out of it.
You mentioned high temperature, not too high, I would say.
That's correct. Not too high temperature.
Yes. The triple point of the carbon dioxide and is not so very high. The normal temperature, can we say. It's not room temperature.
It's good that we have a physician with us. Thank you. But no, you put it on over temperature and pressure, and then it becomes supercritical. A typical extraction would take anywhere between 6 to 10 hours, and the supercritical CO2 would basically float through the dry material, or it would soak the dry material. It depends on what extraction you are doing, whether it's static or dynamic. And then once in a while, you would make a pull, and you'll get this delicious stuff out. We call it crude oil. I think that analogy comes from North America, where they call it crude oil because it kind of resembles you drilling oil up from the ground, and now you have to refine it into jet fuel. So we also do our own refinement. And the way we do that is through a process called winterization. So we would mix this crude oil with pharma-grade pure ethanol. We would homogenize it, and then we freeze it down to below 45 degrees. And then all the undesirable residuals, such as sugar, fats, waxes, all these things, they start to separate. And then we filter them out. So now we have a mix of ethanol and cannabinoids. And then the last step is to evaporate the ethanol out. And you also do that in a vacuum. So you actually evaporate the ethanol out at 30 degrees. And then you have your herbal extract. So that is actually the pure cannabis extract. And then we put that into the refrigerator. So this extract here, if it's a THC extract, it would be anywhere between 70 to 75% THC, and then 30 to 25% unaccounted for. And unaccounted for is other cannabinoids, it's terpenes, it's flavonoids, it's all of these plant things that we still want to retain in this product. And then ultimately, depending on the potency of the product we are making, we will standardize this. So that means diluting it with a pharma-grade MCT oil. And then we'll fill it into bottles, and we'll label them for our customers, and package them, and there is your product. So here's some pictures of what it looks like inside our facility. I'm not even allowed to be inside the production or touch anything, but there was an exemption this day, so I have no idea what I'm doing there. It's in the grinding room, as you can see, and then we have the extraction equipment here. So it's a big piece of equipment, and you're not even seeing all of it because the technical side of it is in here. So you would actually have your cannabis, your dry cannabis in this chamber here, and there is another one on this side. And then the CO2 would flow through, and then you would make your pull down here at the bucket. This up here is the evaporation process. So that's the step where we filter, or where we take out the ethanol of the mix. And that's also done in a water bath that's 30 degrees. And then the ethanol is collected up here. Then we also have some in-house assay testing. So throughout all our processes, we'd be able to test and see how's the manufacturing performing? Are we meeting the parameters we have set? So we are testing for cannabinoids throughout the process. And that's done here. It's just another picture of our filling line. And here is the products that we are actually making right now. So at the moment, we have one product available, and that's a THC oil. It's one formulation. It's 25 milligram per milliliter. And that one has a pending application in Denmark, and it's also being entered into in a couple of other markets. And that's a white label product. Then this year, and this is very, very exciting, we are bringing 25 different formulations of THC and CBD to market. So this will allow our customers, who are the wholesalers and the distribution companies, to have a close dialogue with the doctors they know and say, what do you need? What do the patients need? What product portfolio do we need to have to be able to titrate the patient? Is it going to be high CBD, low THC? Is it the other way around? Is it a balanced? These 25 formulations that we're bringing to market will help that issue. And then in the beginning of next year, we'll also bring some high CBD products to market. The price? I mean, in terms of pricing, we actually want to be we don't want to be a low priced product, but we want to make sure that it's priced so that it's accessible to patients. And we are selling it as a white label, so it's not a Valcon Medical product. It's whatever wholesaler we are working with. So they would really tell us, you know, how is it going in the market? What's the feedback from the doctors? What's the feedback from the patient? In that given market, how much are they reimbursing? Do we need to price differentiate? Do we need to offer it at a lower price? The more we can get our volume up, the better, and the more accessible it becomes to patients. So pricing, I mean, I think there's going to be some sort of equilibrium where it makes sense to be a manufacturer, and it's not expensive for a patient. So I can't tell you the price right now because it will be our customer setting the price. But we will work with our customers to make sure that patients can have access to the product. And here's a bit about the industry. So I've tried to break the value chain down, and that's really difficult to do on a European basis because it's not the same in each country. So this would apply best to the Danish industry, whereas, as you saw earlier, the one in the Netherlands looks completely different. So it all starts with the plant. So it all starts with cultivation. Now there is a really big ecosystem that's starting up in Denmark now. So you could even take it a couple of steps back, and you could go into genetics and plant breeding and all of these things. But it all starts with the plant. And then as a cultivation company, you can, of course, bring your product directly to market. But you always have to pass through the labs. And again, those are the laboratories that test and issue the certificate of analysis I showed you before. So really, they should be thought about a mechanism that makes sure that the patients get the product of the right quality and with the content in it that they know that they need, and not something that's one day it's much more strong than the other day, and then the dose doesn't work. So it's not a negative thing. It's actually a really good control mechanism, the quality control. And then you have the product manufacturing, and this is where Valcon Medical is located. So we are servicing either the cultivation companies or the distribution companies over here, or the wholesalers, and basically just creating the products that are within this field here. Extraction, formulation, packaging. And of course, that also has to be tested. And then in Denmark, you would have the distribution companies that make sure that the product gets to the pharmacy, which is the last stop. And then a little bit more about Valcon Medical and its business. So we have 3 revenue streams, and the first one is the contract processing. So that's our service. A cultivation company would come to us and they would say, "Can you manufacture an oil for us using our strains?" They would then pay us a service fee, and we would create their oil, and we would give it back to them so they can sell it under their own brand. And this can only happen in Denmark, because in Denmark we are not allowed to import large volumes. So this is within Denmark that we can have this service.
There is production also in Europe.
There,
I don't mention where, but in the Central Europe, they also make these products.
that's correct. We do get some inquiries once in a while. But that's how it is right now, so that's what we comply with. And then our white label is where we go out and we purchase the flower from the Danish cultivation companies. And then we make it into our own product, but it's not a Vulcan Medical product because we have wholesale companies in key areas in Europe who are experts in selling medicine. As an example, we could work with an established company that already sells 100 different medications and OTC products, and then cannabis would just be another one into their portfolio. So we currently focus on the UK, on Germany, Poland, Italy, Denmark, and of course Sweden is very interesting. Not because it's like a huge, like from a straight business perspective, a huge volume market, but because there is, it's a close proximity and it's easy to work with the Swedes because we have close proximity. And of course, these products should be accessible for patients in Sweden. So we are also doing what we can to make sure that the products we manufacture out of Denmark that complies with all the rules can become available for Swedish patients through local partners. So what are the next steps for Vulcan Medical? We have a couple of focus areas. So as an example, we want to be able to offer a broad product portfolio. We want to be able to offer new products that allows for a broader reach to patients. So maybe you would have a patient that does not like to work with the syringe and does not like to vaporize the product, so we want to be able to offer capsules too. Also other delivery methods. So how broad can we reach? And we are willing to test out different types of products. That's how we are basically gearing our manufacturing to do. Some of them will work, some of them won't. But this is something that we can do with the companies we partner up with. We're also building right now a manufacturing line for API. So that's active pharmaceutical ingredient. And that is where you isolate the different cannabinoids and terpenes. And that's really something that we think is the next generation of products. If you can start to map some individual cannabinoids that somehow interact well together on a very targeted disease or illness and has a therapeutic value, this is something that we want to be able to offer, again, the isolation of different cannabinoids. Another thing we're doing is that we are expanding vertically, so we are actually working on bringing most of the laboratory testing in-house and getting that certified as well. To be able to obtain much better knowledge about our own products, but also to become a one-stop shop outsourcing solution for companies across Europe, giving them easy and low-priced, not low-priced, but well-priced products. And with the volume that we intend to be producing at, this is an important step for a synergy perspective. And here is just a picture of our existing facility here and the building that we are expanding into, where we have started construction now. So it's hard to say when all of these things will happen, but it's something that we are working on right now. So thank you.
Okay. I'm sure there are many questions, but we're running behind. So you will have to ask Peter your questions at coffee. All right, now we're going to hear from a doctor, Brent Dumgaard, and he is going to speak in his native tongue. So I won't understand him, but all of you will. Brent.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and share with you some of my thoughts and experiences with cannabis as a medicine. I'm going to try to continue so everybody understands.
Okay, man.
My background is that I've been a specialist in family medicine, practitioner in Kolding for about 30 years. My interest for cannabis started about 5 years ago, mainly because many patients are not treated well with the medication they get probably more harm than benefit. And some patients asked us why we don't use cannabis. 5 years ago, I knew very little about it. Especially, I had 2 patients, which I will present as cases. I got the opportunity. This is my view from the window in my clinic in Kolding, overviewing the Castle Koldinghus from the time when Denmark could fight Sweden with King Christian IV. At the time, 5 years ago, I had the opportunity to go to a conference in Vienna, and I had the plan that I would find out how to treat these 2 patients I had. Is it possible for the slide to go on? Okay, I have 2 patients, Annette, and as a family doctor, you know your patients for a long time. Annette was 51 years old and late diagnosed with an inoperable lung cancer with brain metastasis. She tolerated very badly her radiation and chemotherapy with a lot of vomiting and weight loss. And morphine didn't help her much. When she came to me, she was only 41 kilo, and I think she was terminal registered as a dying patient. In Vienna, I met Tina, who taught me how to start slow, go low with THC and CBD. And when I came home, I treated her with Glostrup's oil, with dronabinol and cannabidiol in a daily amount of 40 milligrams CBD and 20 milligrams THC. And very quickly, she improved, so much that she could get new chemo and biological treatment, which she responded to. And I can say now today, I know she's still living 5 years ago, and she's off registers as terminal, which means that she has to pay for her medication herself, which she does happily. The next patient, Eben, is an industrial designer, which I also know very well, who was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. She had painful spasms in most of her body, and it could not stand neither morphine or baclofen and the other medications she had. Her mother had found out that marijuana from Christiana helped her. I also treated her with the same algorithm with dronabinol and a little bit of CBD, but she responded mostly to the THC, and she had a really miraculously good effect. And she thinks this gave her life back. And I also know now she's got married, and she actually had 2 babies. And in her first pregnancy, she was able to get out of THC, and right now she doesn't have any medication at all. So she's also very happy about it. These were my 2 first patients, which of course made me very interested in cannabis. And this made me try to find out more also about the history of cannabis. Found out that this actually that has been used for thousands of years in the East and mainly in India. The most important doctor who was William O'Shaughnessy, who worked in India in about 1840, and he wrote a lot of articles about cannabis as medication for a lot of the things we use it for today, like digestive problems, pain with childbirth, psychiatric disorder. He described cannabis as the little brother of morphine, which I think is very good to say. It's not as potent, but it doesn't have the side effects. So this is a term I've used a lot. In America, in the 1930s and 40s, there were 28 different kinds of drugs containing cannabis, which also has surprised me that it was that well used, also for children. And it's curious, why did they stop it? Well, because there came a lot of new drugs, and it was not grown the way we do today. It was more like the way Bob Marley used it, yes. So I found out why did they stop it in USA? That was mainly because of the Christian fundamentalists in 1937, when prohibition time was over, when alcohol was legal again. They wanted to have something else that you couldn't pollute your mind with, and this is a funny poster from that time, where they think that women got they got promiscuous and degraded, and so it was the Christian fundamentalists who were the main reason why cannabis was banned in America. If you go back to cannabis today, as we heard a lot about, it's grown in a completely other way, where you know what's in it, and not as the main use in my clinic in Kolding is the indications that were in the Danish pilot project, which was 4 indications: chronic complex pain, cancer pain with vomiting, neuropathic pain with spinal cord injury, and spastic sclerosis. But in Denmark, the doctors have free right of prescription, so we also use it for other things. And when you learn more about THC and CBD, you know it can be used for a variety of diagnoses, like inflammatory joint problems, back disease, psoriasis problems, inflammatory bowel diseases like colitis ulcerosa and Crohn's disease, Horton's headache, cluster headache is a use we have had quite some success in Kolding. Parkinson's disease, mainly CBD, fibromyalgia. The new indication we are looking forward to is this ADHD, attention deficit hypertension disorder, and we have found some patients that are really responding well, mainly because they've self-experienced. But that is the Danish psychiatrists are not so willing to use that the same way as we hope they will. So, if you look at as you know, one of the main activities of THC and CBD, CBD is many say it's not psychoactive, but I think we should call it psycho-stabilizing, and it also diminishes the side effects of THC. And it's when you look at these, the list, THC is the main painkiller. It's a main sleep improvement. It's a more muscle relaxation. It's more nausea diminishing. It's more appetite stimulating. And the CBD is better for anti-inflammatory things like arthritis and chronic bowel diseases. It's also the main thing you can use for epileptics. So I won't go into too much of that. Yes. But CBD, I think, is the most anti-inflammatory part of the cannabis. There are a lot of all the cannabinoids, but CBD, I think, is responsible for the anti-inflammatory effect. Yeah, I think THC has. I don't know. Actually, I don't know why I have that paper. I've seen some of our patients who have asthma, who find improvement, and I don't know if that's the THC or the CBD, but I think it's both. Pinchina? Yes. Yeah, it's the muscle relax, the effect on the muscles in the bronchis is from the THC, and the anti-inflammatory from the CBD. Thank you, Tina. Oh. Yeah, if you look at side effects, the list, I have been astonished how few side effects we've seen. And I think I only can remember one patient that stopped because of side effects. And the side effects we have are really not serious. And dry mouth and small fatigue is something you can see with anything. But the thing that would worry you is that if your patients get addicted to it, and I've seen it's very little. I haven't seen it on medical cannabis. I know you could probably be addicted to hashes, but it's not the amount that most doctors fear. So I haven't seen it, and we also sometimes can stop also THC without going down doses, stop suddenly, and nothing happens. And most of our patients, we try to say, take a break and see that you're not dependent. And I don't think you get dependent on medical cannabis. And it's also because we don't use the high doses as you do maybe in recreational cannabis. It's difficult for me to hear. Yeah. Maybe take it later. So see, the thing you do when you're a doctor and you start is, are you sure that it doesn't make more harm than benefit? That is a simple thing, but a lot of doctors forget that. And then you say, what is the worst? Not to treat with a medication that could help is taken over to giving a treatment that will damage. And that's because I've found out that you don't do any damage with cannabis as medicine when it's grown and you rely on the product. And in my clinic in Kolding, from the last 3 years, we've started about 400 patients, which is not very many, but it gives us an experience of what we're doing with. And it's either a combination of THC and CBD in oil tablets or capsules. And my estimate is that my success rate is about 50%. That means that half the patients we started have stopped. And they have not stopped because of side effects. They've stopped because maybe lack of effect. Maybe I've given too small dosage. But mainly, I think it's because it's too expensive. And they have gone into the black market. In Denmark, after this pilot project, the first 4 years was evaluated. It was established that 80% of cannabis used in Denmark as medicine is from the illegal market. Only 20% is prescribed. And that is a problem that we would like to see solved. And we have estimated the effect on level of function, sleep by night, pain reduction, and reduction of other side effect heavy medicine. I would like to say a few words about ADHD, because that's an indication that's not approved by the Danish authorities as a reason for the pilot project. But I think that is probably a main indication. A lot of the patients we have who came maybe for nerve pains, actually I think they benefit mainly for their ADHD, which was not diagnosed. That they sleep better, they get a better feeling of well-being. when you use the standard drug of choice, which is amphetamine-like drugs, a lot of patients say their motor hyperactivity gets better, but not their soul, not their inner mind. They don't feel peace with themselves. And when they get cannabis, they say that gives them both body and mind. So I think that will be in the future. It will be a lot more used when you get good products or continue with the products we have. So we don't have a lot of evidence for ADHD, but there's a very good described Finnish case report I think a lot of you know. And then we talk about evidence as a doctor. Well, there are at least 30,000 scientific publications of cannabis. And the quality, I'm not a scientist, I don't know, but one piece of evidence that made impression on me is from the Ben Gurion University in Israel, where there were more than 2,000 patients. It's a prospective study, and it's the conclusion is that it has effect. It has no side effects. You cannot prove the effect just as a prospective, but I'm no doubt that cannabis is no miracle, but it's definitely something that's coming to stay. I will end this small talk with reminding you when there were Winter Olympics in Nagano in 1998. Ross Reblaccio won slalom, but when he came, he was tested and had found cannabis in his urine, and his gold medal was stripped from him. And I think that was funny. If you think cannabis impairs your driving, and how can you win Olympic medal in slalom? And I'm sure that you maybe he suffers from ADHD, and he has improved. He's not intoxicated. If you're intoxicated, if you're high, you definitely will not win a gold medal. But I think a lot of sportsmen use this to treat their ADHD. That's in my opinion. Ross, he's one of the men behind the Canada's legalization of cannabis, because he thinks that this is definitely something that should be considered not dangerous. And that's, in my opinion, it's the only harm you can do is maybe some people waste some money, and we have to get it cheaper. But it is no miracle, but it's something that's coming to stay. Yeah. Yeah. So you don't, if you are high, you should be careful with machinery. And I'm not, the people who know me knows what this is, and so I just say thank you for the attention.
Okay. Now we're going to hear from some patients. You know who you are? Our first group of patients. Please come up. Please come up. We have about 30 minutes with our patients, then we're going to take a coffee. Just coffee. All right.
All right.
All right.
It's a lot of difference to stand here. Should we sit down?
Please sit, yes.
Hello. Hello, everybody. So my name is Moa Lili, and I work as a journalist for the news site Cannabis in Focus, where we write about everything that's surrounding cannabis. And one of the benefits that I get is that I can interview medical cannabis patients and hear about their journey and how cannabis affects their life. So here I am with my friend Clara that uses cannabis as medication. So today we have the benefit of hearing about her journey. So
thank you, Moa.
Thank you for being here with us. It's a
Thank you.
pleasure.
And I just want to, can we first start to give this conference a round of applause?
Yes.
And Aureum Life, and Angelica, and Andrew, and the investors, and everybody behind. I think this is absolutely amazing.
It is.
So, where do we start?
Yeah, like, can you tell us a bit about yourself? Who are you?
Wow, shall I do that, or shall we go into the?
Yeah, maybe we can start with what type of medical cannabis do you use today, and for what reason do you use it?
Yeah, so I'm using the cannabinoid and the dronabinoid, the oil, the isolate, the CBD oil, and the THC oil. And it has been a very, very long and difficult and almost traumatic journey to receive the medical cannabis as a prescription from the Swedish institutions. Actually, I didn't get it until Aureum Life became a company, so I'm really, really grateful to Aureum. I was in a car accident in February 2018. It was the winter storm, worst winter storm in the south of Sweden, in Österlen. In a very long time, it was super icy. I couldn't see anything. It was like, really like Armageddon or some like American movie or something. It was so horrible. And then I crashed like with my car straight into a bunch of things. And then I got a whiplash, and I couldn't sleep, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't yawn, I couldn't sing. I sing in a choir normally, and I couldn't laugh because something happened here with my chest as well. It's called Triestes syndrome. And I was in so much pain. It's undescribable. And I have 2 children, I'm a single mom, so it was really traumatic for them as well, that I was like in constant pain, super stressed out because I couldn't sleep because of all the pain. And then the doctors, they were like prescribing me, first they were like, Tramadol, Oxycontin, and I'm like, no, I don't want that, I'm super afraid of that. And then they ended up giving me, so there was a time when I took like 15 or 16 tablets a day. Oh. They wanted me to take 2 Alvedon together with 2 diclofenac and 2 Paraflex and Atarax, which is like for anxiety because I was like so screwed up because of the pills and the sleep deprivation. And then in the night, of course, some sleeping pills. And I was so wasted. Like I was just like walking around super intoxicated and still in so much pain because it was just like, you know, like some puff clouds around me, but I could still feel the pain. I could still not sleep, and I was just totally wasted.
Yeah.
And I kept telling them that I really don't want to take this. I want medical cannabis. And they're like, what? Do you think we can prescribe drugs? I'm like, what? And like, you want to throw opioids after me, which is highly addictive and super dangerous, and you don't want to give me medical cannabis, and there is medical cannabis in FASS, the Swedish. Yeah, the Swedish people know what I mean. Drug book, the Swedish drug book.
Yeah, it's approval by the
medical health department. But they just didn't want to listen to that, and they were treating me really bad because I was so clear with that I wanted the medical cannabis instead. And then after a long time, like because I was coming like with all these different kinds of research and stuff, and they didn't want to listen. So I don't know if you just want me to talk on.
It's okay. But like, what was it that sparked your interest in using cannabis as a medical treatment?
Yeah, that's really funny because it's like a full circle loop here with Mr. Andrew, because it's actually 2 occasions that sparked my interest for medical cannabis. So the first one was in 2003 already. I've been living on and off in South Africa since 2003. And South Africa has the largest capita of Rastafarians. It's like traditional healers. They have people called Xhosa people. They're like the oldest people of the earth, and they use cannabis as a medicine, and they have done that for a very, very long time. And I cut my finger really deep. I was bleeding a lot. And then there was a traditional healer who had like clean cannabis ash, just the ash. And they said that you don't have to go to hospital, we will put it in here, in your finger instead. I'm like, they're crazy, that's not gonna work. But then they did that, and they tied something around it. And then the next morning, everything was fine. Like, everything was fine. It was like a movie. So that there and then I was like, okay, this is really a sacred plant. And then fast forward, 2019, I was invited as a speaker because I work with hemp at the Canatech Global Summit in Cape Town, 2019. I don't know if you were there, but your brother was there, Steve D'Angelo. And he really, really inspired me. And we have been in contact since then, and he's been like also supporting me a lot. And then there were some amazing, powerful boss lady businesswomen. One of them, Carrie Fried, her name is. And then there is this movement, Women Employed in Cannabis, which is, I'm sure you know, of Kyra Reed and all the amazing women in the States that are working with cannabis. So that has been like my support family through this journey, to not give up and to not feel like there's something wrong with me because I want cannabis, or like I'm a drug addict because I want cannabis instead. So I also highly suggest that everybody who is interested check them up, because it's really good to be supported. So a lot of these like global networks has really inspired me and helped me to not give up.
Yeah.
And then Aureum Life was established, and they were like so much in the news because of all this with Arbetsförmedlingen and
yes.
all the new recruitment. So I contacted Aureum Life, and then I got help with them. But before that, it was a really terrible journey. And I feel like I'm speaking a little bit like all over the place. I'm a little bit nervous because I'm not used to talk about my personal story. I'm used to talk about hemp and cannabis, like, but I feel like this is very emotional for me, because I went to the Smart and Rehab Center. I don't know what that is, like pain and rehab center.
Yeah.
They sent me there for a whole day. I've been going through so many different kind of x-rays, cortisone, needles, and all this kind of like opioids that I was on, and I felt afraid that I was going to be like addicted. I couldn't work, and my children were like, "Mom, you're always so tired and angry." I felt that if somebody would push me in Coop or Ica, I would hit them, because I was like constantly so short-tempered and tired. And then I went to this pain and rehab center, and I was like, okay, now I'm going to get help.
Yeah.
Like they are going to listen to me, and they will be curious to help me, to really like take me in. And I was there for a whole day, many, many hours, and meeting like physiotherapist, doctor, psychologist, pain, all these different kind of people. And I kept telling them, I want medical cannabis. I don't want to keep being on these opioids. And then at the end of the day, they're like gonna give me the verdict. And then I was like, okay, now I'm gonna get it. And then they were like, again, this thing of like, you understand that we can't prescribe drugs. We can't just sit here and hand out drugs. And I was like, what? And then they said, well, since you don't respond to the painkillers, which wasn't the truth, it wasn't that I didn't respond, it was that I didn't want it. And then they're like, oh, well, since you don't respond to pain medication, we state you as you have fibromyalgia.
Okay.
And it was, I had been in a car crash, like frontal car crash, and I'm like, what? How can I get that all of a sudden, like, from being here? And then, well, you said that you had like complicated relationship with your mom, and you've been having 2 traumatic births, and I'm like, what? But I was in a car crash, and they like just started to like blur my situation even more, and like I understand now, it was a blessing in disguise that I got fibromyalgia, because that will actually help me to get the medical cannabis. But I don't think they were aware of that. I didn't feel like they were there to help me. So I was sitting there with these 4 professionals, and they were like really patronizing me, like really treating me as if I was some kind of a heroin junkie. I don't judge, but it was like really, the way they were treating me was below all critic. So yeah, then I went there from there, and they're like, you don't have to come back here. You are like unsolvable, unhelpable. And then after that, Aureum Life was established, and I contacted them, and now it's been 36 weeks.
With the oils?
Yeah.
So if we
not with the oils, first with Sativex and then the
Sativex
oils.
and
Yeah.
then oils. So if we compare from you going to taking 6 pills a day,
15.
15 pills a day.
It was 5 at a time.
And today you're only taking 2 oils.
Yeah.
How did it affect your life? What can you do today that was not possible before?
Wow. It was like I said, I took some napkins in the back because I felt like I'm gonna cry. My life is like totally different, first of all, I sleep. Secondly, I wake up with like life enthusiasm. I couldn't like do like this before, and this. I can do like yoga and meditation every morning. I can lift my child, even though it has passed 2 years, so he's heavier. And for the last 2 weeks, I've been building a hempcrete house, and that's very physical. Like I've been lifting like, I don't know how many 1,000 kilos of hemp and lime these 2 past weeks. I feel like I got my life back in all ways, like both from the actual joy inside, and also like from not walking around like a zombie. So in short, I felt like I was dead, deprived of my life, deprived of my pride because of the way I was being treated. And then like when I came to Aureum, it was like, they listen to me, like they understand that they don't treat me bad, that they want to help me, and it's not a battle. And that is also like worth everything, to be seen and heard.
Yeah, of course. It's so great to hear.
Thank you. So thank you to Aureum.
So thank you for sharing. So we're gonna finish up now, and give her an applause again. It's just
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moa.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that was it for us.
We have a question there.
Yeah.
Just one question, because we have to do a sound check right after this question.
Okay. So my question actually has to do with your earlier medication, because I think as doctor, and I'm thinking of our general practitioner just talking just recently, we tend to forget that medication also causes damage. And being on diclofenac, which is very disruptive to the gut, tends to cause a lot of problems with the gut.
Yeah.
The Paraflex is very sedating, as well as the Atarax is causing problems with you. Do you feel that you suffered any permanent damage from that medication, or have you recuperated that?
That's a good and tricky question, because I haven't done like inner scanning, but I can't say, you know, about the liver, for example, and the stomach, but I have a sensitive stomach from before, because I was suffered with Crohn's when I was younger. So it was really terrible for me to take it. When I took it, I suffered a lot.
Okay.
Now I don't suffer anymore. I feel like the oils are healing me from inside and out.
And have you done any other things? Because, I mean, there's a lot of things to do with diet and stuff with that us doctors tend not to talk about as well. And you have an autoimmune disease, and with the disrupted gut, you will also have a very sensitive and probably a bit damaged nervous system to start with. So,
with the oils and with the medical cannabis, as I said, every morning I am able to do yoga and meditation, so I'm moving, which I couldn't before. I couldn't lift my arms up like this. And also I'm eating a lot of hemp. So that's also helping me.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have coffee. We're going to ask everyone to leave the room. We have a sound check that we have to do for our musical guest, which is at 4:20. Cannabis is medicine.
Good morning.
All right, everybody, we had our coffee. We have so little to do and so much time to do it in. Oh, strike that. Reverse it. All right, it's my pleasure to introduce another physician who will speak to you about medical cannabis, Julie Moltke.
Thank you. And can you all hear me? Wonderful. I must say that it's wonderful to be here today. First of all, because being a Danish doctor, it's nice to come here with my squad. But also because I think it's really wonderful that we are beginning to have these conversations here in Scandinavia. Oh, this one, sorry. Okay. It's wonderful to have these conversations with patients, with doctors, and with the industry. I've been to a lot of conferences around Europe, and it's also just nice to be back after the pandemic, to be able to gather like this and talk about how we can educate ourselves. Public education is really important, and the educations of doctors and healthcare professionals is one of the cornerstones to getting more access to patients. So, yeah, my name is Julie Moltke, and I'm educated at Copenhagen University. I finished in 2016, and since then I've been working with mental health. And for 4 years, I've been working in the medical cannabis industry, primarily with CBD. So what I will talk about today is my work and what I have experienced along the way. And I will talk primarily about CBD and the research study that I published last year. Then you can feel free to ask me any questions after. It's going to be a pretty short presentation. So first I want to tell you why I decided to go, how I got into medical cannabis and CBD. And there was a bit of a coincidence. I did my residency in the north of Denmark in 2016, and there I worked as a GP, it was really shocking to me. I had spent all those years in medical school, and I thought now I was going out to help people. And then one patient after the other came in with their stress and their anxiety, and I didn't really have any tools to help them. And people came with that chronic pain, and we had a lot of drugs, but they didn't help them. There were a lot of side effects, and people became addicted. And so I was a little bit disillusioned when I finished my residency, or my AT-tjänst, as it's called in Sweden. I thought that I wanted to be able to offer my patients more tools. Then I decided that I wanted to look into how can I better, as a doctor, help people with mental health concerns like stress, anxiety, depression, with other tools that I learned in medical school. I myself was in a pretty stressed period of my life because I was taking over my family farm, which is here in Sweden, which is in the south of Sweden, and the family business. And at the same time, I was trying to figure out what kind of doctor do I want to be. So I decided that I wanted to take education as a stress therapist. And at the same time, I did a yoga teacher training and learned about mindfulness, because I thought that those could potentially be tools to help myself, but also to help my patients. And I started getting an interest as well for medical cannabis and CBD, and this actually was an interest which was sparked by my patients in the clinic, because I met a lot of people who asked, can you advise me on CBD? I would like to use CBD, and as a doctor, I had to tell them, no, I'm sorry, I don't actually know what to tell you. So I thought I better look a little bit closer at this. And then we have 2018, and I moved to London with my husband, who is English, and there I suddenly, by chance, get the option to work really closely with the medical cannabis industry, because at that time it was booming in the UK. There were like tons of CBD companies that started, and lots of patients organizations and conferences. And so this company called The Drugstore gave me the option and the funding to start a blog about medical cannabis and CBD. And so I spent half a year researching, looking into the research, researching the research, to learn what kind of studies do we actually have. I can totally understand that doctors don't know how to advise their patients, because when you look at PubMed, which is like the database of scientific research, and you type in medical cannabis, you get more than 20,000 articles coming up. So where do you start? That's one. CBD, 10,000. And just to compare it to something like gabapentin, which we've used for decades, there's only 8,000 articles coming up. So there's a lot of research, and it can be very difficult to figure out how to start. So I looked into the research. One document that I found really useful, and which I can recommend if anyone is interested in looking at the research, is the Academy of Sciences report, an American academy that looks into the research, and there they list all the research for different indications. I'm sorry that I don't have a presentation. If you need any of this, please contact me after, and I'll send you. But yeah, the Academy of Science, they look at all the indications, and then they say how strong is the evidence. And as some of our speakers today have explained, it can be used, and there is like moderate evidence that it can help treat chronic pain, especially neuropathic pain, as Tina knows very well. I also work in Tina's clinic. And multiple sclerosis, it can be really useful, the spasms there. Also in the palliative care and for nausea and pain during chemotherapy, and for epilepsy. These are like some of the conditions where there is really good research. But then, of course, we have all the other indications where there is no like scientific evidence that can support it yet, but hopefully we will get there in the future. So I also wrote articles about the data and also the real life data, so just case reports that we have about ADHD, ADD, the psychiatric conditions like anxiety and sleep, like insomnia, and some of you mentioned earlier Alzheimer's disease. There is like good lab data looking at this, and you were also talking about PTSD, which is also another promising one. And there are so many indications because of the endocannabinoid system. So this was what I really got into the matrix of the science to try to understand the endocannabinoid system in the cannabis plant. And then in 2019, I met Tina at the IACM conference in Berlin. And I started working in your pain clinic in Copenhagen, prescribing. At the same time, I also started a holistic practice, and this is where I really used the CBD a lot, because now I felt that I had finally gathered, after some years, more tools to help people in a more integrative way. So I don't see cannabis as a one cure for all of these conditions, but as a part of a puzzle. It's like a tool in the toolbox, and as we heard, it can help some people, and for other people, it maybe doesn't have an effect. But also sometimes it can be great in combination with other modalities. So in my holistic practice, I consult my clients, helping them to tailor specific plans. And very often I use CBD, and this can be together with, let's say, breathing or mindfulness or whatever is needed for this specific client. I also use functional testing where I look at, let's say, female sex hormones or stress hormones and try to see how can we like help people in the best personalized way. And some of the conditions that I have found and experienced are responding really well to CBD is stress, which is of course not a proper diagnosis, but still so many people suffer from it and like are invalidated and can't work because of stress. So I think it's something that we have to take very seriously as a society, and it's something that I work with a lot of clients with. Stress, anxiety, and sleep problems. And this actually leads me to this research study that I did. This is not an RCT or anything like that, but it's a cross-sectional study of 400 CBD users, because I wanted to look into what are the main reasons for these 400 people to use, like why they use CBD. I recruited through like databases because when I use CBD, it's not prescribed through a clinic. It's as a food supplement. So I wanted to look at this population, which is some people who are not really patients in the traditional way, but who are still suffering from debilitating conditions. And my results from this study was that the first reason, the main reason, or the top reason was for anxiety. That was 42.6% of the users who said that they took it to help deal with anxiety. The second reason was stress, 42.5% of the users in this population. And then the third was sleep problems, which was about 40%. This was followed by, for general health and well-being, which was 34%, and then chronic pain. And if you look at the sort of like biology behind that, it is plausible. As you said, it's a very complex way that CBD works in the body. Not only does it inhibit the fatty acid hydrolysis, but it also interacts with the serotonin receptors that are involved with psychiatric and mental health, and the GABA receptors. So it can be explained from this biological standpoint. And of course, this was a tiny study. This is nothing that's like big enough to like convert the opponents of CBD and medical cannabis. But I think that of course, like we need to have these small studies to be able to move into the bigger RCTs later on. And this leads me to the closing of this talk, where I would like to talk a little bit about the future of CBD. And I think that one thing which is super important is to figure out what is CBD actually, because right now it's a drug in most places. It's approved as Epidiolex, which is approved for epilepsy in children, even here in Sweden. And then it's also a food supplement, and it's in some places it's not a food supplement. So in Denmark and here in Sweden, you're actually not allowed to buy it to ingest it. And this really leaves consumers, so to say, or patients or clients or whatever, in a very vulnerable position, because if like what's actually the law? Like how can I get access to this, and can I get a prescription? So I think that we really need to address this issue, and of course I think it's really important that we continue with these kind of events where everybody's where you can get to like your voice out as a patient, and as all the different groups in the industry. And of course, like my goal when I started Get the Dose, which I'm no longer the owner of that went that is a bit more commercial now. It's not only medical cannabis and CBD, but my goal with that was to help inspire, so to say, my fellow doctors, because I think in general there is a bit of a distrust to anything which is so-called alternative, even though alternative just means that it's not gone through like some kind of RCT study. And I just think it's important that we get the opportunity to integrate all these modalities. So at the moment I also work as a scientific advisor in the industry, and I advise companies that want to work with CBD or sell CBD. This can be companies that are in the like food supplement industry. So feel free to look at my webpage. It's Dr. Julie Molke. And if you have any questions to this talk, please feel free to reach out or say them now. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
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 Yeah.
All right, there is a question. Perfect. One moment.
Dr. Tina here. Many of our patients, they ask us if we have an opinion about using CBD that's produced from hemp or from high potent plants. And the discussion is, it's a chemical formulation, if you see it very isolated, but do you have an opinion of the effect from either the hemp plant or the high potent plant, and what about the terpenes in that relation also?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think in general, my experience is that if you can use a broad spectrum product, it's a lot more effectful. But I can't say that I have know any data on this, but my experience is also that working. I had a client from Japan, and there at the time you could only get it from hemp, and the effect was definitely less than if you could have had it from a high potent strain. But of course, this is just like clinical experience, so it's not really anything that I would be confident guiding patients on. Yeah.
And so there's a difference between high potent, you say, but isn't it the amount per milligrams that you're after regarding broad spectrum, for example, the milligram, the amount of CBD and CBG and the difference
definitely.
between terpenes and such?
That's also why it's like if you look at it, that is how it should be. But then, like as you know, when you work with the cannabinoids, you find that they're very often like these little like differences that you can't necessarily explain, and often they come down to like what are the other ingredients, active ingredients in that, like is in the strain, or like what is the chemovar.
Yeah. Like CBG, for example, we heard a little bit about that.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to produce or find. I don't know. So have you noticed in different aspects, different compounds, like if it's more CBG or more of...
I have only worked very little with CBG.
Okay.
I know like a company called Inecta, they make CBG products, and I had like one client who wanted to work with that for sleep, and it worked really well. But again, it's like one client. I haven't worked much with it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So I don't use medical cannabis because I don't want the THC. I can't handle that. My body can't handle THC.
Yeah.
So, but I've noticed the difference when I use a lot of amount of CBG in a broad spectrum oil when it's not there. So that's why I'm asking about the sammansättning.
The constitution. And I also find that A lot of the patients that I work with who are stressed or have anxiety, they in general have a bit of a hypersensitive nervous system, and they cannot tolerate THC. So as what you say is like it's really on point, because even if there's like small amounts of THC in, they can actually like have the opposite effect. It's not calming at all for them, and they will need to change to a different product. Whereas, of course, and I can't explain this biologically, but it's just what I have seen in many of the clients that I work with. Yeah.
It's not on. Yeah. So we heard you and all your colleagues today, and most of you sound like you don't really see any dangers in patients using cannabis. There's not so many negative side effects. So would you think it was safe enough for patients to grow their own cannabis? If there's, I mean, apparently there's so many strains and people react differently to certain strains. So could they grow their own?
I mean, I don't really know, like, you can just look at Canada and California, and I think it's probably pretty safe, isn't it?
Millions of people
have
grown their own.
Yeah.
And
So-
as far as I know, no one died from it.
Exactly.
Unless a light hit them on the head or something.
Yeah. Or it was contaminated soil or something like
Maybe.
that. Yeah. So it's probably safe. Yeah. Okay.
Hi. First, I want to tell you, you're going to have a big war to get it inside is legal, okay? This is the first thing. The second thing is that this research that you've done, this is something that is positive to human being.
That is?
It's positive. It's give a feeling of liveness, to live, to take care about himself, to be positive, and that's make the body healthy. That is not good for the system because they need to sell their drugs. So if this thing will go inside, their drugs is not going to be sold. And this is a big industry. And you have a fight to put it inside. I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hej, jag heter Fredrik. Jag är
Hej.
patient till en läkare i regionsvården, Pernilla Ackermark. Och jag är evigt tacksam för det jobbet du gör. Pernilla hörde av sig till dig ifrån rekommendation av mig för att jag skulle få bättre vård. Tack.
Tack.
Okay. Okay. Are we ready for our next act? 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. So, how many of you have heard of 420? 420. 420 is a code that stoners use, and perhaps other people that aren't stoners, to say, hey, it's time to have some cannabis. And April 20th is a big stoner holiday in the United States and in other places in the world. And Angelica wanted me to tell the story, how did 420 happen? So I'll tell you the story very quickly. 50 years ago in San Rafael, California, there are a group of high school kids, and they're all boys, of course, and they used to meet after school at 4:20 p.m., and they would share cannabis together. And they would share it. There was a park near the school with a statue of Louis Pasteur. and there was a wall in front of the statue, and they used to sit on the wall at 420, and they shared cannabis together. And they are called the Waldos because they sat on a wall. And they're still alive, and they still consume cannabis together, and they're still the best of friends. And now, 50 years later, 420 is this code that we use. It's also a giant holiday. And if you don't celebrate 420 in Sweden or Europe, you will soon. I promise you. Any April now, you will have a giant festival in the street, and maybe you'll have some music, right? And maybe you'll have some cannabis, and maybe you'll have some CBD, and maybe you'll have people selling some hemp clothes. And that is how 420 got started. And the way it was popularized, actually, was on the Grateful Dead tour. So when the hippies on the Grateful Dead tour heard of this 420, they started to make stickers that said 420 and T-shirts that said 420. And all of a sudden, everywhere you went, you saw 420. And then High Times magazine started having 420 everywhere. And now it is huge. So it just goes to show you, you're never too small to hit the big time.
Cannabis is medicine.
All right, are we ready to rock and roll? All right, let's rock and roll with our musical guest. Two minutes. What goes better together than music and cannabis? Not many things. Not many things. Okay, now we're going to get back into a little bit of science, a little bit of industry. My pleasure to introduce from Aurora, Europe, Christopher Cans. He had to get mic'd up. He's coming up.
Thank you.
You, man.
Can you hear me? You almost got my last name right, but yeah. Christopher Kynes. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to talk about three things today. First of all, Aurora a little company introduction. And then secondly, regulation across European markets. And then thirdly, the French pilot program. I think that's particularly interesting because France is the country that has recently launched a medical cannabis pilot program with a really formal education program for prescribers. So I think it's relevant. Quick introduction to me, Chris. I work at Aurora for 3 years now. I look after the French market. That's why I'm talking about it today. I also do strategy and product development. And before joining Aurora, I was working in a very different field. I was doing financial services in London. And the stigma of cannabis also became very apparent to me when I was leaving my old job. When I said that I'm going to work for a medical cannabis company, people were saying, "What?" And they were thinking that I was ending my career or something like that. So the stigma really persists, but I think that we're all working towards reducing and ending that stigma. So let's start. Is that the thing? All right. So we are present in 3 different segments. So our mother company is Canadian, but our European business is quite autonomous. So our headquarters are in Berlin. And while we're present in 3 different segments, in Canada, in medical cannabis, adult use cannabis, and CBD, in Europe we only do medical cannabis for the moment. Is it working? Yes. Our mission in Europe is to help patients get access to high quality and safe medical cannabis products for their treatments. And to explain Europe a little bit, I mean, I don't have to talk about the company so much. I think we've had enough company introductions today. But you can see that medical cannabis access is not given yet in Europe, also given by our company footprint. So our products are available in around 10 countries, but legal and regulatory access is still limited today a lot. One topic that was also mentioned a little bit was adult use. And while I appreciate the American optimism that Andrew brings to the table, I think I have to disappoint you that in 5 years we're not going to have medical and recreational cannabis legalized across all of Europe, unfortunately. I think the markets where we have an indication that this might be possible are Luxembourg and Germany, maybe Malta, Italy, and maybe Switzerland, where some recreational pilot programs are happening. But with other markets, it's very unlikely and very uncertain. I can tell you for sure that France and the UK are not going to have any recreational cannabis available in the next 5 years. But we're seeing one trend, and it's a clear trend towards legalization in all markets. You know, we've had different pilot programs, like the Danish pilot program or the French pilot program, and we have had a lot of European countries legalizing medical cannabis and no country backtracking. So it's been only positive development so far. And even though the regulators let us wait a long time, we're seeing a clear trend towards legalization for medical cannabis. Just before I go into the regulation of the different markets, about the adult use market, I want to make a key differentiation between the two, because as you might be aware, Germany has announced that they're going to legalize recreational cannabis. this was a huge announcement because so far only Luxembourg was the only country that made a clear statement towards legalizing recreational cannabis. And I think it poses some dangers also for the medical cannabis system because, as was mentioned before, there are two very different systems. When the recreational market is going to be legalized, we need to make sure that patients still have access to their medical cannabis products. We need to make sure that the application for doctors is easy, that bureaucracy is reduced, and that reimbursement is given to patients who need medical cannabis products. The recreational market is going to be very different. The quality, I mean, we talked about it, I think someone teasered it. It's not likely that it's going to be at the same level at EU GMP because it's just not possible to do it at such a scale. To give you an indication of the scale of the recreational market, currently in Germany we have around 7 tons of distribution of medical cannabis today, of flowers, 7 tons, and the recreational market is going to be at 400 tons. So it's a completely different scale where it's very unlikely to be able to impose EU GMP rules. There's going to be something in between, also trying to balance quality and also competition with the black market. All right, let's go back to the medical cannabis market and let's look at the differences. We also talked about, somebody mentioned, I think my colleague Robert from Bedrocan, he mentioned one of the key challenges is EU harmonization. And that becomes very evident when you actually compare different markets and the regulation in these different markets. So you can see that flowers are available in all of the markets indicated on the slide, but other products are sometimes not. And we know that flowers are typically used for different indications than extracts. Flowers are more for acute and imminent pain, while extracts are used for ongoing pain. So this challenge becomes evident when you look at access for these products in different markets. 2 markets that are actually not listed here are Austria and Switzerland, where you only have isolates available, so patients in these markets don't have access to flowers or extracts. Also, regulation. I mean, this is a completely different topic. It's also relevant to doctors and patients because when you have very formal, very stringent procedures to enter a market, so this is kind of the second segment here, market authorization, formal approval, etc. When we look at markets like Poland, where a product application takes 1 or 2 years, this can be a really big issue because right now, for example, in Poland, we're the only company present together with Canopy. And if both of these companies have bad harvest, it's a plant, we can't 100% control it, then there's no availability for patients. So this regulation is also very dangerous for the supply of medical cannabis. Another challenge is kind of this last box in the second segment here, prescription limited to certain indications. So we also have some markets where medical cannabis is really strictly limited to certain indications. And obviously reimbursement, we talked about this already today. There isn't really a market where this is ideal today in Europe. We have Luxembourg where it's 100% reimbursed, but they limit the number of patients that can go into the pilot program that they're currently running. And then we also have the Czech Republic where they reimburse 90% of the costs. But otherwise, it is a challenging procedure. One example that I can also give you about the kind of the hurdles for doctors and patients is that I had a surgery like 1 month ago for a hernia. And then I asked the GP and my surgeon if they would be able to prescribe me medical cannabis. The GP's response was like, I looked into it a few years ago, but it would take me too many hours. I have too many patients. I cannot look into it. My surgeon said he's 61. He's not going to spend time to learn something completely new, to prescribe something. So, this was just something for me after surgery, But if you have a serious indication and you're a patient, imagine that you have to try to go to so many different doctors and find someone who will finally make the time to go through all of the bureaucracy in Germany, which is the country with the highest number of patients in Europe. You would think it's easier. So there are some serious regulatory challenges. These regulatory challenges become evident also in the product mix. When you're thinking about patients in Europe, you would think, you know, we're all next to each other, we have similar lifestyles, we would have a similar number of patients with the same indication, so they would need similar types of products, right? Like flowers, extracts, isolates, etc. You can see that this differs significantly across countries. So in some countries where only flowers are legal, you will only have that, etc. So back to the company, back to us. What products do we have available? Flowers, that we already talked a lot, so they're administered through vaporization, used for acute pain. We have extracts available, also in different dosages. And we have also other products, such as isolates and capsules. We're also investing significantly into the production of new products because we're working with patients, with doctors to try to understand what are the indications that we're treating and what are some of the indications that we're treating not so well at the moment. One example is, for instance, a lot of patients that we're working with have issues swallowing, and the extracts or capsules are not ideal formats for that. So we're also trying to understand what product format can we develop for patients that have issues swallowing. Two quick slides that I put in here in the middle of the conference, because we're talking about flowers versus extracts and the difference between them. I think it's quite challenging to sometimes understand the difference, so I just put here a simple table for people to understand. Flowers are administered through vaporization, have a very fast onset, but also don't have a very long duration of the effect. So they are typically used for acute pain, while extracts or capsules, they're used through oral ingestion, and then they're used for ongoing pain. A lot of patients also use a combination of both. So they have some extracts or some capsules for ongoing pain, and when they have some additional pain attacks, they will also use flowers as a complementary therapy. There were also some questions about extracts and isolates. So isolates are here indicated as single agents, and you can see some of the differences. So it was mentioned already, you know, in the full spectrum oils, you have the complete cannabinoid profile, you have terpenes, you can have the entourage effect, and so on and so on. Just put this in here in case somebody wants a visual overview and the difference between it. Where does our product come from that we sell, our flowers, our extracts, etc.? It comes mostly from our Danish facility in Odense, so that's Aurora Nordic. We also have some facilities in Canada, and we just launched our new facility in Germany, which is supplying the German authorities BfArM. So there was a tender process, and we were one of the 3 companies that won that process, and now we're supplying German patients with German domestic cultivation. About our facility in Denmark, we can produce around 10 tons with it. It used to be a tomato facility, and it was repurposed for medical cannabis. We've been certified since 2020 with the EU GMP certification. Currently, we're covering around 90% of our demand from this facility. I've already talked about the differences in the legal statuses across Europe. I don't think we need to go into that. I think the key point here again is to mention that we're going into a positive direction, even though we're seeing very slow progress when it comes to everything from actual medical cannabis legalization, product availability, reimbursement. We can see a positive trend overall. So let's talk about the French pilot program a little bit. In 2019, the French government announced that they want to start running a pilot program. And in 2020, it was published. There was a call for submission of dossiers. and the French authorities were asking companies to submit dossiers for 3 different product types: flowers, extracts, and capsules. And we did that. They also requested every participant to partner with a local French pharma company. So we found Etipharm as a partner, and we submitted together a dossier. We were able to win all of the medical cannabis flower lots together with them, and 3 other companies won the other lots for extracts and capsules. The first import happened in April, and right now there are strong indications that the market is going to be generalized. So what that means is that the market is going to be legalized after the pilot program in March next year. This whole pilot program, like, what does it mean? I think some people already mentioned the pilot program in Denmark. It's a little bit more formal than in Denmark. So the number of patients is limited to 3,000, for example. We have 5 indications, which are similar to the ones in Denmark. So we have neuropathic pain, we have epilepsy, we have oncology, we have palliative care, and we have oncology as indications that can be prescribed for. We have the 3 different product types that I've mentioned before, and we have a duration of 2 years. What's interesting is that the pilot program is not actually used to look at the effects and the treatment of patients with medical cannabis, but it's actually the formal objective, and the official objective is to test the supply chain and the distribution of medical cannabis in France. So what's special about this program, and why am I presenting it here today? It's quite unique because it's the first pilot program in this form that is so stringent and so formal. One of the key differences to other programs or other legalizations is that you have a mandatory education program for prescribers and dispensers. So all doctors who want to prescribe medical cannabis and all pharmacists who want to dispense medical cannabis have to do an online training course, which I'm going to talk about a little bit afterwards. The ANSM, the regulator responsible for the whole pilot program, has developed this training and are running it. The second really interesting point about this pilot program is that all products are provided for free by the suppliers. They're not just provided for free, they're also distributed for free, and all of the suppliers have to handle the pharmacovigilance, so any complaints by patients or doctors. The overall costs for the pilot program are estimated to be 20 million euros for the 4 suppliers and the partners, their local pharma partners. That's the third point that I already mentioned before. So we partnered up with a French pharma company. The reason for that being that was actually a mandate. And we've partnered up with Etipharm, a local French company that is specialized in central nervous system diseases, so have very similar targets to us. Where are we now? So as I mentioned before, Aurora, we won all of the 3 flower lots. So we were providing THC, balanced, and CBD dominant flowers. We have by now completed our 3rd shipment. Hundreds of doctors have been trained overall, and we have approximately 1,600 or 1,700 patients that have been recruited into the program until today. There are several opportunities and challenges posed by this program. So first of all, obviously the pilot program finally allowed patients in France to get legal access to medical cannabis, but unfortunately only for those 5 indications. We have a weekly exchange with the regulators, so we know that they want to legalize medical cannabis after the pilot program, and they also want to extend the number of indications, but it doesn't seem likely that they're going to make it available for all indications. The second opportunity here listed is this education program that I've already mentioned. I think that we've heard from a lot of prescribers today that the education is really lacking. and that it's difficult to get information. It's difficult to get information on product availability, how to prescribe products. So, for example, for instance, flowers are administered with vaporizers. How are prescribers supposed to know how to prescribe flowers with vaporizers and the dosing, etc., etc.? So it is quite challenging, and this training program that the ANSM has developed can be a blueprint for further training programs across Europe. Some of the challenges are that the ANSM has, for example, pushed prescribers also in the training to go towards CBD dominant and extract dominant forms. So they've really been hesitant with letting doctors prescribe flowers and also THC dominant products, which is in stark contrast to other markets such as Germany, where we see that approximately 80% of flowers are THC dominant. They have meanwhile shifted their approach a little bit, so they're also very receptive to feedback from doctors, patients, and from the participants. So they have removed this wording around pushing CBD so much and have been more open to THC. What's a really big question mark is now what's going to happen after the pilot program. Yeah, and we will see. The last thing that I want to discuss is this education program mentioned. So what's really special about it is that it was created by the regulator, by the ANSM. It's harmonized across the entire country. So every doctor and every pharmacist who's participating in the program and who wants to participate and prescribe medical cannabis after the pilot program will have to go through the education will have to do the education program. It consists of 13 chapters, so it starts with an introduction to the pilot program and goes through the endocannabinoid system and also through the products that are available and how to prescribe them, how to prescribe flowers together with vaporizers, etc., etc. And it takes around 3 hours to complete. We have had some feedbacks from prescribers that the program content is sometimes a little bit lean in some areas, especially when it comes to endocannabinoid system. Doctors didn't really get a clear message about it and would prefer some other type of structuring of the program. Yeah, I think that was it from my side. I think here's my contact information. I think what the really big question is now is what's going to happen after the pilot program. So we've had some strong indications from the ANSM and from the authorities that they are going to legalize medical cannabis. I mean, also, what is their option? You know, they have so many patients now already on medical cannabis, they cannot take away their medicine. But we've had some positive news that they want to expand the number of indications. And there are some big questions now, right? So what are the indications that they're going to expand it to? We've heard that they are also considering to expand it to psychological indications, to additional neurological indications, potentially dermatology, etc. Big question is around product status. So right now it has a special status as part of the pilot program, but afterwards, what is it going to be classified as? So in Germany, you have a classification as an API, active pharmaceutical ingredient, which brings a lot of challenges with it. And in France, it seems like they're going towards a special product status, which will classify medical cannabis as a somewhat a pro forma finished product. So it will not require any further manipulation in pharmacies, which is a good sign. There is also obviously the question on reimbursement. And right now it seems like the ANSM is going to lobby for reimbursement for all of the patients that are on the pilot program and for any patients that are going to enter the program afterwards as part of those 5 admitted indications and any others. But overall, there are many question marks. We have 10 months to go until the end of the French pilot program, and many areas are still unclear, so we hope to get some information from the regulators soon because we also need to prepare for the end of the pilot program. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. I also brought some brochures for healthcare professionals that we have prepared in English for international markets, so please feel free to come and take a brochure about medical cannabis. But otherwise, I would say thank you at this point.
Anybody have questions?
About the stock market? Okay, it's been going up. That's. Are you asking me? Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to give you any investor advice. Yeah, that's illegal. But you know what my answer would be, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Buy low. I have a question.
Yeah.
So, being American, I'm used to things moving maybe a little bit faster. Is it possible that Europe, maybe in 5 years, will legalize more broadly medical and leave adult use to decriminalization instead of legalization? Do you think decrim will happen before adult use legalization? Or do you think it's all going to sort of happen differently in every country?
I think if we look at our experience so far and the data, every market that I'm aware of first legalized medical cannabis, and then after a few years, if it happened, then there would be adult use legalization. I think decriminalization is another topic. I think it depends very much on the political parties in power, because cannabis is such a polarized topic. And then, you will have some countries like Portugal who will decriminalize it at least. But I think that the first step towards any trend is always the legalization of medical cannabis in the country. And I think broadly, we are going to see that. We've only seen it, like I mentioned, going in one direction. I think in Europe, we're going to see more and more countries legalizing that. What's unfortunate is that this legalization doesn't actually come from governments and authorities reviewing the science and realizing this is a valid therapy. It typically comes from patients suing the government, and then the Supreme Court deciding medical cannabis should be given as a medicine to patients. So I think that we will be seeing some additional maybe court cases in some countries. Maybe we'll be seeing some other countries opening up by themselves, like France did, out of commercial reasons. Macron, he's a very business-driven commercial guy, so he saw a big opportunity in it, which was one of the main drivers as well. So yeah. Any other questions? Mm-hmm.
Do you think you'll be developing any non-prescription drugs that you can buy over the counter instead of for example a headache pill in the future that's sort of accessible to anyone to go and buy?
You mean CBD
pharmacy?
products, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we have some CBD products available in Canada and in the US under our brand Reliever. In Europe, it's such a competitive field and also a very unregulated field. So we want to wait for the authorities to decide. We've seen some movement, some trends from the Commission, from the EU Commission. They've recently said that CBD is not a narcotic. And we're waiting for some clear regulation. So we're also listed on the stock exchange, and because we're listed, it requires us to really play in markets where it's black and white and we cannot enter any gray areas. So until the Commission or individual countries say CBD falls under the novel food license or has a different status, until then we cannot sell those products, unfortunately.
Yes, one more question over here.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. I'm Swedish journalist, and I've been writing about these things in 6 years, cannabis, hemp, in the Alma Nova magazine. And so I think I just wanted to add something to your last question before that, which was I think also what can push the development further to legalize it here in Sweden would be that people like Andreas Törn, which you might not know of, but many people here in Sweden know of him. He grew his own medicine. He grew his own cannabis, and then he was arrested. It was a trial here, but he got a very light sentence for that, just a few thousand crowns sentence for having his own cannabis. But he has brought Sweden for a European Union trial in the European Court, and I really think that is gonna make a big difference here. If he wins, it's gonna be a big thing for Sweden. I think he's the one who's going to change the history in Sweden.
That would be fantastic, and I think it also ties in nicely with the topic of EU harmonization that we talked about. It doesn't make sense that all of us have these different regulations and that we have to wait for each individual country to come up with their own legal and regulatory framework to make it complex, to have reimbursement in this country and not in this country, that you have to organize a transport of 17 people that you mentioned to go from Sweden to Denmark with patients who have really big issues and who shouldn't be faced with these barriers, to get their medicine. So I hope that the EU is able to take it on as one of their competences. Let's see if it happens. Yeah, but these court cases often change something, because in the end, when it comes to the court, when it comes to the Supreme Court, it's a basic human right to have access to your medicine if that's the only thing that works, right? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Cool. Thank you so much.
All right. Shall I announce the patients? Okay. Okay. We are going to interview more patients now. So please come to the stage. And we should move this, maybe.
Tack killar. Bra. Vill inte ta fel mikrofon.
You need to move this?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. We're a lot of people on stage here today. Thank you everybody for coming. We'll be doing this in Swedish, unfortunately for our international listeners. Så att, hej, mitt namn är Otto Larsson och jag driver nättidningen Cannabis i fokus. Och tillsammans med Moa så kommer vi här ha lite patientintervjuer. Ska råda om lite på scen här så att alla kommer fram och syns bara. Jag vet inte om vi har haft så många på scen idag eller om det är mest nu. Men varmt välkomna och väldigt kul att så många kunde komma hit idag. Långt över min förväntan, och tillsammans så hoppas jag att vi kan komma vidare i den här frågan gällande cannabis. Men till våra patienter, om vi börjar längst ut. Vem är du?
Jag heter Nathalie och är en medicinsk cannabispatient sedan ett år tillbaks. Och jag skulle väl inte sitta här idag utan min behandling. Så jag är evigt tacksam för den hjälp jag har fått från Eirum.
Vi är väldigt glada att du är här. Och vem har vi här?
Jag heter Jeanette, en fembarnsmor i 44-årsåldern som för lite drygt 4 år sedan var mer eller mindre döende. Min resa med cannabis gjorde att hela mitt liv vände och min familj fick mig tillbaka.
Välkommen tillbaka får jag då säga då.
Tack.
Och vem har vi här?
Jag heter Khachik Kadon och jag är också en cannabispatient och jag har varit det i cirka 1 år nu. Och jag har märkt att det har varit stora skillnader och jag kan börja se igen och jag har haft en kraftig ögonsjukdom, glaukoma och jag blev, man kan säga blind i december. Och det är tack vare Eirum och jag fick mina oljor och allt det här och de kunde operera efter 12 år. Så Det var ett stort steg och de är jättechockade och de är jätteglada. Och det är jag också.
Ja, framförallt, det förstår jag verkligen om du har fått synen tillbaka.
Ja, jag ser folk.
Ja, men fantastiskt.
Ja.
Och sist men inte minst, vem har vi här?
Joakim Rimmen heter jag, 36 år, är cannabispatient också. Jag har en ryggradsskada med nervproblem som jag har blivit väldigt hjälpt av cannabismedicinen. Och det har gjort att jag känner mig mycket mer hoppfull i mitt liv, det jag tidigare inte alls gjorde det. Jag ser fram emot en ljus framtid där... Ja, jag ser fram emot en ljus framtid.
Jo, det gör vi alla. En ljusgrön framtid om vi får säga så.
Ja.
Om vi börjar längst ut igen här. Vad är dina förhoppningar för medicinsk cannabis och framtiden? Kände du att du har fått den hjälpen du behöver? Eller?
Ja, innan medicinsk cannabis så var jag i princip sängbunden och var extremt övermedicinerad. Och jag har haft min smärtproblematik i över 10 år. Så man har ju fått gå igenom alla möjliga mediciner som inte har hjälpt. Jag har endast tagit bort smärttopparna. Och har ju avtagit efter bara en timmes verkan med extremt mycket biverkningar. Och det gick väl till en gräns där jag inte hade något alternativ kvar. Kroppen höll ju på det av de medicinerna. Sakta men säkert. Och då så tog jag till slut hjälp av Örum-kliniken. Bad dem att få hjälp. Och nu sitter jag här idag och klarar av så många saker som jag inte har klarat av på över 10 år. Och jag är ju smärtlindrad idag. Jag hoppas väl att vi inte ska se det som en sista utväg, utan det ska vara ett första alternativ som smärtbehandling.
Jo, det är riktigt stort och alltså, jag måste nog ändå säga som aktivist i alla fall, och det jag har sett är att jag kan inte annat än hålla med. Är att det är väldigt konstigt för mig att man använder cannabis som sista utväg i dagsläget. Men om vi går vidare här igen, inte för att hoppa över dig, men om man säger så här, vad har du för förhoppningar för framtiden?
Det här är ju en rättighet som människor borde få ha. Att stoppa i människor sådana kopiösa mängder mediciner som läkarna gör. Och har du dessutom flera läkare av varandra oberoende så är det ju helt hysteriskt. Jag hade 16 olika preparat. Jag vägde 136 kilo. Jag klarade inte ens av att gå hela trappan upp på övervåningen för att lägga mig i sängen. Jag sov 20-22 timmar per dygn. Och läkarna sa att men vi kan ge dig ännu mer medicin. Och jag vill inte ha det. Jag vill ha medicinsk cannabis. Jag hade provat, jag hade sprungit på undersökningar. För jag förstod ju att jag kommer ju inte överleva det här. Så att jag började ju att leta på internet. Alternativa behandlingar. Och läste väldigt mycket utländsk information om fibromyalgi. Vilket var den grunddiagnosen jag hade. Och alternativbehandlingar och hamnade på CBD och medicinsk cannabis. Och det var där min resa började. Och jag tog mig upp ur sängen och jävlar anamma vad jag har stridit med myndigheter i Sverige. Och det är inte meningen att patienter ska behöva strida med myndigheter för att få må bra och kunna vara förälder till sina barn och en fru till sin man.
136 kilo sa du det?
Jajamän.
Kan vi få en referens? Kan du ställa det här bredvid mig? Jag väger cirka 130 kilo. Det är alltså mig plus 6 kilo.
Jag väger 60 kilo idag och jag är så frisk som jag kan bli.
Ja. Och här, vad har du för förhoppningar på framtiden om medicinsk cannabis? Känner du att du har fått den hjälpen du har velat ha? Eller?
Ja, jag tycker jag har fått det och jag håller på att få det. Och jag har lagt full tillit på Örum och jag litar på dem upp till 1000%. Och, ja, vi är jättetacksamma. Vi är en stor släkt, du vet. Och jag är den äldsta i min familj så jag har varit lite offline i 12 år. Förrän nu i år. Det är nu 16 maj. Och sista ögat opererad och det är nu Det har gått 6 veckor efter och det är nu jag börjar få det. Så det är nu jag kan säga att man ser och så. Men ja, jag har lagt full tillit på dem och jag tror de kommer ta hand om mig och jag behöver inte heller tjata. De förstår situationen och det är det som känns skönt. Och Sant Eriks ögonsjukhus har börjat öppna ögonen också och det känns skönt.
Ja, det är verkligen fantastiskt.
12 år.
Och återigen, sist men inte minst. Vad har du för förhoppningar för framtiden? Vad känner du att har du fått allt du vill ha?
Jag känner att jag har blivit väldigt hjälpt. Jag har nästan slutat käka alla andra mediciner. Det är enbart vid akuta behov och det hoppas jag bli hjälpt av med den här Bedrocanen tror jag det var, som skulle komma vid akut smärtlindring. Jag har jättestort hopp inför framtiden och jag har blivit så hjälpt. Jag har börjat jobba igen, jag håller på att ta mitt körkort och det är många saker som har öppnat upp sig i mitt liv. Som sagt, det här med hoppet, jag hade inte det tidigare. När jag käkade mycket, jag käkade tramadol och Paraflex som standard som jag landade i. Och med dem var jag ganska hopplös. Jag hade satt en tidsgräns inför mig själv. 10 år ungefär framåt för ett år sedan. Mer än så kände jag att jag skulle inte orkat så mycket mer. Men med cannabisen så har jag tagit bort de tankarna helt och hållet. Och jag ser en ljusglimt istället för den tanken. Och det är stort för mig.
Är det någon av er som har sökt någon form av medicinsk cannabis innan ni kom till Aureum?
Ja.
Du hade inte gjort det?
Nej, jag har tittat från den danska sidan innan det fanns möjlighet i Sverige.
Okej.
Och det är väl så man har fått upp ögonen ytterligare att det finns behandling att tillgå. Men man är ju inte rik heller. Det är kopiösa mängder av pengar som man måste lägga ut om man ska ta sig från ett land till ett annat varje månad. Så.
Och du hade sökt hjälp någon annanstans?
Ja, jag höll på i nästan 3 år innan jag hittade till Aureum då. Och innan dess så hade jag träffat olika läkare och en läkare nere i Göteborg skrev ut medicinsk cannabis åt mig. Och jag fick Sativex. Men jag blev jättedålig på den. Alltså jag hade IBS innan jag började med oljorna och fick tillbaka med den som på en räkmacka. Och när jag försökte förklara att det här går inte, jag kan inte hålla på med det här, jag får inte behålla någon näring, då fick jag nobben istället. Så att då valde jag att vända mig till Aureum då. Men det mest ögoninväckande, vad heter det? Uppseendeväckande, det är ju egentligen de andra läkarna som man har pratat med. Min husläkare såg hur jag kom gåendes in till honom utan min man. Jag började må bättre och han sa, vad gör du för någonting? Jag började med CBD-olja, sa jag. Och det här var ju innan det blev olagligt med CBD-olja, så det är ju 3-4 år sedan. Och han förstod ju att men det här måste vi ju följa upp, så att han pratade med sina chefer om hur han skulle då skriva ut recept på licens. Och det slutade med att när han tog upp det, han kom till mig och sa så här, ja, Jeanette, jag är ledsen. Jag ser hur bra du mår och jag skulle gärna vilja hjälpa dig, men jag blir avskedad om jag hjälper dig med medicinsk cannabis. Och det ska... Jag förstår inte riktigt liksom hur man kan kalla sig en läkare som ens tänker en sån tanke. Patienten får hellre dö än att vi ger dem cannabis.
Jo, för det är ju någonting som jag får... Förlåt, vill jag applådera så får ni göra det. Jag menar inte att avbryta er. Någonting som jag får gemensamt av er alla 4 är att det verkar väldigt mycket som att ni berättade alla att ni hade tappat hoppet där mot slutet. Och det är också någonting som jag väldigt ofta möter i rörelsen med människor som inte har fått hjälp idag, att man har tappat hoppet. Om man säger så här innan jag släpper iväg er, är det någonting ni skulle vilja säga till alla de patienterna där ute som kanske inte får medicinsk cannabis idag men känner att de skulle vilja ha det? Vi kan börja från den minsta den här gången.
Tack Otto. Det finns hopp. Aureum finns ute. Det är bara att söka dem. Jag tror att det kommer förändras i Sverige framåt också. Det är bara just nu lite bromskloss där, men det finns hopp.
Och du som kanske, alltså jag är så imponerad. Du har inte kunnat se på 12 år.
Nej.
Och nu fick du synen tillbaka.
Den här ögat har varit borta sedan dag 1. Det blev bara kolsvart och den här har jag sett typ ungefär 20% har läkarna sagt. Och jag har klarat mig ganska bra. Jag har bra minne, du vet. Men idag ser jag bättre. Alltså, det är stor skillnad. Jag ser detaljer och det är helt... Alltså de är mer chockade än jag är. Du vet när du är chockad och sen någon annan är mer än dig, då blir man... man tänker okej, du får äran då.
Jag sitter här och försöker förstå hur jag skulle uppleva det om jag inte kunde se på 12 år.
Jag ska vara helt ärlig, man köpte det lite, alltså att det kommer gå bra, men man har alltid hört negativa grejer från själva läkarna. Men jag hade en läkare i Sankt Eriks ögonsjukhus, Leif hette han, och en specialist. Och han är bara där en gång i månaden och då är det för att träffa mig och 3 till. Och jag sa till honom, du får ge mig 5 minuter, jag vill bara experimentera en grej och jag kommer. Jag gick ut i Sankt Eriks ögonsjukhus då, när det var där, tog mig en joint, gick tillbaka, jag hade läst det på internet och det skulle funka. Men jag har inte apparaterna, så då såg de att det funkade och då visste jag, nej, det blir inga mer kortisoner, det blir inga mer smärtstillande. Jag tänker inte ligga hemma, jag ska ut, jag ska ha roligt. Och det är det jag gör idag. Jag kör bil, jag kör hoj, jag går ut, jag kan gå ut med min son. Annars var det bara, som jag tror det var du som sa, att man ligger bara där och ingen bryr sig. På riktigt, ingen bryr sig tills Eirum kom. Och det var min kompis som sitter där borta som sa, du måste ta kontakt med dem. Jag sa, i Sverige, cannabis, det är omöjligt, det funkar inte. Du får gå till någon centrum eller någonting. Det är det närmaste du hittar. Men sen kom det var wow. Det var häftigt.
Mm. Om vi börjar här borta. Vad skulle du vilja säga till de patienterna som känner att de har tappat hopp? Där du en gång var.
Jag kan väl bara hålla med de föregående talarna. Att jag menar, det finns hopp. Och framförallt så tycker jag att fler behöver... Jag ska säga så här, att jag tror att fler patienter också behöver prata om det även med sina närmaste. Jag hade den turen att ha en make som har ställt upp på mig i vått och torrt, som har stöttat mig hela resan. När jag sa till honom att jag har så ont så att jag klarar inte det här, jag måste ha lindring. Och han säger, det är inga problem gumman. Vi hittar någon som kan leverera cannabis till dig. Med vetskapen att vi sitter med 5 barn hemma, så säger min man att det är viktigare att du överlever och att barnen har en mamma. Jag vill också slå ett slag för alla de sambo och fruar och män och allting som liksom stöttar.
Kan vi få en applåd för det också? Och du, vad skulle du vilja säga till alla de patienterna som har tappat hoppet?
Att komma ihåg och lyssna på kroppen igen. Man glömmer bort det. Och man litar ju fullt ut på alla läkare. Och man försöker ju gå efter de behandlingar som man får. Men från att ha ätit över 70 tabletter i veckan, bara Oxycontin, Oxycodon, Pregabalin, Alvedon och allergimedicin, så kan jag säga att jag är pillerfri idag. Och
det är värt en applåd om något. Och innan jag släpper iväg om till publiken och har några frågor. Har ni några frågor till varandra? Ni sitter liksom så här lite mycket i samma sits. Jag förstår om ni inte har det, men jag vill ändå ge...
Jag tror vi vet vad vi har gått igenom och så allt de har sagt, man känner igen sig. Så det har varit ett helvete. Jag hörde 12 år, 10 år.
7 år.
7. Alltså det är... Vet, när man är sjuk varje dag är en lång dag. Så tänk dig när det är år. Man är inte frisk. Alltså och speciellt när man har ätit alla de här medicinerna. Man måste återhämta sig också, tycker jag. Så det kommer ta tid. Det tar tid, men jag tror vi är på rätt väg. Det känns så i alla fall. Och det går framåt.
Det gör det. Sannoliken så går det framåt.
Ja.
Bra sagt.
Har vi några frågor från publiken? Vi kanske gick igenom det mesta. Kan du köra en spring med den?
Ja, jag är egentligen bara lite nyfiken på respektive medicinering som ni har i dagsläget. Och sen, hur länge fick ni vänta på att få tid?
Nej, på
Vi hörde ingenting.
vänta på...
Okej, nu, förlåt. Jo, alltså dels var jag lite nyfiken på helt enkelt vilken typ av behandling ni har, för att jag misstänker att den ser lite olika ut. Och sen hur lång tid det tog för er att få tid att komma till Aurum. Ja.
Ska vi börja här för sakens skull när vi har börjat så många gånger på andra sidan?
Att komma till Aureum gick rätt fort. När jag väl sökte, gjorde en sin egen remiss. Jag kommer inte ihåg exakt hur lång tid det tog, men det gick fort. Det var inga problem. Just nu behandlas jag enbart egentligen med Aureums medicin. Jag har fortfarande kvar tramadol och paraflex som jag använder. Jag håller på att fasa ut dem. Jag använder dem vid akuta behov fortfarande i avvaktan på den här nya medicinen. Och innan dess har det varit en 7-årsprocess med provning av läkemedel och sömntabletter och massa olika som jag har liksom trappat ner på. Tills jag kommit till den punkten där jag är idag.
Ja.
Jag tänkte jag skulle lägga till den. Det är inte Aureum som har producerat de här oljorna, utan det är ju vad kliniken där ni har fått en utskrivna heter. Så att det är många som har pratat om Aureums oljor, men det är inte Aureum som producerar dem.
Mitt misstag. Jag tänker på cannabidiol och dronabidiol.
Dronabinol, precis. Och du? Har du några mediciner förutom din medicinska cannabis idag?
Nej, jag har slängt allt. Det
Du har
har
slängt
funkat, de har visat bevis, jag har allt på svart och vitt. Så jag är nöjd med Aureum och deras... Jag vet inte om det är deras mediciner eller inte, men det är tack vare dem jag har det i alla fall. Så det är via dem man måste gå i för att få det. I alla fall jag. Och jag har slängt allt, det är bara dem, det är oljorna.
Har du några mediciner idag förutom din medicinsk cannabis?
Ja, det är ju så att jag har ju min grundsjukdom som har gjort det hela, eller liksom, som har gjort att jag har mått så här, det är att jag har flera diskbråck i ryggen som inte läkarna har hittat förrän för 4 år sedan. Jag står nu, eller jag väntar nu på att få en operation för steloperation av nacken, men det betyder att jag har ganska mycket nervsmärtor. Så att jag har dronabinol och så har jag cannabidiol. Jag står på ganska höga doser just nu. Och sen så när det blir som allra värst så går jag till min byrålåda. För att jag klarar inte av topparna. Så är det. Det är den krassa sanningen.
Jag tror du nämnde det innan, men du kan svara det igen kanske?
Jag har dronabinol och cannabidiol och jag väntar just nu på växtdelar för de akuta smärtorna. Eftersom värk försvinner ju inte, det tar inte semester och det är utmattande. Så kan man bli smärtlindrad dygnet runt så självklart då ska man ju få den möjligheten. Ja.
Bara så att vi får det svart på vitt, är det någon av er som inte har minskat sin andra medicinering när ni har fått den medicinska cannabisen?
Nej, jag stod på 16 preparat. Alltså jag hade morfinplåster över hela kroppen. Jag hade morfin under tungan. Jag stod på Citodon, Tramadol, Oxycontin, alltså Sanor. Alltså det var så sjuka mängder mediciner. Jag kan ju berätta någonting som jag tycker är ganska intressant i det här. Det är att när jag insåg att det här funkar inte längre, så hade jag ingen läkare som hjälpte mig med det här. Så att när jag hittade en CBD-olja och kände att wow, jag mår bra av det här, då slutade jag med alla de medicinerna så här. På mindre än 1 månad hade jag fasat ut alla de här 16 preparaten. Och att jag sitter här idag, det är bara en ren jävla slump tror jag. Och jag tror att det är på grund av att jag doserade ganska stora mängder med CBD-olja. Jag tror att det är det som har faktiskt hjälpt mig att hålla mig vid liv.
Ja. Där har vi lite fråga. Där har vi micken. Jag kommer strax till dig.
Jag skulle vilja
ställa också en fråga då, som från en patient till andra patienter. Jag har både självmedicinerat med cannabis och satt i väx och testat, gjort egna oljor och experimenterat så mycket jag kan. Men just nu har jag ett behov av att ha paus från cannabis, för jag har upplevt att de psykoaktiva effekterna har varit ganska utmattande och nästan gjort så att min smärtbild har förvärrats igen. Och jag är lite nyfiken på om det är någon av er eller någon annan patient här som också upplever den effekten av cannabismedicineringen och har tagit pauser eller så för att få det att funka bättre.
Förstår ni frågan?
Ja, jag kan ju säga så här att jag, beroende på lite grann hur mycket värk jag har i min kropp, så också höjer och sänker jag THC:n. Så att jag har aldrig precis lika mycket under liksom en månad, utan är det perioder när jag har väldigt mycket ont, om jag har trampat snett eller någonting, ja då får jag höja lite grann. Men sen drar jag ner den, så vissa dagar då tar jag ingen THC överhuvudtaget. Ja, precis. Så att jag liksom vad ska man kalla det för?
Avvänder sig?
Ja, men lite så. Men jag hinner ju aldrig bli van, eftersom jag liksom tar mina egna... Ja, precis. Jag blir aldrig resistent för det på det sättet.
Angela, fick du en mick?
Ja, jag fick en mick.
Ja, precis. Då kör vi din fråga nu.
Jo, men jag har väl egentligen lite olika frågor. För att du sa
Håll den lite närmare, Angela.
Ursäkta.
Det är lugnt.
Ja. Du sa att det inte räcker för dig med de här cannabidiol och dronabiol och vill ha någonting mer. Och
jag står ju på väntelistan för det.
Du står på väntelistan för det. Och vad är det man väntar på då?
Som jag har förstått det så har det väl varit ett problem i några pappersskriverier. Det har varit byråkrati inblandat som har gjort att det har dragit ut på tiden att få de här cannabisflowsen då.
Ja, det är blomma som kommer
precis,
då. Ja, precis. Men och sen när ni började med de här oljorna, hur lång tid tyckte ni att det tog innan ni kände verkligen någonting? Och ja, var det liksom lång period för er att försöka använda? För mig så funkar det inte riktigt med dem, utan ja.
Jag började ju med satt i växt till en början då oljorna inte fanns tillgängliga just då, förrän i september nu förra året. Men det var ju en omedelbar verkan. Det tar ju 1 till 2 timmar, om inte längre tid, att få en smärtlindrande effekt av oljorna. Men innan man hittar rätt dosering så kanske det kan ta några veckor eller någon månad. För vi är ju olika och vi reagerar olika på all behandling. Det gäller ju alla mediciner. Men ja, det är väl individuellt. Men för mig så tog det väl några veckor att hitta rätt dosering.
Ja, för jag vill gärna fråga er som patient också, som också då får cannabis. Att jag tycker det känns lite grann det här som att vi vet att det finns produkter som är fullvärdiga. Som vi skulle kunna få allihopa då. Och att vi ska stå ändå och inte kunna få välja ibland de här produkterna. Alltså det känns så hopplöst lite grann att vi bara ska... Jag fick till exempel inte ha både Bedrocan och Bedica. Och då är det en sativa och en indica. Den funkade jättebra för mig för natten, Bedican. Men här så säger man till mig att jag inte får lov att ha 2 licenser samtidigt. Eller ha både växtdelar och olja. Medan jag som patient vill ha både växtdelar och olja för att få den fulla effekten som jag anser och har liksom upptäckt under nu flera år vad jag behöver. Och det här, alltså jag blir tillfrågad idag, patientförening, vi behöver liksom gå ihop oss patienter och verkligen berätta våra historier och försöka liksom få igenom det här att vi ska ju också kunna få, för en vanlig patient som har andra piller får ju faktiskt både sömntabletter och till dagen och till, alltså vad man än önskar så kan man få en cocktail. Du pratar 17 tabletter. Ja.
Ja, nej, det är egentligen fruktansvärt. Jag menar, jag får utskrivet ett recept på cannabis som jag kan ta så att jag håller ner smärttopparna. Men när jag blir riktigt dålig och får jätteont så behöver jag ta bort topparna och röka det. Och då ska jag behöva gå ner på byn och köpa grönt av någon kille för att jag inte... Och det är olagligt. Jag får ha THC i kroppen men jag får inte den medicinen som jag skulle behöva för att ta bort topparna. Och jag vill inte tillbaka till träsket med tabletter. Jag håller med dig.
Ja, och jag tänker att vi behöver kräva att få större utbud så att alla de här klinikerna och läkarna får någonting att jobba med. För de sitter ju också med händerna bakbundna med en produkt då till exempel. Och det är det enda jag kan erbjuda just nu. Och tycker det känns fruktansvärt. Så alltså, det känns ju som det funkar ju, men jag tänker att vi patienter verkligen behöver trycka på lite mer att vi vill också ha ett större utbud. Inte vara rädda nu och säga men nu ska vi nöja oss med den här. Nej, utan att försöka att få det här bredare så att fler kan få ta del av det helt enkelt. Så, ja, tack så mycket.
Jag har ingen fråga där, det sista. Men ja, jag tycker det är väldigt vettiga kommentarer om inte annat. Har vi några fler frågor till vår patientpanel här idag? Nej, och då kanske vi helt enkelt skulle se om vi kan springa ifatt i det här schemat. Och så ska vi tacka lite för oss.
Tack så mycket.
Are you taking over now, Mr. D'Angelo?
Sure. It won't take long. Thank you. Thank you, Otto. Okay. The good people at this hotel have got to get this room ready for our dinner. So we're going to take a pause now, ask everyone to go into the bar and have a drink, or maybe go outside and do something else. I think it's 4:20.
Det går inte att kontrollera dem. Sitter upp.
you. it's a new day. Make a move, doing things a new way. A new way. 'Cause this is our world, and this is our time. These are our plans, we're gonna let them shine. This is our place in the human race, and we won't stop dreaming. No, we won't stop dreaming. Look ahead, we can see forever. You and me doing it together. Light it up, we can be a million stars. Look at us, don't you see we've come so far? Yeah, we've come so far. 'Cause this is our world, and this is our time, and these are our plans. We're gonna let them shine. This is our place in the human race, and we won't stop dreaming. No, we won't stop dreaming. Standing at the crossroads, feeling how the wind blows. We can soar above the clouds. Every moment is a heartbeat, and every breath feeling so sweet. And who can say what happens now? 'Cause this is our world, this is our time. These are our plans, we're gonna let them shine. This is our place in the human race, and we won't stop dreaming. No, we won't stop dreaming.